Naturally, not all countries will be able to do this, because it requires some special conditions. First of all, you need a lot of courage. Within the present system, the rulers will have to effect a great change in their economic and foreign policies and will immediately come into conflict with the foreign monopolies. The masses will support the governments that enter into conflict to defend their citizens' standard of living, but, when the masses defend a position, they also make demands. So the governments will be faced with a double threat, which they will not always manage to deal with successfully: pressure by the imperialist monopolies on the one hand and pressure by the masses, who will be demanding more, on the other. To really take such a road, you must break down former structures, place yourself on the side of the masses and initiate a thorough revolution. But we are not talking about revolution, we are talking about the path that the governments may follow without its leading to the outbreak of revolutionary processes. Faced with this choice, if the rulers have the courage to confront the situation, if they satisfy a considerable part of the aspirations of the masses, and if they do not back down under pressure from the foreign monopolies, they will be able to make progress for some time. Unfortunately, what history shows us is that, when faced with this choice, the rulers, fearing pressure from the masses, ally themselves with the monopolies and the importing sector of the national bourgeoisie and initiate a stage of repression. If an independent policy is to succeed, the government must have not only a strong, aggressive national bourgeoisie that wants improvement and is aware of its ideals, but also an army that understands the present situation in Latin America and the rest of the world. We cannot predict whether or not this will happen. The other path is that of the people's discontent. In these conditions, their discontent increases to the point that, once again, two historic alternatives arise and a choice has to be made: either the governments are replaced through elections and new governments are installed, this time with the masses' direct participation in power, or a state of civil war is established. If a government with participation by the masses comes to power, great contradictions will again arise between the masses, who will be trying to have their demands met, and the national armies, which defend different social strata and will still have the weapons. This is fertile ground for another civil war. If the governments manage to eliminate the mass movement and maintain an iron grip on the government apparatus, the threat of civil war, for which Cuba states here and now it will not be responsible, will always hang over their heads. Those civil wars, which will begin in very difficult conditions, in the harshest terrain, will gradually spread to the countryside, laying siege to the cities, and one day the masses will seize political power. Mr. President and fellow delegates, this is the message Cuba feels bound to convey to all of you: what it thinks about the Alliance for Progress, the dangers in the Alliance for Progress, and what it foresees in the future of the peoples, if, as has been the case so far, all international meetings turn into mere oratorical contests. Therefore, while expressing its affinity with many of the aspirations set forth in this Punta del Este Accord, Cuba regrets that it cannot sign it now. Cuba reiterates its desire for friendship with the peoples of the continent. It is willing to discuss any bilateral problem that may arise with other Latin American countries, and expresses its gratitude for the spirit of cooperation with which all delegates have listened to the comments by the Cuban delegation, its address, its warnings, and its perhaps too often repeated and exhaustive explanations. Thank you. Cuban television interview about the Alliance for Progress and the CIES conference in Punta del Este. The following is the transcript of the televised press conference held in Cuba on August 23, 1961, where Che Guevara reported on the recent Inter-American Economic and Social Council, CIES, in Punta del Este. Moderator: good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As you have heard, Dr. Escobedo Guevara, Minister of the Economy of the Revolutionary Government, is here with us tonight to report to the people of Cuba about the Punta del Este conference. The way he represented Cuba in that conference, in which insidious attempts were made to organize the other Latin American countries against Cuba, won him the respect of everyone, including our adversaries and, naturally, the gratitude of all Cubans. As you know, Dr. Guevara visited Buenos Aires at the conclusion of the Punta del Este conference and met with President Frondizi. After that, he went to Brasilia, where President Quadruche presented him with the Order of the Southern Cross, Brazil's highest decoration. All this has increased the interest in his appearance tonight. Dr. Guevara will begin by addressing you, after which, as usual, journalists may ask questions. Che Guevara, before answering the Campanero journalists' questions, I will summarize as briefly as possible the results of the conference, its initial goals and the role that Cuba and the other countries played in it. I will begin by explaining what the Inter-American Economic and Social Council, CIES, conference was. The CIES is a part of the Organization of American States, OAS, that concerns itself with economic matters in the Americas. Traditionally, it has been dominated by U.S. imperialist interests, and has been completely under that influence up to now. The Conference of Economic Ministers, and this is the source of the small mistake that moderator Campanero Luis Gomez Wangmert made, because I am not Minister of the Economy, though the conference was one of economic ministers, was held in order to establish an alliance for progress, as Kennedy announced, and, naturally, to chain the Latin American countries more tightly to the financial organizations of Wall Street, to isolate Cuba and, if possible, to organize another armed attack on Cuba. We had some very important and rather different tasks, to work with our sister Latin American republics, to try to get the conference to adopt positions that were more in line with the people's interests, to unmask imperialism, and to counter its attempts to isolate us by isolating it instead. These were ambitious goals, and it was not possible to achieve them in full, but we did manage to bring out some aspects that were important to the Latin American governments and peoples. First of all, the falsehood of the Alliance for Progress was proved to the governments represented at the conference, along with the imperialist motives that lie behind it, in all the work, in all the little committees that were formed outside the conference. The North Americans' attempts to isolate us were exposed, and it was also made clear that the peoples and governments could not make progress along the path of humiliation and subjugation to the interests of Wall Street. Presumably, the countries that have shown a more independent attitude are those that have benefited the most from this Alliance for Progress, although, naturally, it is impossible to know what the exact results of the Alliance for Progress are as yet, for it is based on a framework of suppositions and lies that, in the best of cases, should still be judged by reality, and it is very probable that reality will show that it is a great confidence trick mounted against the Latin American peoples. Right from the beginning of the conference, we described it as a political meeting and exposed the attempts being made to isolate Cuba. We strongly opposed the fifth point that was discussed in the fourth commission of the conference, related to promoting the Alliance for Progress plan. It was a plan for taming Latin American public opinion and placing it at the service of the United States. As soon as nearly all the large Latin American countries, headed by Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico, opposed that point, and many other, smaller nations, too, it was eliminated. Cuba led the discussion on this subject, and with good reason, as it was expressly named in the preliminary report, the document that was later called the preliminary report, which described Cuba as a dictatorship that had eliminated all organs of the press. The worst thing was not this political characterization of Cuba, but the fact that a supposed inter-American organization, in which all countries have the same rights, was allowing itself to judge and denounce Cuba's position, through the officials of that organization, who were also the owners of reactionary Latin American newspapers. Thus, we were automatically denounced by an intercontinental organization, judged by a group of so-called experts, but without any trial by the Latin American nations. Right from the start, the criticism of Cuba centered on that fifth point, which, as I have said, was eliminated, and it was replaced with a version which, though still poisonous, was much harder to pin down. Naturally, different countries had very different positions. At the beginning, some formal mistakes were made that forced Cuba to protest. Minister of the Economy Beltrán Espantazo, the delegate from Peru, was named to represent all the visiting delegations in thanking President Hedo. It was a ceremonial role, and it should have been nothing more than a courteous address, but the Peruvian minister expressed a political opinion of the Alliance for Progress, placing it directly within the Christian, Western civilization of representative democracy, with free elections, etc. So Cuba had to protest. It was a double protest, first, because, in a ceremonial address, when you are representing all the countries, you should not express political opinions, which must be discussed, and, second, because Cuba had not been consulted on this and, without its agreement, the delegate from a country that did not have diplomatic relations with us had been named to represent all the countries. At first, the situation was volatile, but the delegate from Ecuador immediately supported us, because he had not been consulted, either. Thus, some issues like this were brought out. In the plenary session, before the various delegations took the floor, we expressed our thanks to the people and government of Uruguay and said that we were doing this independently because we did not agree with the statements that Mr. Beltran had made earlier. Several different positions were defined right from the start. Cuba's position, naturally, placed it at one extreme of the intercontinental struggle that was waged in Punta del Este. The United States was at the other extreme, and there was a very wide range in between that can be reduced to 2 or 3 main positions. Most of the small Caribbean countries and some South American countries, as well, took a servile position on the side of the United States, voting for all the measures that the United States proposed or that it proposed through other countries, usually Guatemala or Peru, though at times it also used others. The use of proxies is a common U.S. tactic. Some countries fought for specific economic measures, supposing that this was not a political conference, in other words, they did not take part in the political debates of the conference. These countries included Argentina and, to some extent, Mexico. Other countries clearly recognized the importance of the need for Latin American unity, saw the danger of Cuba's isolation, and understood the basis of this alliance for progress. Their champion was Brazil, whose decisive action kept the conference from adopting other kinds of resolutions that could have been detrimental to the Cuban delegation. The specific instructions of President Quadruche meant that, at all times, the United States had to restrain itself concerning Cuba, in order to avoid Brazil's voting against them. Naturally, all of these are suppositions, because the discussions on the important issues at the conference did not take place publicly, but were held between delegations, and the Cuban delegation never took part in them. We found out later through friends, journalists, or members of an enemy country's delegation who were personal friends and passed on the information. In other words, we found ourselves in the midst of a Cold War, and methods appropriate to a war were employed. In addition, some countries, mainly Bolivia and Ecuador, took outstanding positions in the defense of democratic principles and the people's self-determination. They joined Cuba many times and showed the real importance that their governments gave to the conference. Because of them, Cuba never felt alone. Bolivia's attitude was especially admirable and courageous in the conference, so much so that the members of cliques called its delegates the Cubans' first cousins, a nickname that was very dangerous for a country in Bolivia's particular situation. The Bolivians' position on many points in the discussion was very outspoken. The 10 or 12 days of discussions were very intense. We had to be constantly on guard in one commission or another. There were 4 commissions in total, and we had to fight against the attempts that were made to inject poison in the declarations, articles, and foundations of declarations in order to place Cuba in a difficult position. In the General Assembly, the Cuban delegation acted with great firmness. All of my compañeros did a tremendous job. We can say that the Cuban delegation was a model of discipline and that none of its members did anything in Punta del Este but work in the commissions in circumstances in which, as always happens in this kind of conference, some of the representatives of other countries hardly ever showed up but rather spent their time in the casinos and other such places of amusement, which were plentiful. Naturally, with all the responsibilities it bears right now, Cuba could not allow itself to engage in that kind of thing, and its continuous work in all the commissions gradually modified even the approach of some countries that are out-and-out enemies of ours. Cuba raised its voice, expressing its opinion, in all the commissions. Cuba's opinions were defeated in the votes, but many delegates who voted against them did so unwillingly. When a foreign delegate greeted us publicly, it was a significant expression of independence and daring, because they then became the focus of all the other delegates' gaze, the cameras of the many representatives of the international press and the attention of the intelligence services, especially those of the United States. Even so, there were many surprises. Many people approached us individually, saying that, in general, a new stage in the Americas had been initiated at Punta del Este. This new stage was created by the people's, or, rather, the government's sense of independence. Most of the peoples were not represented at Punta del Este, only the Cuban people and a few others. In general, the governments represented the oligarchies of each country, each one faced with serious problems, which made them realize it would be difficult to survive in the coming years. It is not a long-term problem anymore, it is a problem of how to get through the coming months or the coming year, how to manage to hang on until the end of your term in office, how to manage to stay in power without causing upsets, without having to confront serious problems. They had seen how Cuba's stance, 2.5 years after we had liberated ourselves, had increasingly become a head-on confrontation with the United States, but they also saw that no catastrophe had occurred and that Cuba's development was very accelerated, which did not interest most of the countries very much, but they were interested in the fact that there were great possibilities for surviving, even against the will of the United States. This interested them because they used Cuba as a kind of blackmail. Sitting near us was a delegate of one of the dictatorial countries that has broken off relations with us personally. He is a very nice man, and he admitted cynically that he was in the beneficial shadow of Che, trying to see what I can get. Naturally, the shadow of Che was not the shadow of Che at all, it was the shadow of the Cuban Revolution, which, with its steadfast attitude and complete denunciation all the North Americans' plans, enabled other countries to reap small benefits, and many of them did try to get something. For the first time in a Latin American conference, divergent voices were raised, which forced the United States to change its strategy, a strategy it had been preparing for some time, with trips by the foreign ministers of other countries, statements by top-ranking U.S. authorities aimed at creating a climate for holding a foreign ministers' conference to first call on Cuba to rejoin the Latin American countries, and abandon its nefarious alliance, and then to denounce and isolate it. The Punta del Este conference was a kind of advance payment made to the governments for their complicity in this. Even so, our attitude of resolute denunciation, as well as the support of Brazil, a country of enormous importance, and several other Latin American countries, categorically opposing the linking of this conference with any other one, seemed to have put paid to U.S. plans right now. I say seem to have because there is no way of knowing for sure what will happen. The United States is a very powerful country, it has a lot of levers for manipulating the oligarchies of the countries it controls, and it will keep on working in that regard. Nevertheless, we think that it will be very difficult for it to call a foreign ministers' conference right now. It is hardly necessary to say that, if it does call such a conference and if it denounces us, it will not be anything more than a formal denunciation that the people will not support and that will be totally against themselves, and it will bring the countries that participate in it nothing but trouble. In any case, it will be very difficult to hold such a conference. Some of the very large countries, such as Brazil, have assured us that they will not participate in it. The president of Argentina adopted a similar stand yesterday, and Mexico's position on this is well known, so the most important Latin American countries are absolutely opposed to bringing any kind of political pressure to bear against Cuba. The final result of the conference was a voluminous legacy setting forth the Latin American people's aspirations for the coming 10 years, in the decade of accelerated, fruitful, democratic progress. It has a preamble, called the Declaration to the Peoples of the Americas, which tries to sum up the proceedings. It is a verbose summary, full of adjectives and no figures, but says nothing and makes nothing obligatory. From the political point of view, the conference may be considered a resounding failure for U.S. aspirations to denounce Cuba. From the viewpoint of its special economic policy, I doubt that it was such a great failure, because the United States has made the peoples, in other words, the governments, and, through the Latin American governments, the peoples believe that it is really willing to help them, when this is not the case at all. Even if it were willing to help, it cannot do so, and, even if it could, it would have to help the ruling circles allied to the monopoly interests in each country, not the ruling circles alone, so the investments would turn into new business for the monopolies or for the oligarchies themselves that want to deposit their money in the United States. In other words, the will would come full circle just as it used to do in Cuba, before liberation, when local groups joined forces with U.S. interests, had common businesses favored by the government, made money, turned their money into dollars and deposited those dollars in the United States. Naturally, that system in no way benefited the peoples. But the main statement, the main part of that long document called the Punta del Este Accord, is really the part in which the United States sets the amounts it would give to Latin America. The paragraph where those amounts are set forth does not commit the United States, because it is drawn up so vaguely that, really, the United States can refer to this document to show that it has no basic obligations. The United States declares that, if the peoples of Latin America adjust their economic policies, the United States and other Western powers, such as West Germany and Japan, might consider investing no less than $20 billion over the course of the next decade. In other words, it is filled with dubious phrases and, unquestionably, the United States does not pledge to do anything more than take some steps, look on with sympathy, and consider the possibilities. The only effective obligation of the United States is to give $1 billion during this first year, but $1 billion in such a way that $500 million has already been appropriated. That was the first $500 million that Congress had authorized. As for the other $500 million, we will have to see. Moreover, there was a requirement that complete projects would have to be submitted within 60 days of the signing of the Punta del Este Accord. It is impossible to present a project, or even a draft, in 60 days, so the only thing it will finance will be what has already been done, what has already been discussed. Some projects will be carried out in the northeastern part of Brazil with financing that has already been granted by the U.S. government. Presumably, there will be something in Argentina, too. There has been talk of building a hydroelectric power station in the Chacan region and irrigating the land. But the small countries will not be able to implement any kind of project, and they will see very little if any of those first $1 billion. About that first $1 billion, $500 million is apparently real, and the other $500 million is more a subject for discussion than anything else. As for the other $19 billion, that constitutes the nub of the confidence trick. Therefore, in spite of everything, I feel the United States is still to impose a scheme of this kind, in spite of the new influences that have arisen, the new pressures from the peoples. In reality, it is scandalous how the peoples are being swindled. The U.S. Senate and House of Representatives have the power to grant or withhold those loans. Therefore, Representative Dillon, the Treasury Secretary, simply came and made statements on his own behalf that now have to be ratified by Congress. And, as far as I can see, only cut-down versions of these commitments will be ratified, if any at all. So it is possible that none of the paltry offerings in the declaration, considered to be cause for such great hope for the peoples, will materialize. Even so, Cuba presented 29 projects, and the spirit of those projects, none of which were approved in full, is reflected in some of the document's resolutions. Even the United States signed the document, but it lodged 2 formal reservations on Chapter 3, which concerns raw materials and is a fundamental issue. Point 1 in that chapter was about development planning, which later became development programming. The name was changed. Point 2 concerned the integration of a Latin American common market. Point 3 was about raw materials and problems related to their prices and markets. Point 4 was the annual report to be prepared, with participation by economic ministers, in a different country in the Americas each year. Point 5, about making the Alliance for Progress better known, was practically eliminated. In its present form, Point 5 is of no interest, Point 4 is merely administrative, about the annual report, so the discussion centered around the other 3 points. Not much importance was given to Latin American economic integration, and the United States waged its battles in Commissions 1 and 3. Commission 3, where Compañero Raúl León Torres, Cuban Undersecretary of Trade, dedicated a great deal of time and effort, was where the Latin American governments attained the best positions and where the United States lodged 2 formal reservations. The United States practically dominated the situation on point 1 and established a general program that did not really have any important content for the peoples. The conference was important because it has reduced the possibility that a foreign ministers' conference will be held in the near future, and eliminated the possibility of isolating Cuba. It is now possible for Cuba's voice to be heard all over Latin America, in spite of enormous difficulties such as the frequent distortions of Cuba's comments by the Uruguayan newspapers as well as the newspapers of other countries. Nevertheless, it was still possible to tell the people the truth. The conference was also important because a new language was spoken there, not just that of Cuba, which spoke forthrightly, in the language of open rebelliousness, but also the language of those countries that are not willing to be dumb beasts serving the United States and that argue to obtain better treatment for the products made from their raw materials. More than anything, it was important because of the new stance of the Brazilian government, or, rather, the position taken by the new Brazilian government, because the position is not new. Ever since President Quadros took office, he has spoken out in no uncertain terms in favor of the coexistence of all peoples on earth, relations with all peoples and a policy of peace. I place considerable importance on the resolution that was adopted by a majority vote, which explicitly establishes the right of countries with different social systems to coexist in Latin America. It states, just a second, so I can read the exact words. It says, "The active participation of the private sector is of basic importance to the desired process of economic development and integration, and, except in those countries where the free enterprise system does not exist, the programming of development by the appropriate national public bodies, far from hindering that participation, may facilitate and channel it, opening up new social benefits." The original version did not contain the words "except in those countries where the free enterprise system does not exist," which were proposed by Cuba. This was because in speaking of the active participation of the private sector, it was a contradiction in the case of Cuba, as the exploitation of human beings by others and the philosophy of free enterprise have been condemned here. The countries in the Second Commission approved it by a simple majority which was possible of 9 votes, after which it went to the plenary, where it was again approved, though with some variations. The original text was somewhat different. It was approved there by 11 votes, in other words, by the absolute majority, because there were 21 participating countries, and an absolute majority, 11, was required over the negative vote of the United States. Thus, the fact that countries that do not have a free enterprise regime can belong to the Inter-American system was inserted into the final documents of the Punta del Este Accord, or, rather, of the Latin American Conference. We proclaimed this as one of the achievements of the conference, and it provoked a violent, angry, inopportune reaction by U.S. Treasury Secretary Dillon, who announced that he did not recognize Cuba and did not recognize peaceful coexistence. In short, that he was going to chew us up into little pieces that day or the next. Those are the positive aspects of the conference, things that are unquestionably very important. The negative aspects are, as I have already told you, the fact that, once more, the United States spread the false idea that it is spending money to help the peoples. No such thing. First of all, it is not spending money, and, next, if it should spend any, it will not be to help the peoples. If it spends anything, it would be to help its own monopolies, which will return the money, sending it back to the United States. So, as they say, dust to dust, and the dollars, at least the ones in Latin America, will keep going back to the United States. So, if those dollars are spent, which is a very big if, as it is much more probable that Congress will not even appropriate them, they will be for the monopolies in general, which, after using the money and making new profits, will send it back to the United States. That is a negative thing, and so is the poverty of the aspirations contained in this document. In the field of education, Cuba has achieved practically everything that is proposed for the next 10 years, and it will achieve some of the things that it has not yet achieved and surpass those goals within 5 years. We think that the per capita net rate of development of 2.5% is very low. We aspire to a rate of at least 10%. We had done some calculations which Mr. Dillon did not like, either, and they showed that, if all the countries of Latin America had a growth rate of 2.5% and, based on it, tried to reach the standard of living the United States has now, it would take us 100 years to do so. And, if we tried to reach the standard of living the United States would have by then, because it would be growing, too, even though slowly, it would take us 500 years to do so. So, the tremendous alliance for progress means that only several generations later will our descendants be able to consider themselves to be on a par with the United States. What our peoples want is a growth rate that will free them from poverty now, not think about how to go about it and keep getting put off, which is the plan of the United States. The health plan is very limited, too, and it even makes some specifications we consider negative. It says that 70% of the houses will have water within 10 years. In other words, it is explicitly condemning 30% of the houses in Latin America's urban areas not to have running water or sewerage services, etc. In the countryside, 50% of the houses will not have these services. The plan for housing construction was not approved. The only country that presented a draft in this regard was Cuba, supported by Brazil. The United States objected to it, however, and, in the end, the Cuban motion was rejected. Thus, the Alliance for Progress contains no specific plan for providing houses for the people. We had done some calculations which showed that it would cost around 2 billion pesos a year just to meet the housing deficit that will be created in the coming years. So the Alliance for Progress funds would be completely used just to fulfill the housing need. The conference's housing plan began with a very wordy invocation. It spoke of a decade of vigorous democratic growth and of the achievements that the peoples would attain within the system of representative democracy. It said that Latin America had been and was an example of freedom for all the peoples, and so on. And then it said that 70% of the houses in the urban areas and 50% of the ones in the countryside would have water, and that we would equal the development of the United States in around 500 years, or attain its present development in 100 years. It said all this, but, naturally, in such a way that those who do not understand a few of these things which is normal among the people would not see it. Moreover, the only document that was presented apart from Cuba's was one that does not contain any figures. Thus, everything was reduced to formulations such as to promote, within the specific characteristics of each country, programs of integral agrarian reform aimed at the effective transformation, where this is required, of the structures to a fair system of land ownership and exploitation, with a view to replacing the system of large and small land holdings with a fair system of ownership. This is nothing more than an empty exhortation, because within the specific characteristics of each country and where this is required means that nobody will carry out an agrarian reform. It says that the countries should develop programs of health and hygiene, with a view to preventing disease, fighting against epidemics and, in short, defending the human potential. This means nothing concrete. If anything, what this reference to human potential means is that the workforce needed by the monopolies, in order to have people work for them, has to be defended. It continues. To ensure that the workers receive fair remuneration and adequate working conditions, to establish efficient systems of worker-employer relations and procedures of consultation and cooperation between the authorities of the employers' associations and the workers' organizations, to promote socio-economic development, to put an end to illiteracy. This is the only concrete thing. Extend, in the shortest possible time, the benefits of elementary or primary education to all Latin Americans, and vastly expand the opportunities of secondary, technical, and higher education. In other words, it is a very broad plan, with a lot of very pretty words, but it does not force anybody to do anything and does not explain anything. This is what the Latin American peoples will realize is the result of 2 weeks' deliberations at Punta del Este. There is only one phrase in this last document that may commit the United States. It continues as follows. The United States, for its part, pledges to offer its financial and technical cooperation to achieve the goals of the Alliance for Progress. For that purpose, it will provide most of the financing of at least $20 billion, mainly in public funds, that Latin America needs from all external sources during the next decade to complement its own efforts. In other words, it pledges to provide most of the financing, at least $20 billion, but Congress probably will not appropriate the money, or, if it does agree to the loans, they will never arrive. And then it says, in the 12 months from March 13, 1961, date of the first declaration of the Alliance for Progress, the United States will provide over $1 billion in public funds to contribute immediately to Latin America's economic and social progress. The United States intends that the loans for development will be long-term, and, when appropriate, they will be extended for up to 50 years, at a generally low rate of interest or without interest, as the case may be. So the vagueness continues. This is the net result, my view of the pros and cons of the CIES conference. The balance sheet was positive for Cuba, but negative in the economic sphere because the United States once again pulled the wool over the people's eyes and, with the help of the corrupt press of all the countries, has made the people in some places believe that this alliance offers some hope. In general, in private talks, the delegates expressed the opinion that this was just one more meeting like so many others, and many of them were very philosophical about it. As I said, they went to play roulette at the casino and go to parties. Sometimes the chairs were empty, because all the members of a delegation had left and had no interest in the outcomes, because they knew that the results were more or less predetermined and that the small countries with puppet governments could do nothing to change those results. So they adopted a more practical approach and sometimes did not even attend. I think that I've talked enough, and the journalists should have a chance. Moderator, Compañero Honorario Muñoz, would you like to ask the first question? Journalist, yes. Commander Guevara, even though the Cuban delegation's viewpoints and achievements at the Punta del Este conference were publicized in Cuba and you have just given us a clear and exhaustive critical appraisal of the conference, I believe that some points of Cuba's position, of its political focus, should be further clarified. For example, in the conference you said, the Alliance for Progress is conceived within the imperialist framework, in order to save it. Why do you think this? Che Guevara, this is an important point. Naturally, the United States has changed its system but only formally, because the imperialist system cannot really change. What has changed is its system of relations with the Latin American countries. It has become aware of one fundamental thing, which is that the colonial system, even when it is the economic colonialism from which the Latin American peoples suffer, is in such a process of disintegration that it cannot last. The vestiges of feudalism have to disintegrate quickly. The United States has drawn up a plan for ending the feudal relations of production above all, in the countryside, where most of the Latin American countries have fundamental problems and for carrying out a kind of agrarian reform. As it says, it will put an end to large and small land holdings. In other words, it will support the creation of medium-sized, mechanized land holdings, using agricultural workers instead of small peasants. This will promote greater productivity, which will make it possible to dump large quantities of products on the market, wipe out the parasitical feudal class and create a new class. No, probably not a new class, but a particular kind of bourgeoisie, linked to imports in each Latin American country, which will establish relations with the U.S. monopolies and create mixed companies. Those mixed companies will function under the system established in each country, except for their profits, which will be under the free exchange system and can be exported to the United States. Thus, everything that is volatile, such as the direct intervention of foreign capital in a country's economy, will be hidden. As happened here in Cuba, they will be called the Cuban Electric Company, the Colombian Telephone Company, the Peruvian Iron Company, etc., and they will have an administrator in the host country, the country where the raw material is, but the capital and financial control will be in U.S. hands. So, as I have already said, the United States will develop the country's production, do away with feudalism, create this new class and then initiate a stage of capitalist development in all of those countries' development that will, however, be distorted because the capital invested will not be independent. It will be the capital of the national bourgeoisie which has some conflict of interest with the monopolies, but is, nevertheless, tied to monopoly capital. It will therefore continue to contribute to the country's colonization, alleviate a little pressure and, naturally, provide a modest boost, along with the short-term investment measures in the economies of the most backward countries, where the danger of a social explosion is most evident. This is happening, for example, and this is no secret, in Haiti, the Dominican Republic, nearly all the Central American and the Andean countries, where there is still large-scale feudalism. Estates are still sold in Peru with all their workers. In other words, the workers are considered to be a part of the estate's value. Thus, a lot of work can still be done within the capitalist system to put an end to the most backward relations of production and still keep them within the imperialist system. Moreover, all the manual labor that still exists in those countries can be eliminated. This is not a new experience. It was first employed by Britain, in its colonization of India, many years ago, when the introduction of English capital wiped out the feudal relations of production in many regions, eliminated the feudal relations of production so that India would become a great exporter of raw materials to Britain. The United States is trying to perfect the English system and turn Latin America into an efficient producer of raw materials for the United States, doing away with the points of greatest conflict in the relations of production, such as in nearly all of the countries the relations between the small peasants and the feudal lords. I do not know if I've explained this clearly. Moderator, Compañero Ithiel Leon. Journalist, Commander Guevara, I would like you to expand a little on the previous question, because it has been said that, all things considered, the Alliance for Progress will bring about greater unemployment, a drop in wages and inflation in the countries in which it operates. Che Guevara, well, it is not exactly the Alliance for Progress but the process that will bring about that outcome. I described this as the process that Latin America would follow and that it will follow in any case, with or without the Alliance for Progress. To be precise, I said that the Alliance for Progress was not going to result in any significant amount of capital for Latin America and that, even if it were to do so, the capital would be provided with conditions set by imperialism, and the investments would be channeled toward those places where monopoly capital wanted it to go. In other words, to all the extracting companies in Latin America that are going to produce minerals, strategic raw materials for the United States, the producers of raw materials are also going to produce other raw materials, for example, agricultural ones, that are important for the United States. If investments are made under the Alliance for Progress, all they will do is bring about a minor upsurge in business, and that upsurge will only mean greater profits for those companies, which will re-export them to the United States, and then we will be back at square one, right? But the process continues. The increase in production when there is no real increase in markets. The capitalist market is not in a stage of expansion right now, means that there is more pressure weighing on trade and the producers are forced to increase productivity in order to lower the cost of the product. An increase in productivity in the capitalist system automatically means unemployment. Unemployment, when there are no alternative jobs, means a lowering of real wages. Moreover, as in the struggles that ensue when several countries produce the same raw material, there is an effective decrease in the amount of money received, which also means a shortage of imports, and the shortage of imports results in higher prices and increase in the cost of living. Altogether, the increase in the cost of living, unemployment, and the lowering of real wages caused by the number of people who are unemployed creates hunger and a chain of bankruptcies and losses because of the decrease in the market, all those people who have stopped consuming. And, naturally, This brings about a drop in the amount of taxes collected, an imbalance between the amount of taxes the governments receive and their liabilities, which gives rise to inflation and leads to the total deterioration of the economy. At that moment, I said, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to which all Latin American countries belong, would intervene to take monetary or anti-infringement monetary measures. Those measures would mean a further curtailment of credit in order to try to reduce inflation by cutting back on the amount of money in circulation instead of reducing inflation by increasing production. In order to increase production, it would be necessary to do away with the existing relations of production, to do away with the present relations of agricultural production and have the people take over the factories, in short, carry out a real social revolution. Since it is impossible that the IMF will decide on or advise this, the situation will deteriorate, and I pointed out that countries would have only two choices or, rather, would have to choose between two alternatives. They can diversify their foreign trade, adopting a new policy of selling to the rest of the world, which was the basis of our own development, in contrast with trading mainly with the United States. This will bring about a series of contradictions that are already known. The monopolies will become aggressive, the country will have to take new measures, it will become necessary to depend more and more on the people, and, as is only logical, the people, too, will demand more. The position held by the bourgeoisie will challenged, and this may lead to a social revolution or, in any case, to a situation in which the national bourgeoisie is in constant conflict with monopoly capital. The other alternative is to confront the people's discontent, to follow the directives of the IMF and other such agencies, to control the people's exasperation with drastic measures and to initiate a stage of very serious civil strife. An administration facing this situation will be voted out of office, the new administration that replaces it will renew the struggle to diversify trade, and the struggle with the people will begin again. This was explained succinctly and well in the script of one of Sartre's movies some years ago, called L'Engrenage. This process of administrations being voted in and out is always permeated with fear of making the definitive decision, which is that of taking over the means of production and handing them over to the people, as was done in Cuba, which has enabled us to take a big step towards socialist revolution. That was what I said in my final address to the Punta del Este conference. Moderator, Compañero Gregorio Ortega. Journalist, after the Punta del Este conference, Commander Guevara, you went to Brazil. What can you tell us about your meeting with Jânio Quadros? Che Guevara, it was a very short meeting. President Quadros paid me several honors. The first was that of waiting to chat with me for a few moments, because he had already promised to inaugurate an iron and steel plant in one of the states in Brazil, so it could not be a very long talk. Quadros has already talked about the results of that conversation, in which he simply reaffirmed Brazil's position of resolute support for Cuba, of support for the people's self-determination. We talked a little about the economic mission that is in Cuba right now and about the Brazilian government's decision to come to a rapid agreement on initiating new aspects of trade with us. And, in a demonstration of affection for our government, not for me personally, but for the Cuban government, the highest Brazilian decoration was bestowed on me. This sums up my talk with President Quadros. Moderator, Compañero Honorario Muñoz. Journalist, without departing from the Punta del Este conference, what can you tell us about one of the peripheral episodes that is least known here and which UPI reported on, if not today, then recently? UPI says, and other journalists South Americans, I think also state that, on one occasion, you met with a Mr. Goodwin, who, I think, is a personal delegate of Mr. Kennedy. What can you tell us about this? Did that meeting take place, or not? And, in general, what can you tell us about it? Che Guevara, it is true that I met with Mr. Goodwin, but he was not really Kennedy's envoy. He is one of Kennedy's advisors and he was at the Punta del Este conference. Some Brazilian friends invited me to a small, intimate get-together, and Mr. Goodwin was there. As some of the agencies reported, we talked, chatting on personal subjects. We were both the guests of a third person, a Brazilian official, and we talked as private individuals, not as representatives of our governments. I was not authorized to have any kind of a talk with a US official, and he was not authorized to have one with me. So with my limited English, which, as you have seen, is quite poor, and Mr. Goodwin's Spanish, which is non-existent, we exchanged a few words with the help of a Brazilian official, who served as translator. At one point, Mr. Goodwin said that he neither represented nor was authorized to speak in the name of his government, but that he would convey some observations that Cuba made to his government. I limited myself to setting forth Cuba's publicly established position, that we are willing to talk, that we do not seek a quarrel of any kind but will take all the way to the end any quarrel that is forced on us, that we want to be part of the Latin American system, that we are united culturally with the rest of Latin America and want to remain so, and that we insist on our right to be treated like any other country in Latin America or in the Organization of American States, only with a different social and economic organization, and that our absolute right to have whatever friends we want, anywhere in the world, be respected. In short, it was a brief, courteous, cool exchange, as might be expected of two functionaries of countries that are officially enemies, right? It was not seen as important until some journalist or functionary, perhaps of the Argentine embassy or government, or a Brazilian journalist, I do not really know who publicized it. That was all. Moderator, Compañero Ithiel Leon. Journalist, Commander, I have heard that the delegation representing Trujillo's son's regime in the Dominican Republic also signed the Alliance for Progress Accord. Do you know what that country's situation is within the so-called inter-American system? Che Guevara, well, you know, it was not possible to speak about politics in the CIES conference. We did not have any relations with the Balaguer administration, and the situation in Santo Domingo is very special. The delegates from the Dominican Republic did not say anything in the conference. They abstained from all discussion, though they always voted naturally, the way the United States did. Sometimes their chief delegate was not there, I do not know where he was, but he was absent many times. The government's attitude there was very correct, because it was totally alienated from the conference. There was never any talk of excluding the Dominican Republic from the Alliance for Progress. Naturally, there was no talk of excluding anybody. For example, we asked several times if Cuba would be included in the Alliance for Progress, if Cuba would be entitled to Alliance for Progress funds, and Mr. Dillon did not reply. Naturally, the chairperson of the assembly did not know, he had no reason for knowing. He was the delegate of another country who had been elected there, and he asked Mr. Dillon, but Mr. Dillon did not answer him, either. So, the question remained, like in a mystery story, up to the last day, when Dillon made a final brusque remark, saying that Cuba would not get anything from the Alliance for Progress. He then held a press conference in which he spoke about Cuba, naturally, but the journalists also asked him about Stroessner's regime in Paraguay and about the Dominican Republic. He gave an evasive reply, but let it be known that the Dominican Republic would be included in the Alliance for Progress and would be one of the countries to benefit. More or less tacitly, it is assumed that Trujillo's death has already lessened the guilt of the other members of the ruling team, and that it can already be called democratic, because the father died, and all the others are very, very minor figures, and their punishments will be very, very short. So that situation remained hovering in the air, even though not a word was spoken there about the Dominican regime. Moderator, Compañero Gregorio Ortega. Journalist, how did the Uruguayan people express their solidarity with our revolution, Commander? Che Guevara, the Uruguayan people expressed their solidarity in practically every possible way. Their enthusiasm was really moving, and it caused a kind of upset in protocol and practice for us. The Cuban delegates were the only ones that the people, the few workers, because it was a typical beach resort, waited for to applaud and greet. It is important to note this. Punta del Este is a beach resort around 170 kilometers from Montevideo, the capital, and it has a harsh climate in the winter, the season it was when we were in the southern hemisphere, so there was nobody around, no workers, no other people. Therefore, except for a few isolated instances, it was impossible to experience the Uruguayan people's solidarity at Punta del Este. But, when we arrived in Montevideo, it was tremendous. I had to give a talk on Cuban economic development in the assembly hall of the university, which was a rather small place. It was jam-packed. It had been attacked by groups of students financed by the United States, of course, and, at midday, the university official had to open the doors pistol in hand. Then those students threw stink bombs all over the assembly hall. I gave my talk in an atmosphere of chlorophyll room fresheners, but the people there were very enthusiastic, so much so that I had to ask them many times to restrain themselves, because I had promised the government that I would do everything possible to avoid incidents. The people were also wonderfully disciplined and had a great spirit of cooperation, in addition to tremendous enthusiasm, which really made me feel I was in Cuba. But when I left, and how this happened is not clear, it seems that somebody fired on some of the cars or simply shot over the people's heads to provoke a reaction. So the meeting, which had been filled with great enthusiasm and had been held in a perfectly normal way, was clouded by the death of a Professor Arbelio Ramirez of the Institute, who had come to hear me. He was shot in the neck and died a few minutes later. The people reacted to that violently, falling on the presumed attackers. The police intervened, and there was a kind of showdown between the police and the demonstrators. I found out later that there were more incidents the next day, at the professor's funeral. In addition, the government council met and timidly denounced the episode, saying that it was not diplomatic, something to that effect, for a guest at the CIES conference to take part in a political meeting. Naturally, I had not taken part in a political meeting because they had said it was to be a technical meeting, and a talk about economic development has to be technical. Of course, when it is Cuba's economic development that is being discussed, and when the conditions for economic development are such that the people assume the political direction of the government, take over the factories, carry out an agrarian reform and, in passing, do away with the oppressor's army, as well, then, naturally, the basic theses of economic development turn into political theses. But we have always said that you cannot separate political and economic issues. In addition, I had taken all the necessary precautions. I had spoken with the Uruguayan president and the Minister of the Interior and said that I wanted to attend the talk but left it to the government to make the decision, and they expressly authorized my participation. On the afternoon before the conference, one of the members of the government council, who had been president of the university the preceding year, made a radio address to the army asking it to take charge of the situation to prevent subversion and a coup d'état. When we left, the situation was very tense. After all those events, the Uruguayan people went to the hotel where I was staying to express their affection in 1,000 ways. There were so many representatives of groups that the owner of the hotel decided that delegations could not go upstairs, so there were some incidents. I could not speak with all of the delegations that came to see me, which would have been nearly impossible anyway, because there were so many of them. The people's enthusiasm was very great at all times. Moderator, Compañero Honorario Muñoz. Journalist, Che Guevara. At Punta del Este, you challenged imperialism to an emulation contest between its plan, called the Alliance for Progress, and what our country has achieved. Our country, which is carrying out a socialist revolution, has the support of the socialist world, good relations with many countries that are not socialist, and the friendship of the peoples of the world. On what do you base your confidence that we will win that competition? Che Guevara. On economics. That was a meeting in which they wanted to show everybody the possibilities of representative democratic development, etc., and they were talking about a rate of development of 2.5%. That figure alone destroyed the challenge, because we had a tremendous advantage. For us, in Cuba's present conditions, 10% is a slow rate of development, 2.5%, in Latin America's conditions, is considered an optimal or close to optimal rate of development. So our minimum was 4 times as great as their optimum. In terms of economic development, This is an immense difference. Moreover, I was led to issue that challenge because of my certainty that planned development is the only way of effectively guaranteeing that every economic policy that is followed will be applied fully, and that correct policies of economic planning can only be developed, and development with high growth rates can only be achieved, when the people have control over the means of production. As I have said, it is very easy to see what the final result or the results at any moment in 10 years or right now will be. It is enough to examine the goals that were proposed in education. We have already reached them. For example, one of the paragraphs says that the following be adopted as goals of the Alliance for Progress in the field of education, to be reached in the next 10 years. A. At least 6 years of free, obligatory primary education for all children of school age. We set ourselves a goal of 9 years. In the first program, they had proposed 4 years. We proposed 9 years, because this year we're beginning a system of 9 years of free, obligatory education for the Cuban people. B. The carrying out of systematic campaigns of adult education, promoting community development, job training, cultural development, and the eradication of illiteracy. This is vague and speaks of the eradication of illiteracy, which we have already achieved to a very large extent this year and will fully accomplish next year, when we wipe out the last few pockets of illiteracy. And this is a 10-year plan of the Alliance for Progress. We are already advancing rapidly in providing job training and cultural development. C. The reform and extension of high school education, so that a much higher proportion of the new generation will have an opportunity to continue their general education. We have proposed to extend high school education to all young people of school age and to reform education so much that we completely nationalize it and place all the country's means of education at the service of the people. D. The preparation of studies to determine what skilled labor is required for the development of industry, agrarian reform, and agriculture, plans for social development and public administration at all levels, and the establishment of crash programs for training and follow-up programs for those personnel. We have already done all this, so it is easy for us to see that, since they need 10 years to do what we have already done, Cuba is bound to win this contest. And then it talks about the reform, extension, and improvement of higher education, so that a much higher proportion of young people have access to it. In other words, there is a great lack of precision in the Alliance for Progress mandate, while we are already giving scholarships and are increasing the number of university students, quite substantially in the most important disciplines. Some other proposals even include some Cuban proposals, for example. G. The intensification of exchanges among students, teachers, professors, researchers, and other specialists, in order to stimulate mutual understanding and make the best possible use of the means of information and research. This is based on a Cuban proposal, which was changed. Of course, our version was better documented and more precise than this one, but at least it is here. Another says, the establishment of a system of scholarships and other forms of social and economic assistance for students in order to reduce the number of dropouts, especially in rural areas, and to ensure effective equal opportunity to education at all levels. This, too, is based on a Cuban proposal for establishing full scholarships here. The delegates took out the word complete, or full, which Cuba is also doing to a large extent. The public health program and the housing program, which does not even exist, clearly show that the Alliance for Progress cannot compete at all with Cuba's development, not in the economic sphere, and much less in the social sphere, where Cuba's progress is even greater. Moderator, Compañero Ithiel Leon. Journalist, during your trip, Commander, in addition to meeting with President Janio Quadruche, you also met with another head of state, President Arturo Frondizi of Argentina. What can you tell us about this other meeting? Che Guevara, as you know, my meeting with Frondizi was held in rather abnormal conditions. In cases of personal meetings, I let the head of state or host officials of the nation that has received our officials issue their account of the meeting. The meeting with President Frondizi was held behind closed doors, and I believe that President Frondizi is the one who is authorized, in this case, to make a statement and say what we talked about. He has already done so. He issued statements today referring in a laudatory, positive way to Cuba and especially to the people's self-determination, which is vital to us, because we do not expect the other Latin American peoples to defend our social system, but we do want them to defend our right to have the social system we choose, which is what President Frondizi has done. In addition, I had another meeting, with another head of state, President Hedo. It was very cordial and took place in Uruguay. There is not any secret about it. President Hedo loves jokes, and we were in a jovial mood, swapping jokes and drinking mate, which is an old habit I haven't lost and which I rediscovered in Uruguay. It was really a very pleasant meeting, held just after the president met with Mr. Dillon, so the priority was the United States first and Cuba second. Moderator, Compañero Gregorio Ortega. Journalist, with our questions, Commander, we have asked you to expand on the summary you gave of the Punta del Este conference. We do not know if we have left anything out. Would you like to make a statement summing up the results of the Punta del Este conference for Latin America and for the Cuban people, of course? Che Guevara, I think that, what with my summary and your questions, everything important has already been said, though some explanation of the final vote, the voting in the commission, may be lacking. I do not remember what its name was, but it was the main commission of the conference, to which the papers of the 4 working commissions were brought. They were divided into chapters. When we abstained from voting on the first declaration, which was called the Declaration to the Peoples of the Americas, we did not vote against it, we abstained, and I have already read you some paragraphs of that declaration. We explained why we were abstaining. Then we also abstained on the Punta del Este Accord, and then also on the attached resolutions, which were about socio-economic development, economic integration. We voted for the section on economic integration, basic export products, on which we abstained, the annual assessment of socio-economic progress, which we voted for, and public opinion and the Alliance for Progress, which we voted against. This last is the title to which the original U.S. paper was reduced. Though whittled down, it was still encumbered with a range of matters that were useless for an economic conference and bearing a considerable load of poison for the peoples of Latin America, in the form of subsidies and the regimentation of culture. At first, there was a reference to a common market of culture, as if it were a great conquest of Latin America. That phrase was used to describe point 5. The refutations were so harsh, and not only ours, but several other countries, as well, that this phrase was left out. The only thing we voted for was the annual assessment of socio-economic progress, because Cuba can check its progress in that assessment every year, and the results of the challenge can be seen. So we will be there every year, showing what we have done and reminding the others that the document was signed and that a pledge was made to the peoples. That was the only thing we voted for. We abstained on all the others except the point on public opinion and the Alliance for Progress, which we voted against. I think that the main results of the conference are clear: what the United States proposed, what it got and what it did not get, and what it did not get is much more important than what it got. Then there was what Cuba proposed. I think it got nearly everything, and the phenomenon of the rise of other Latin American countries to an important plane in the political balance of forces of the Americas. This is particularly true of Brazil, whose decisions, perhaps for the first time in many years, or even for the first time in the history of Pan-Americanism, now have to be taken into consideration in Washington and on Wall Street and cannot be ignored. So those are the final results of this episode in the struggle between the Latin American peoples and imperialism, the ministerial CIES conference at Punta del Este. It is a struggle that has not been decided in favor of anybody, but this episode may well have been a battle that Cuba, or, rather, the progressive forces in Latin America, won. It should be repeated in the struggles of Latin American countries at the ministerial level, in their struggles against imperialist aggression, against economic aggression, and to guide the Latin American peoples. It should also be repeated in the daily reaffirmation of our aspirations to have the rest of Latin America share our future, with a fairer social system. All this is to say that time will tell what the real results of the conference have been. It was a battle that may be just the first in a series of battles that imperialism will lose, or it may not be so important. It was held only a short time ago, and too short a time especially for those of us who participated, and who, therefore, have a rather distorted view of its problems to be able to make an objective assessment. But, yes, I believe the final results have been positive. Letter, 1961. Letter to Mr. Robert Starkey. Havana. June 12, 1961. Year of Education. Mr. Robert Starkey. Rocamora Brothers, Ltd. 35 Wing Old. Toronto 19, Ontario, Canada. Dear Sir. This is in response to your letter of May 19, which I received a few days ago. Two aspects of your offer are of interest to us. You offer to install factories for producing insecticides, for veterinary use, for use in agriculture, especially for fruit, fungicides, and fumigators for land and for stored products. We are interested in installing all of those factories in Cuba, but, in our country, the exploitation of human beings by others has been ended and there are no possibilities for establishing new privately owned factories, so we cannot accept the establishment of factories that are dependent on a foreign company. If you are interested in selling us machinery with a long-term contract for supplying the raw materials that we cannot obtain here and with a payment formula that is acceptable to the country which lacks convertible currency right now, we would be very interested in holding discussions in this regard. Sincerely. Commander Ecobedo Che Guevara. 1962. Articles. This essay was written between October and November 1962 in Cuba, but was not published until after Che Guevara's death, when it was published in Verde Olivo, October 6, 1968. Tactics and Strategy for the Latin American Revolution. Tactics show us how to use armed forces in combat, and strategy teaches us how to use combat encounters in order to obtain the war's objective. Karl von Clausewitz. I begin this work with a quotation from Clausewitz, the military author who fought against Napoleon and who theorized so brilliantly about war. Lenin loved to quote him because of the clarity of his thinking, in spite of the fact that he was, of course, a bourgeois analyst. Tactics and strategy are the two main elements in the art of war, but war and politics are intimately related by a common denominator, the effort to reach a specific goal, whether it be annihilation of the adversary in armed conflict or the taking of political power. But analysis of the essential tactics and strategies that rule political or military struggles cannot be reduced to a schematic formula. The richness of each one of these concepts can be measured only by combining practice with the analysis of the complex activities that they imply. There are no unalterable tactical and strategic objectives. Sometimes tactical objectives attain strategic importance, and other times strategic objectives become merely tactical elements. The thorough study of the relative importance of each element permits the full utilization, by the revolutionary forces, of all of the facts and circumstances leading up to the great and final strategic objective, the taking of power. Power is the sine qua non strategic objective of the revolutionary forces, and everything must be subordinated to this basic endeavor. But the taking of power, in this world polarized by two forces of extreme disparity and absolute incompatibility of interests, cannot be limited to the boundaries of a single geographic or social unit. The seizure of power is a worldwide objective of the revolutionary forces. To conquer the future is the strategic element of revolution, freezing the present is the counter-strategy motivating the forces of world reaction today, for they are on the defensive. In this worldwide struggle, position is very important. At times it is decisive. Cuba, for example, is a vanguard outpost overlooking the extremely broad stretches of the economically distorted world of Latin America. Cuba's example is a beacon, a guiding light for all the peoples of the Americas. The Cuban outpost is of great strategic value to the major contenders who at this moment dispute their hegemony of the world, imperialism and socialism. Its value would be different if it had been located in another geographic or social setting. Its value was different prior to the revolution, when it merely constituted a tactical element for the imperialist world. Its value has increased, not only because it is an open door to the Americas, but because, added to the strength of its strategic, military, and tactical position, is the power of its moral influence. Moral missiles are such a devastatingly effective weapon that they have become the most important element in determining Cuba's value. That is why, to analyze each element in the political struggle, one cannot extract it from its particular set of circumstances. All the antecedents serve to reaffirm a line or position consistent with its great strategic objectives. Relating this discussion to the Americas, one must ask the necessary question: what are the tactical elements that must be used to achieve the major objective of taking power in this part of the world? Is it possible or not, given the present conditions in our continent, to achieve it, socialist power, that is, by peaceful means? We emphatically answer that, in the great majority of cases, it is not possible. The most that could be achieved would be the formal takeover of the bourgeois superstructure of power, and the transition to socialism by that government. Having achieved formal power under the established bourgeois legal system, there would still be a very violent struggle against all who attempt in one way or another to check its progress toward new social structures. This is one of the most debated and most important topics, and possibly, it is a topic on which our revolution most disagrees with other revolutionary movements of Latin America. We must clearly state our position and try to analyze its rationale. Today, Latin America is a volcano. Although not in a state of eruption, it is shocked by subterranean vibrations announcing the volcano's coming. There are visible and audible signs everywhere. The Second Declaration of Havana I is the concrete expression of those subterranean movements. It strives to achieve an awareness of its objective, that is, an awareness of the necessity and even the certainty of revolutionary change. This volcano in the Americas is not divorced from the revolutionary movements appearing in the contemporary world in this crucial moment of confrontation between two opposing forces and conceptualizations of history. We could refer to our homeland with the following words from the Second Declaration of Havana. What is the history of Cuba if it is not the history of Latin America? And what is the history of Latin America if it is not the history of Asia, Africa, and Oceania? And what is the history of all of these peoples if it is not the history of the most merciless and cruel exploitation by imperialism throughout the modern world? The Americas, like Africa, Asia, and Oceania, are part of a single whole where economic forces have been distorted by imperialism. But not all the continents present similar characteristics. The forms of economic exploitation, imperialist, colonialist, or neocolonialist, employed by the European bourgeois forces have had to cope not only with the liberation struggles of the oppressed peoples of Asia, Africa and Oceania, but also with the penetration of U.S. imperialist capital. This has created different correlations of forces in different areas, and has permitted the peaceful transition toward national independent or neocolonialist bourgeois systems. But in the Americas such systems have not developed. Latin America is the parade ground of U.S. imperialism, and there are no economic forces in the world capable of supporting the struggle that national bourgeoisies have waged against imperialism elsewhere, and these forces, relatively much weaker than in other regions, back down and compromise with imperialism. The frightened bourgeoisie is faced with a terrible choice: submission to foreign capital or destruction by domestic popular forces. The Cuban Revolution has accentuated this dilemma. The polarization created by its example means the only alternative that remains is to sell out. When this takes place, when the pact is sanctified, domestic reactionary forces ally themselves with the most powerful international reactionary forces, and the peaceful development of social revolutions is prevented. Pointing out the present situation, the Second Declaration of Havana states: in many Latin American countries revolution is inevitable. This fact is not determined by the will of any person. It is determined by the appalling conditions of exploitation under which the Latin American people live, the development of a revolutionary consciousness in the masses, the worldwide crisis of imperialism and the universal liberation movements of the subjugated nations. Today's unrest is an unmistakable symptom of rebellion. The insides of the continent are stirring after having witnessed 4 centuries of slavery, semi-slavery and feudal exploitation of human beings by others, from the indigenous peoples and slaves brought from Africa to the national groups that arose later: whites, blacks, mulattoes, mestizos, and Indians, who today share pain, humiliation and the Yankee yoke, and share hope for a better tomorrow. We can conclude, therefore, that when faced with the decision to bring about more socially just systems in the Americas, we must think fundamentally in terms of armed struggle. There exists, nevertheless, some possibility of peaceful transition. This is pointed out in the studies of classical Marxist authors, and it is sanctioned in the declaration of the parties. Yet under the current conditions in Latin America, every minute that goes by makes a peaceful commitment more difficult. The latest events in Cuba are an example of the cohesion that exists between the bourgeois governments and the imperialist aggressor on the fundamental aspects of the conflict. Remember this point we have continually emphasized: peaceful transition is not the achievement of formal power by elections or through public opinion without direct combat, but rather it is the establishment of socialist power, with all its attributes, without the use of armed struggle. It is reasonable, therefore, that all the progressive forces do not have to initiate the road of armed revolution, but must use until the very last moment every possibility of legal struggle within the bourgeois conditions. With regard to the form the revolutionary movements must adopt after seizing power, a number of very interesting questions of interpretation arise that reflect the times. The declaration of the 81 Communist parties states, "Our epoch, the main feature of which is the transition from capitalism to socialism, as initiated by the great October 1917 socialist revolution in Russia, is the epoch of the struggle between 2 diametrically opposed social systems. It is the epoch of socialist revolutions and national liberation revolutions. It is the epoch of the collapse of imperialism and the liquidation of the colonial system. It is the epoch of the constant advance of more and more peoples on the socialist road. It is the epoch of the triumph of socialism and universal communism. The main feature of our epoch is the fact that the international socialist system is becoming the decisive factor in the development of human society. It is stated, therefore, that although the people's struggle for liberation is very important, that which characterizes the present time is the transition from capitalism to socialism. There are countries from all the exploited continents whose social systems have reached different levels of development, but almost all of them have strong social divisions with feudal characteristics and a heavy dependence on foreign capital. It would be logical to think that in the struggle for liberation, following the natural process of development, countries could obtain national democratic governments in which the bourgeoisie more or less predominates. This has occurred in many cases. Nevertheless, those peoples who have had to use force to achieve independence have made greater advances in the path of social reforms, and many of them are building socialism. Cuba and Algeria are the most recent examples of the effects of armed struggle on the development of social transformation. If we conclude that the possibility of the peaceful road is almost non-existent in the Americas, we can point out that it is very probable that the outcome of victorious revolutions in this area of the world will produce regimes of a socialist structure. Rivers of blood will flow before this is achieved. Algeria's wounds have not yet healed, Vietnam continues to bleed, Angola struggles bravely and alone for its independence, Venezuela, whose patriots identify with the Cuban cause, has recently demonstrated its lofty and heartfelt solidarity with our revolution. Guatemala is waging a difficult, almost underground struggle. All of these are good examples. The blood of the people is our most sacred treasure, but it must be shed in order to save more blood in the future. Other continents have achieved liberation from colonialism and have established more or less strong bourgeois regimes. This has been accomplished without, or almost without, violence, but we must realize that following the logic of events up to this moment, this constantly developing national bourgeoisie will at a given moment find itself in contradiction with other sectors of the population. When the yoke of the oppressor country is removed, This national bourgeoisie is no longer a revolutionary force and transforms itself into an exploiting class, renewing the cycle of social struggle. It may or may not advance on a peaceful road, but irrevocably two great forces will confront each other, the exploiters and the exploited. The dilemma of our time, regarding how power should be seized, has not escaped the attention of Yankee imperialists. They also want a peaceful transition. They favor the liquidation of the old feudal structures still existing in Latin America and want to ally with the most advanced sectors of the national bourgeoisies, carrying out some monetary reforms, some reform in the land structure, and a moderate industrialization, preferably in consumer goods, with technology and raw materials imported from the United States. The perfected formula consists of allying the national bourgeoisie with foreign interests. Together they create new industries in the country, setting up tariff advantages in these industries of such magnitude that they permit the total exclusion of competition from other imperialist countries. Profits obtained in this manner can be taken out of the country with protection afforded by the many loopholes in exchange regulations. Through this new and more intelligent system of exploitation, the nationalist country assumes the role of protecting U.S. interests, setting up tariffs that allow extra profit, which the North Americans re-export to their country. Naturally, the sale price of articles, without competition, is fixed by the monopolies. All of this is reflected in the projects of the Alliance for Progress, which are nothing more than imperialist attempts to block the development of the revolutionary conditions of the people by sharing a small quantity of the profits with the native exploiting classes, thus making them into firm allies against the highly exploited classes. In other words, they suppress the internal contradictions of the capitalist system as much as possible. As we mentioned previously, there are no forces in America capable of intervening in this economic struggle, and therefore the game of imperialism is very simple. The only possibility left is the spontaneous development of the European common market, under German leadership, which could reach an economic strength sufficient to compete with Yankee capitalists in this region. But the development of contradictions and their violent resolution is so rapid and so explosive today that it appears that Latin America will much earlier become the battlefield of exploiters and exploited than the scene of an economic struggle between two imperialisms. It should be said that the plans of the Alliance for Progress will not materialize because objective conditions and the consciousness of the masses have matured too far for them to fall into such a naive trap. The decisive factor today is whether the imperialist Creole bourgeois front is consistent. During the recent OAS vote there were no discordant voices on fundamental problems and only a few governments tried to cover up their shame with legalistic formulas, without denouncing the aggressive tendency of these resolutions, which are contrary to law. The fact that Cuba had nuclear missiles served as a pretext for all to side with the United States. The Bay of Pigs did not produce any different response. They know very well that these are defensive weapons, they also know who the aggressor is. Even though they do not say so, the fact is that they all recognize the true danger posed by the Cuban Revolution. The most submissive countries and consequently, the most cynical, talk about the threat of Cuban subversion, and they are right. The greatest threat of the Cuban Revolution is its own example, its revolutionary ideas, the fact that the government has been able to increase the combativity of the people, led by a leader of world stature, to heights seldom equaled in history. Here is the electrifying example of a people prepared to suffer nuclear immolation so that its ashes may serve as a foundation for new societies. When an agreement was reached by which the nuclear missiles were removed, without asking our people, we were not relieved or thankful for the truce, instead we denounced the move in our own voice. We have demonstrated our firm stand, our own position, our decision to fight, even if alone, against all dangers and against the nuclear menace of Yankee imperialism. This causes other peoples to stir. They hear the call of the new voice emanating from Cuba, stronger than all fears, lies or prejudices, stronger than hunger and all the techniques used to try and destroy our people. It is stronger than the fear of any reprisal, the most barbarous punishment, the cruelest death, or the most bestial oppression of the exploiters. A new voice, clear and precise, has sounded in every corner of our America. That has been our mission and we have fulfilled it, and we shall continue to fulfill it with all the decisiveness of our revolutionary convictions. We could ask, is this the only road? Why not utilize the imperialist contradictions? Why not seek the backing of the bourgeois sectors that have been struck and humiliated by imperialism? Could we not find a less severe, less self-destructive formula than this Cuban position? Is it not possible to ensure Cuba's survival through a combination of force and diplomatic maneuvers? We answer, when faced with brute force, use force and determination. When faced by those who want to destroy you, you can only reply with the will to fight to the very last person in order to defend yourselves. This formula is valid for all of Latin America in the face of those who want to remain in power, against the will of the people, at any cost. Fire and blood must be used until the last exploiter has been annihilated. How can the revolution be carried out in Latin America? Let us listen again to the Second Declaration of Havana. In our countries two circumstances are linked, underdeveloped industry and a feudal agrarian system. No matter how hard the living conditions of the urban workers are, the rural population lives under even worse conditions of oppression and exploitation. With few exceptions, the rural population also constitutes the absolute majority, sometimes more than 70% of the population in the Latin American countries. Not counting the landowners, who often live in the cities, this great mass earns its livelihood by working for miserable wages as peons on plantations. They till the soil under conditions of exploitation no different from those of the Middle Ages. These circumstances determine in Latin America that the poor rural population constitutes a tremendous potential revolutionary force. The armies in Latin America are set up and equipped for conventional warfare. They are the force through which the power of the exploiting classes is maintained. When they are confronted with the irregular warfare of peasants based on their home ground, they become absolutely powerless. They lose 10 men for every revolutionary fighter who falls. Demoralization among them mounts rapidly when they are beset by an invisible and invincible army that provides them with no opportunity to display their military academy tactics and their military fanfare, of which they boast so heavily, and which they use to repress the city workers and students. The initial struggle of the small fighting units is constantly nurtured by new forces. The mass movement begins to grow bold. Bit by bit the old order breaks into 1,000 pieces, and that is when the working class and the urban masses decide the battle. What is it that from the very beginning of the fight makes these units invincible, regardless of the numbers, strength, and resources of their enemies? It is the people's support, and they can count on ever-increasing mass support. The peasantry, however, is a class that because of the ignorance in which it has been kept and the isolation in which it lives, requires the revolutionary and political leadership of the working class and the revolutionary intellectuals. It cannot launch the struggle and achieve victory alone. In the present historical conditions of Latin America, the national bourgeoisie cannot lead the anti-feudal and anti-imperialist struggle. Experience demonstrates that in our nations this class, even when its interests clash with those of Yankee imperialism, has been incapable of confronting imperialism, paralyzed by fear of social revolution and frightened by the clamor of the exploited masses. That is what the Second Declaration of Havana says, and it can be viewed as an outline of revolution in Latin America. We cannot think of alliances that are not entirely led by the working class. We cannot think of collaboration with a frightened and treacherous bourgeoisie that destroys the forces on which it based itself to attain power. The weapons must be in the hands of the people, and all of Latin America must become a battlefield. The peasants have to fight for their land, the oppressor must be killed mercilessly in ambushes, and the revolutionary must fight and die with honor. This is what counts. This is the panorama of Latin America, a continent preparing to fight, and the sooner the people take up arms and bring their machetes down on the landowners, industrialists, bankers, and all exploiters, as well as their main instrument, the oppressor army, the better. Whether guerrilla action should always be the tactic or whether it is feasible to institute other actions as the central axis of the struggle can be argued at length. Our opposition to using any other tactic in Latin America is based on two arguments. First, accepting as truth the statement that the enemy will fight to stay in power, one must think in terms of the destruction of the oppressor army. In order to destroy it, a people's army must be raised to oppose it directly. This army will not spring up spontaneously, it will have to arm itself with the weapons taken from the enemy's arsenal, and this implies a very long and hard struggle in which the popular forces and their leaders will always be exposed to attack from superior forces, without adequate conditions for defense and maneuverability. On the other hand, a guerrilla nucleus established in favorable terrain guarantees the security and permanence of the Revolutionary Command, and the urban contingents can be directed from this central command of the People's Army. They can carry out actions of incalculable importance. The eventual destruction of urban groups will not destroy the soul of the revolution, its leadership, from its rural bastion, will continue catalyzing the revolutionary spirit of the masses and organizing new forces for other battles. Second, the continental character of the struggle. Can we conceive of this new epoch in the emancipation of Latin America as the contest between two local forces struggling for power over a given territory? Obviously not. It will be a fight to the death between all the popular forces and all the repressive forces. The Yankees will intervene because of shared interests and because the struggle in Latin America is decisive. They will intervene with all of their resources and will also turn all available destructive weapons on the popular forces. They will not allow revolutionary power to consolidate itself, and if it succeeds in doing so, they will attack it again and again. They will not recognize defeat and will try to divide the revolutionary forces, introducing saboteurs of every kind. They will try to destroy the new state economically, in a word, they will try to annihilate it. Given this overall panorama of Latin America, we find it difficult to believe that victory can be achieved in one isolated country. The union of repressive forces must be countered with the unity of the popular forces. In every country where oppression reaches the limits of tolerance, the banner of rebellion must be raised, and this banner will, of historical necessity, be continental in character. The Andean Cordillera is destined to be the Sierra Maestra of the Americas, as Fidel has said, and all the immense territories of this continent are destined to be the scene of a struggle to death against imperialist power. We cannot say when the struggle will take on these continental characteristics or how long it will last, but we can predict its coming, for it is the product of historical, political, and economic circumstances. Its advance cannot be stopped. Faced with these continental tactics and strategy, some people offer limited formulas, minor election campaigns, an election victory here or there, 2 deputies, a senator, 4 mayors, a large popular demonstration broken up by gunfire, an election lost by fewer votes than the preceding one, 1 labor strike won, 10 strikes lost, 1 step forward, 10 steps back. And then, at any given moment, the rules of the game are changed and one has to start all over again. Why such formulas? Why such weakening of the people's energies? There is only one reason. Among the progressive forces of some Latin American nations there exists a terrible confusion between tactical and strategic objectives. Small tactical positions have been interpreted as great strategic objectives. One must credit the reactionary forces with the success of having forced their class enemy to make minimal offensive positions their fundamental objective. When and where these grave errors occur, the people organize their legions year after year to achieve gains which cost them immense sacrifices and do not have the least value. There are, for example, parliaments, legal strikes, salary increases, bourgeois constitutions, the liberation of a popular figure, and worst of all, in order to gain these positions one must enter into the political games of the bourgeois state. In order to get permission to play this dangerous game one must show that one is a good child, that one is not dangerous, that one would never think of assaulting army garrisons or trains, destroying bridges, or bringing revolutionary justice to hired thugs or torturers, or going to the mountains. One cannot state resolutely the only and violent affirmation of Latin America, the final struggle for her redemption. Latin America offers a contradictory picture. There are progressive forces which are not up to the level of those they lead the masses, who can rise to unknown heights and who boil with the desire to act, and leaders who frustrate those desires. The catastrophe is almost upon us and the people have no fear. They try to move toward the moment of sacrifice, which will mean the definitive achievement of redemption. The educated and prudent ones, on the other hand, put all available brakes on the movement of the masses, attempting to divert the irrepressible yearnings of the masses for the great strategic objectives, the taking of political power, the annihilation of the army and the destruction of the system of exploitation of human beings by others. The picture is contradictory but full of hope because the masses know that the role of job is not for the revolutionary, so they prepare for battle. Will imperialism continue to lose one position after another, or will it, in its bestiality and as it threatened not long ago, launch a nuclear attack and engulf the entire world in a nuclear holocaust? We cannot say. We do assert, however, that we must follow the road of liberation even though it may cost millions of nuclear war victims. In the struggle to death between two systems we cannot think of anything but the final victory of socialism or its relapse as a consequence of the nuclear victory of imperialist aggression. Cuba is on the brink of an invasion, threatened by the most powerful imperialist forces of the world, and as such, threatened with nuclear annihilation. From its trench, refusing to retreat, Cuba issues a call to arms to all of Latin America. This is a struggle that will not be decided in a few minutes or an hour of terrible battle. The end of the struggle will take years of bitter encounters causing atrocious suffering. The attack of the Allied imperialist and bourgeois forces will time and again force the popular movements to the brink of destruction, but those movements will always come back strengthened by the support of the people until total liberation is achieved. From here, from its lonely vanguard trench, our people make their voices heard. This is not the song of a revolution heading for defeat, it is a revolutionary anthem destined to be sung eternally from the lips of Latin American fighters. It will be echoed by history. El Patojo. Julio Roberto Caceres Valle, known as El Patojo because he was very short in stature, was a Guatemalan who left Guatemala with Che and went with him to Mexico. Caceres moved to Cuba after the triumph of the Cuban Revolution and lived there until he joined the struggle to liberate his own country, a struggle in which he was killed in combat. This portrait of his friend was first published in Verde Olivo magazine on August 19, 1962, and later included in Che's Reminiscences of the Cuban Revolutionary War. 2. A few days ago a cable brought the news of the death of some Guatemalan patriots, among them Julio Roberto Caceres Valle. In this difficult profession of a revolutionary, in the midst of class wars that are convulsing the entire continent, death is a frequent accident. But the death of a friend, a compañero during difficult hours and someone who had shared dreams of better times, is always painful for the person who receives the news, and Julio Roberto was a great friend. He was short and frail, for that reason we called him El Patojo, Guatemalan slang meaning shorty or kid. El Patojo had witnessed the birth of our revolution while in Mexico and had volunteered to join us. Fidel, however, did not want to bring any more foreigners into that struggle for national liberation in which I had the honor to participate. A few days after the revolution triumphed, El Patojo sold his few belongings and, with only a small suitcase, turned up in Cuba. He worked in various branches of public administration, and he was the first head of personnel of the Department of Industrialization of INRA National Institute of Agrarian Reform. But he was never happy with his work. El Patojo was looking for something different, he was seeking the liberation of his own country. The revolution had changed him profoundly, as it had all of us. The bewildered young man who had left Guatemala without fully understanding the defeat had now become the fully conscious revolutionary. The first time we met we were on a train, fleeing Guatemala, a couple of months after the 1954 fall of Arbenz. We were going to Tapachula, from where we could reach Mexico City. El Patojo was several years younger than I, but we immediately formed a lasting friendship. Together we made the trip from Chiapas to Mexico City, together we faced the same problems. We were both penniless, defeated and forced to earn a living in an indifferent if not hostile environment. El Patojo had no money and I only a few pesos. I bought a camera and, together, we undertook the illegal job of taking pictures of people in the city parks. Our partner was a Mexican who had a small darkroom where we developed the film. We got to know all of Mexico City, walking from one end to another, delivering the atrocious photographs we had taken. We battled with all kinds of clients, trying to convince them that the little boy in the photo was really very cute and it was really a great bargain to pay a Mexican peso for such a marvel. This is how we ate for several months. Little by little the contingencies of revolutionary life separated us. I have already said that Fidel did not want to bring him to Cuba, not because of any shortcomings he might have had, but to avoid turning our army into a mosaic of nationalities. El Patojo had been a journalist, had studied physics at the University of Mexico, had left his studies and then returned to them, without ever getting very far. He earned his living in various places, at various jobs, and never asked for anything. I still do not know whether that sensitive and serious boy was overly timid, or too proud to recognize his weaknesses and his personal problems to approach a friend for help. El Patojo was an introvert, highly intelligent, broadly cultured, sensitive. He matured steadily and in his last moments was ready to put his great sensibilities at the service of his people. He belonged to the Guatemalan Workers' Communist Party and had disciplined himself in that life he was developing into a fine revolutionary cadre. By then, little remained of his earlier hypersensitivity. Revolution purifies people, improves and develops them, just as experienced farmers correct the deficiencies of their crops and strengthen their good qualities. After he came to Cuba we almost always lived in the same house, as was fitting for two old friends. But we no longer maintained our earlier intimacy in this new life, and I only suspected El Patojo's plans when I sometimes saw him earnestly studying one of the native Indian languages of his country. One day he told me he was leaving, that the time had come for him to do his duty. El Patojo had had no military training, he simply felt that duty called him. He was going to his country to fight, gun in hand, to somehow reproduce our guerrilla struggle. It was then that we had one of our few long talks. I limited myself to recommending strongly these three things: constant movement, constant wariness, and eternal vigilance. Movement: never stay put, never spend 2 nights in the same place, never stop moving from one place to another. Wariness: at the beginning, be wary even of your own shadow, friendly peasants, informants, guides, contacts, mistrust everything until you hold a liberated zone. Vigilance: constant guard duty, constant reconnaissance, establishment of a camp in a safe place and, above all, never sleep beneath a roof, never sleep in a house where you can be surrounded. This was the synthesis of our guerrilla experience. It was the only thing along with a warm handshake that I could give to my friend. Could I advise him not to do it? By what right? We had undertaken something at a time when it was believed impossible, and now he saw that it had succeeded. El Patojo left and in time came the news of his death. At first we hoped there had been a confusion of names, that there had been some mistake, but unfortunately his body had been identified by his own mother. There could be no doubt he was dead. And not only he, but a group of compañeros with him, all of them as brave, as selfless, as intelligent perhaps as he, but not known to us personally. Once more there is the bitter taste of defeat and the unanswered question: why did he not learn from the experience of others? Why did those men not heed more carefully the simple advice that we had given them? There is an urgent investigation into how it came about, how El Patojo died. We still do not know exactly what happened, but we do know that the region was poorly chosen, that the men were not physically prepared, that they were not sufficiently wary and, of course, that they were not sufficiently vigilant. The repressive army took them by surprise, killed a few, dispersed the rest, then returned to pursue them, and virtually annihilated them. They took some prisoners, others, like El Patojo, died in battle. After being dispersed, the guerrillas were probably hunted down, as we had been after Alegria de Pio. Once again youthful blood has fertilized the fields of the Americas to make freedom possible. Another battle has been lost. We must make time to weep for our fallen compañeros while we sharpen our machetes. From the valuable and tragic experience of the cherished dead, we must firmly resolve not to repeat their errors, to avenge the death of each one of them with many victories, and to achieve definitive liberation. When El Pitojo left Cuba, he left nothing behind, nor did he leave any messages. He had few clothes or personal belongings to worry about. Old mutual friends in Mexico, however, brought me some poems he had written and left there in a notebook. They are the last verses of a revolutionary. They are, in addition, a love song to the revolution, to the homeland and to a woman. To that woman whom El Pitojo knew and loved in Cuba are addressed these final verses, this injunction. Take this, it is only my heart. Hold it in your hand. And when the dawn arrives, open your hand. And let the sun warm it. El Pitojo's heart has remained among us, in the hands of his beloved and in the loving hands of an entire people, waiting to be warmed beneath the sun of a new day that will surely dawn for Guatemala and for all the Americas. Today, in the Ministry of Industry where he left many friends, there is a small school of statistics named Julio Roberto Caceres Valle in his memory. Later, when Guatemala is free, his beloved name will surely be given to a school, a factory, a hospital, to any place where people fight and work to build a new society. Underscore 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 on. Speeches, 1962. This speech was given on May 18, 1962, to the members of the Cuban Department of State Security DSE. It was not published until after Che Guevara's death, but contains some of the ideas Che developed in his famous 1966 message to the Tricontinental. The Cuban Revolution's influence in Latin America. First of all, I would like to apologize, because I had intended to prepare some data and figures that would clearly express some analyses on Latin America in general, its relations with imperialism and the relations Latin America will have with the Cuban revolutionary government. However, as always in these cases, my good intentions have remained nothing more than intentions, and I will have to speak from memory, so I will talk in general terms and not quote any figures. I won't recount at length the history of the process of imperialism's penetration in Latin America, but it is useful to know that the part of the Americas called Latin America has nearly always lived under the yoke of the big imperialist monopolies. Spain dominated a large part of the Americas and other European countries penetrated this area later on, just after the birth of capitalism, in the stage of capitalist expansion. Britain and France were among the countries that acquired colonies here. After the wars of independence, several countries fought over Latin America, and, with the birth of economic imperialism at the end of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century, the United States quickly came to dominate all of North, South, and Central America. Other imperialist powers still persisted in the southern part of the Americas. Britain had a strong position in the extreme south, in Argentina and Uruguay, until the end of the last war. At times, our countries have been the scenes of wars caused by monopolies of different nationalities fighting over spheres of influence. The Chaco War is one of the examples of the struggle for oil waged between Shell, owned by English and German groups, and Standard Oil. It was a very bloody war lasting 4 years, in which Bolivia and Paraguay lost the best of their young men in the Chaco jungle. There are other examples of this kind, the action in which Peru, representing Standard Oil, grabbed a part of Ecuador's territory, where Shell was influential. Wars have also been waged for other kinds of products. The United Fruit Company has caused wars in Central America in order to control banana-growing territories. Wars have also been waged in the south, between Chile, Bolivia, and Peru, over possession of nitrate deposits which were very important before a method of creating synthetic nitrate was discovered. At best, we have been unwitting actors in a struggle between empires. After the war, however, the last redoubts of British imperialism, German imperialism, had already been ousted, ceded to US imperialism. The fact that the economic domination of the Americas has since been completely unified has brought about a trend toward unity among the forces that are struggling against imperialism. We must be ever more closely united in the struggle, because it is a struggle all of us share. It is expressed now, for example, in the people's solidarity with Cuba. Everyone is quickly learning that there is only one enemy, which is imperialism, and that here in Latin America it bears the name of US imperialism. Imperialism's penetration has varied greatly depending on historical, political, and economic circumstances, and also, perhaps, reflecting how far our countries are from the imperialist capital. Some countries, such as Panama, are completely colonized, and this determines their way of life. Other countries retain more of their national characteristics and are still in a stage of cultural struggle against imperialism. All, however, have the common denominator of imperialism's control over their great reserves of materials for use in its industries. Such reserves are strategic not only for war but for its many other industries, its control of banking, and its near monopoly on foreign trade. We are very interested in Latin America for several reasons, because we are a part of it culturally and historically, because we belong to a group that is fighting for its freedom, and because Latin America's attitude is closely related to our future and to our revolution's future and its desire to spread its ideology. Revolutions have this characteristic: they expand ideologically. They do not remain limited to a single country but expand to other areas, or, to use an economic term, even though this is not the case, to other spheres of influence. The Cuban Revolution has had an enormous influence in Latin America, although to varying degrees in every country. We should analyze the reasons for the influence of the Cuban Revolution and why this has been greater in some countries than in others. We should also analyze in detail the political life in each of the countries and the attitudes of the progressive parties in each of them, with all due respect and without interfering in the internal affairs of any party, because those attitudes are very important for analyzing the current situation. In some countries the popular struggle has developed acutely, in other countries, the popular struggle has been slowed. In some countries, Cuba is a sacred symbol for the entire people, in others, Cuba symbolizes a liberation movement that is viewed from afar. The origins are complex, but always related to each struggle's approach on how to seize power, and they are greatly influenced by solutions that have been found for this problem. In some cases, they are also related to the greater or lesser predominance of the working class and its influence; in others, they are related to their proximity to our revolution. We can analyze these countries in groups. Two countries in South America are very important in terms of their ideological influence. One of them is Argentina, which is one of the relatively strong powers in Latin America. In the extreme south, Uruguay presents very similar characteristics. Both are cattle-raising countries and have very powerful oligarchies that control foreign trade on the basis of their ownership of large land holdings and cattle, although they have now to share these with the United States. They are countries with a very concentrated urban population. In Uruguay's case, we cannot say that the working class is prevalent, because Uruguay is a country with very little development. In Argentina, the working class prevails, but it is in a very difficult situation, because it is employed only in processing industries and is dependent on raw materials from abroad. The country does not yet have a solid industrial base. It has one enormous city, Buenos Aires, where close to 30% of the total population lives, and has close to 3 million square kilometers of habitable land, not counting the territory in Antarctica that is under dispute and is of no demographic value. This immense country has a population of over 6 million people in its capital, in an area a little larger than Havana. It has vast expanses of uncultivated land where the farming class has a relatively large amount of land. It also has a small group of agricultural workers wandering from one place to another following the crops, much as the cane cutters used to do here. However, the cane cutters could pick coffee or harvest tobacco and alternate this with other seasonal crops. In Argentina and Uruguay, which have these characteristics, and in Chile, where the working class is the majority, the philosophy of civil wars against despotic powers has been rejected and the taking of power in the future by means of elections or in some other peaceful way has been proposed more or less directly and explicitly. Just about everyone knows of the latest events in Argentina, where some relatively leftist groups came to possess more or less real power. These groups represent the progressive sector of the Argentine working class but are distorting many of the people's aspirations through a clique of the Peronist party that is completely out of touch with the people. And when elections were proposed, the guerrillas as the ultra-reactionary groups in the Argentine army are called intervened and put an end to that situation. Something similar happened in Uruguay, though there the army there has no real clout. Nardon, the ultra-reactionary now in power, carried out a kind of coup. The situation created by repeated rightist coups, combined with the philosophy of taking power by means of elections and popular fronts, creates a certain apathy toward the Cuban Revolution. The Cuban Revolution embodies an experience that Cuba does not want to be unique in Latin America. It reflects a way to take power. Naturally, it is not a form that appeals to the masses of people who are under great pressure, oppressed by domestic oppressive groups and by imperialism. Some theoretical explanations concerning the Cuban Revolution are in order, and these will affect the attitude of those people toward the revolution. In countries where groups have openly proclaimed their determination to seize power by armed struggle, there is more understanding. This position is of course very difficult and very controversial to adopt, and we don't have to participate directly in it. Every country and every party in its own country should seek the formulas of struggle recommended by its own historical experience. Yet the Cuban Revolution is a fact, and one of continental scope. Cuban reality has at least some ongoing influence in the lives of the Latin American countries. Those known as ultra-leftists or sometimes provocateurs try to implant the Cuban experience without thinking particularly about whether or not this would be the right place to do so. Such people, who exist everywhere, simply take an experience that has occurred in Latin America and attempt to transfer it to each of the other countries. This causes more friction among the leftist groups. The history of the defense of Cuba in those countries by each of the political organizations is also a history of division. It is important to say this here so you will understand something of those problems, including their history of pettiness and their struggles to achieve small advances in controlling organizations. Without intending to, Cuba has therefore been viewed as being mixed up in those polemics. I say without intending to, this experience has been enough for us. We will never aspire to lead the politics or the method of carrying out a revolution, achieving power, in any other country. We are again, however, at the heart of the polemics. In Chile, where the parties of the left have greater ascendancy, a vigorous trajectory and an ideological firmness which may well be greater than that of other parties in Latin America, the situation has been similar. The difference being that the Chilean Communist Party and the other leftist parties have themselves already posed the dilemma, to take power either through peaceful means or by the way of violence. They are all preparing for a future struggle which I think will come about, because there is no other historical experience, nor is one possible here in Latin America in the present conditions of the conflict developing between the superpowers. The exacerbation of the struggle between imperialism and the peace camp proves that imperialism will never simply hand over control. From a strategic point of view, such a thing would be ridiculous, if the imperialists still have the weapons. To gain control, the left must be very powerful and must force the reactionaries to capitulate. Those conditions don't as yet exist in Chile. This is the part of South America where, for the people of the region, the Cuban Revolution presents different characteristics. Moving north we come to the countries where the Cuban Revolution is really a beacon for the peoples. We can leave Bolivia aside, because some years ago it had a very timid bourgeois revolution that was severely weakened by concessions it had to make regarding its economy, which is single crop and completely tied to the imperialist economy. Its bourgeoisie has had to be maintained in part by imperialism. Imperialism, of course, takes its wealth with one hand and using a quarter of the wealth it takes out it then props up the government with the other. This has created a situation of dependence and, In spite of the Bolivian government's efforts to throw off the imperialist yoke, many of these efforts have been obviously sincere. It has not managed to do so. Bolivia does maintain a correct attitude on some matters regarding Cuba, and they remain as friendly as possible in international conferences. It has carried out agrarian reform, although in a very truncated form. The church's possessions have not been seized, the cooperatives created have no real development, and, importantly, are cooperatives of a traditional kind, based on earlier regional experiences of primitive communism. Such cooperatives, worked by Indians, have been maintained through tradition and operate now as they have always done. The struggle is not manifested very strongly in Bolivia. The terms are changing a little. It is not a case of direct struggle by the oppressed masses of peasants and workers against imperialism, but one of struggle against a national bourgeoisie, which has made a series of concessions, like overthrowing the feudal overlords and the domestic large landowners, so the class struggle is not so acute. Paraguay, Bolivia's former rival in the Chaco War, is, however, nearby. There are now guerrillas in Paraguay. It is a very poor country. It has around 1.5 million inhabitants in a territory that is much larger than Cuba's, with extensive jungles. It has some agricultural products and very few cattle. It has terrible endemic diseases, such as leprosy, which has spread extensively, and there is practically no health care. Almost the entire population lives in 3 or 4 relatively large cities. There have been several guerrilla experiences in the forests. The most important and most serious of these from an ideological point of view have been directed by a People's Revolutionary Front with the participation of the Paraguayan Communist Party. Its guerrillas have been systematically defeated. I think that tactical mistakes have been made in the conduct of the revolutionary struggle, which has some laws that must not be broken, but, even so, uprisings continue. Some rebel groups are living in the forests and they know that if they turn themselves in they will be killed. They are far from the borders. Paraguay is an ideal country for guerrilla warfare. It is agriculturally very rich and has wonderful natural conditions. There are no high mountains, but there are forests, very large rivers and operational zones where it would be very difficult for regular armies and very easy to wage a struggle with the help of the farming population. It has a dictatorship of the extreme right, which used to be very influenced by the Argentine oligarchy. Paraguay was a semi-colony of Argentina, but with the latest penetrations of U.S. capital has now become directly dependent on the United States. It maintains a bestial dictatorship and has all of the seeds of an intensive short-term popular struggle. A little farther to the north is Peru. Peru should be watched closely in the future. It has very special characteristics. 80% of its population is indigenous or mestizo, and there is very clear racial segregation. Whites own the land and the capital, the mestizos generally work as overseers for the whites, and Indians as serfs. In Peru, farms are still sold complete with their Indian workers. Farms are advertised in the newspapers along with the number of workers or the number of Indians who are forced to work for the feudal lord. You cannot even imagine how terrible the situation is unless you have been there. Peru is the only country in Latin America with vast agricultural regions where the leftist parties have decisive influence and control. Peru and the indigenous region of Cuzco, where the Peruvian Communist Party has a strong influence, are the only areas in the Americas where any Marxist party has a strong influence. Some years ago the Peruvian Communist Party seized the city of Cuzco by force of arms, but revolutionary conditions didn't exist and there was a kind of tacit truce. The rebels returned the city and the oppressors, the government troops, took no reprisals. A tense situation ensued, and today Cuzco remains one of the areas where a revolution is threatening, or, rather, where there are hopes of a revolution in Latin America. Peru is in a similar situation, extreme poverty and extreme oppression, the fundamental characteristics of the heavily populated Andes and important factors for carrying out a revolution. The people don't speak Spanish. The most commonly spoken languages are Quechua and Aymara, closely related to each other. Anybody wanting to communicate with the Indians has to speak those languages. If they don't, communication will be impossible. Nationalities aren't defined by the borders of those countries. Aymaras in Bolivia relate better with Aymaras in Peru than with whites in either Bolivia or Peru. First the colonizers and then the imperialists have taken pains to maintain that situation. There is, therefore, a natural affinity between those two countries, and in Peru and Ecuador and even as far as Colombia, between the areas where the Andeans and Quechuas live. In all of those countries the prevailing languages are dialects. These countries have great geographical differences. Peru has 3 mountain chains crossed by valleys, and the eastern half of the country leads into the great Amazon River basin, which is where La Montana begins, an area of medium to high mountain ranges with a subtropical climate, similar to the climate in our mountains, but with more difficult natural conditions. The little developed bourgeoisie in Peru lives on the coast, a narrow, desert-like strip that runs parallel to very high mountains. The highest peak in Peru's western mountain range is just 100 kilometers from the coast and 5,000 meters above sea level. It sits there like a shell washed ashore. A month or two ago there were uprisings you probably heard about, in the mining area in the middle of the country. Mining is very developed in Peru, and you know that mine workers in general are very combative. They don't necessarily have great political awareness because of the conditions in the country, but they are very combative. The Peruvian army consists of a caste of officers at the top, all from the same class, and masses of Indians at the bottom. If a serious uprising were to occur, there would be no way to crush it. Ecuador has the same conditions with just one difference: the Ecuadorian bourgeoisie or a part of it and, in general, all the supporters of the left have much more influence in the cities and are much clearer about the need for an uprising. Several leaders of these Ecuadorian leftist groups have been in Cuba and have been considerably influenced by the effects and results of the Cuban Revolution. They openly uphold the banner of an immediate agrarian revolution. There is also a strong repressive army, and the United States has stationed some of its troops in Ecuador. I think that Ecuador, too, is a country where intensive revolutionary struggle will soon appear. Continuing up the Andes, the backbone of the continent, we come to Colombia where, with periods of greater or lesser activity, a war has been going on for the past 12 years. The Colombian guerrillas have made mistakes that have kept them from achieving a people's victory such as ours. There has been a lack of ideological leadership. The guerrillas are dispersed and lack a central command, which we in Cuba had. They have been under the personal leadership of caudillos from rural areas, and they began to rob and kill just like their rivals in order to survive. Naturally, they gradually fell into banditry. Other guerrilla groups adopted a position of self-defense and did nothing other than defend themselves when attacked by the government. The situation of struggle and of war to the death led these guerrillas to be weakened. Some of them were completely wiped out. Right now, influenced by the Cuban Revolution, the guerrilla movement in Colombia has grown stronger. One group of young people, the MOEC worker, student, peasant movement, did something similar to what the July 26 movement did here in the beginning of its struggle. They espouse a series of rightist tendencies toward anarchy that are sometimes mixed with anti-communist ideas, but they reflect the seeds of a determination to fight. Some of their leaders have been in Cuba. The most determined and enthusiastic of them was Compañero Larota, who was with us during the April 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion and some time before that. He was murdered when he returned to Colombia. MOEC is probably not important as a political movement and in some cases even could be dangerous, but the group is an example of what is happening there. Clearly the Colombian parties of the left are trying to hold back the insurrectional movement and move toward electoral struggle, in an absurd context where there are only 2 legal parties, each taking turns at power. In such absurd conditions, the more impetuous Colombian revolutionaries consider that resorting to elections simply wastes time, and in spite of all obstacles they are doing everything they can to further a struggle that is no longer latent but has developed into open fighting in several parts of the country. It is difficult to say whether the struggle in Colombia may or may not be important. It is not directed by a well-structured leftist movement, it consists of efforts by a range of social groups and elements from different classes all trying to do something, but there is no ideological leadership, and that is very dangerous. There is no way to know where it's going, but the conditions are being created for the future development of a well-structured revolutionary struggle in Colombia. The situation in Venezuela is much more active. The Communist Party and the movement of the Revolutionary Left, MIR, are heading an armed movement of liberation, and civil war has practically broken out in Venezuela. We should be very interested in this Venezuelan movement, we should be watching it carefully and with great affinity. Some tactical disagreements have arisen over how to wage that struggle. As a result of our own experience, in which our nation was born from a unilateral experience, we favor guerrilla warfare based on peasants' groups and seizing the cities from the countryside. This is based on our masses' great hunger for land and on the mercenary army's extreme weakness when moving through large territories in Latin America. Imperialism's attacks can't be effective in areas that are favorable for the guerrillas and the popular forces. The government is unable to move beyond areas where the population is concentrated. Some Venezuelan compañeros have said several times that something violent may happen in Venezuela, that special conditions exist, with some military groups ready to support an insurrection. Partial results were seen in the last insurrectional attempt made at Carapano, showing once again that, in a revolution, Latin America's professional military men serve only as a source of weapons for the people. The only mission an army group can have is to let itself be disarmed. From then on, it should be left alone, at most, isolated individuals should be taken from it. I don't know that specific area very well, but I am familiar with neighboring areas, and in that region impenetrable forests and mountains are nearby. There, a guerrilla unit can create an extremely difficult situation. The area is near oil exporting ports, such as Carapito, and a guerrilla unit can threaten one of the key areas of the imperialist economy in Venezuela. The Marines, however, didn't set foot outside their garrison. The Marines who rebelled couldn't go anywhere in the interior of the country. They surrendered as soon as they saw that the loyal troops outnumbered them. A revolution cannot be carried out in those conditions. As you know, guerrilla struggle is long and drawn out, battles follow one another very slowly, and the greatest difficulties aren't direct action by the enemy but rather struggle against the rigors of the climate, lack of provisions and medicine, the struggle to awaken the rural masses ideologically, the political struggle to incorporate those masses in the popular movement, the slowness of the revolution's advance, and certainly, in the case of Venezuela, U.S. intervention to defend its oil possessions. All these things influence the guerrilla struggle. This time, although this time only, it can't be said any other way, the path adopted in Venezuela was to try to deliver a violent blow via some of the units of the army. Even if they had triumphed, it would only have been a victory of one part of the army over the other. What would the army then have done? It's very simple. They would have pardoned the losing faction, maintained their caste status and allowed them to retain all of their caste privileges and their class's control in the country. The exploiting class has the weapons that maintain that army of exploitation. When one part of the army has triumphed over the other, say, the constitutional section over the anti-constitutional section, it is nothing more than a tiny distortion or a small clash within the group of exploiters. This is a contradiction that in present-day Latin America will never be decisive, with imperialism maintaining its tools of exploitation. One of the premises of the Cuban Revolution is that it is absolutely necessary to immediately destroy the army in order to take power seriously. Brazil is another big country in South America that is in a strange situation of unstable equilibrium. As you know, Brazil is the largest country in Latin America, the third largest in the world, and the country with the largest reserves of raw materials owned by U.S. interests. It has 60 million inhabitants and is a real power. All its raw materials are being developed by U.S. capital, and all the contradictions of Latin America have appeared there. Two trends can be noted in the forces of the left: some of them want a revolution, while others want to take power by more peaceful or institutional means. The forces of the left that are represented, above all, by the peasant masses of the Northeast are clearly willing to seize power despite the opposition of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie puts up little opposition. Imperialism is the real enemy. Brazil is really several different countries. The Northeast region is one of them. It is a very poor, densely populated area where there are terrible droughts and the very large peasantry is particularly combative. In the center of the country there is a largely unpopulated jungle area with small agricultural plots. To the south is the industrial area with São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, the most important cities in Brazil. The northern area is ideal for insurrection. Exploitation has reached such an extreme that peasants cannot stand it anymore. Every day there are reports that Brazilian camponeros have been killed in their struggle against the large landowners. After Quadros resigned and the military tried to stage a coup, the country reached a compromise. The present government is in power thanks to a compromise between the exploiting groups, the Brazilian national bourgeoisie and imperialism. This compromise will, of course, be violated and the two will start fighting among themselves. If they haven't yet done so openly, it is because they face one great enemy, the Brazilian people. When Quadros resigned, Fidel explained more or less what the Brazilian people should do. His words were broadcast to the Brazilian people and caused a lot of disquiet. Some thought it to be an act of interference by our government and Prime Minister in Brazil's internal affairs. I believe that revolutionaries should give such advice in times of great danger and great need for decisiveness. If a decisive battle had been won in Brazil, the panorama of Latin America would have changed rapidly. Brazil shares borders with all the other South American countries except Chile and Ecuador. It has enormous influence. It is really a place for waging a battle. In our relations with the other Latin American countries, we should always consider that we are part of a single family, a family with more or less special characteristics, and we must not forget our duty of solidarity or our duty to express our opinion at specific moments. It is not a matter of always interfering or of tediously pointing to our own example, an example not all other countries can follow. But at moments like that, when Brazilians were debating the future of a large part of Latin America, we should speak out. Part of the Brazilian battle was lost and could be lost without too many consequences, but it was nevertheless a moment of tremendous tension. If the battle had been won, we would have won a great deal. What happened in Brazil was not a triumph of the popular forces, it was simply a compromise, in which the group that has power, weapons, decisiveness to use them and great clarity about what has to be done gave up some of the privileges it had won. It will try to regain them later on, and then there will be a clash, too. This year has already been one of violent clashes between the popular forces and those of oppression. The coming years will be similar. It cannot be said exactly when a collision will occur between such forces in each Latin American country, but it is clear that the contradictions are more and more exacerbated, and this is creating subjective conditions so important for developing a revolution. Two such conditions are particularly important: awareness of the need to effect urgent social change in order to do away with the situation of injustice, and the certainty that it is possible to bring about that change. All Latin Americans are training to bring change about. Training takes the form of uprisings and daily struggle, at times through legal means and at other times through illegal ones, at times in overt struggle and at other times underground. In all cases, the people are training constantly in all possible ways, and that training is maturing in terms of quality and intensity, which presages very great future battles in Latin America. Central America is like one country sharing the same characteristics overlaid with massive imperialist domination. It is one of the places where the popular struggle has already reached a climax, but where the actual results are hard to see. In the short term, I do not think they are very encouraging, because of the extensive domination of the United States. In Guatemala there has been a relative failure by the progressive forces, and Mexico is fast becoming a U.S. colony. There is a type of bourgeoisie in Mexico, but it has made a pact with imperialism. It is a difficult country that has been greatly harmed by the so-called Mexican Revolution, and no important actions against its government can be foreseen there. I have concentrated my attention on the countries that have entered into the sharpest contradictions with us and in which special conditions have been created for struggle. We have responded to the aggression through our mass media and explained as far as possible to the masses, telling them what can be done, and we are waiting. We aren't waiting as if we were in an orchestra pit preparing to watch the fight. We aren't spectators but rather are an important part of the struggle. The future of the people's revolutions in Latin America is very closely linked to the development of our revolution. We have friends that are more powerful than all the forces in Latin America. The United States knows this. If it attacks us directly, it will seriously endanger its own territory. Even so, it has chosen and meticulously followed a policy of isolating us in the Americas. First, it has ensured that our economic ties with the other Latin American countries are weak, except for Chile. Second, it has seen to it that our relations with most of the other Latin American countries have been broken, and it continues to work on this. It appears that the United States will engage in more acts of aggression, like the seemingly imminent one in Jamaica, to keep us from competing, that is, to do away with the influence of the Cuban Revolution, to break our contact with others. This is what Jesuits do, putting on long cassocks to hide their desires. The United States is trying to do this with us, cloaking us so nobody will see us and we won't have any pernicious influence. It is very important to struggle against this, because our contact with the rest of Latin America also depends on the way in which the Latin American peoples react to imperialism's attacks, and our safety depends to a great extent on how they react. We shouldn't forget that imperialism makes mistakes. Imperialism may or may not know what the Soviet Union is willing to do to defend us, although I think it does know. If it didn't, we would have been attacked already. But it may be mistaken, and this time we must not let imperialism be mistaken. If it is, imperialism will be totally destroyed, but very little will be left of us. We must be fighters for peace and convinced champions of peace, because we ourselves will be hurt if the peace is broken. At the same time, we must talk freely of people's revolutions. Although it seems paradoxical, advocating revolutions and people's struggle is the way to defend peace. Imperialism cannot fight against people when they are armed, it has to come to some kind of a compromise. Moreover, it is not profitable for it to test its implements of war against something that does not exist, so it tries to foment wars between other nations. Imperialism wins in the local wars, the wars between nations. In them, its war materiel wins, the countries go into debt, and imperialism sells weapons to one or to both of the countries. In short, everything depends on the circumstances, but imperialism will gain from testing its war machinery, its tactics, and its new inventions. Now, a people's war has armies that appear and disappear in the early stages and fronts of struggle that don't exist. A war such as that in the southern part of Indochina, where a death zone has been declared 40 kilometers from Saigon, that is, the guerrillas hold territory just 40 kilometers from the capital. The imperialists can't maintain this kind of war, and moreover it teaches them nothing. They want to fight with their weapons to defend their privileges. They can't learn anything from fighting against small units in places where there is no visible enemy. They would have to make war against the Soviet Union, fighting with nuclear missiles and using another, totally different kind of strategy. Even though it is not really drained its losses, our small imperialism is losing points of support. We should remember one important thing: the US imperialists are quite foresighted, they aren't as stupid as they seem. They make mistakes, true, but they aren't as stupid as they seem. Some years ago they realized their own raw material reserves were decreasing. The United States is a very wealthy country, but its reserves were on the decline, and so it began to seek reserves elsewhere, all over the world. There are tin deposits close to Indochina and in Malaya. Bolivia also has tin. Peru has deposits of several precious metals, including iron and copper, and there are also large deposits of copper in Chile. Among other things, Argentina has uranium, and I believe the imperialists are taking that, too. Mexico has sulfur. Venezuela has oil, which the imperialist machine needs in order to survive. The United States needs Latin America, in addition to the parts of Asia and Africa it controls to keep itself going. Why did it fight in the Congo? The Congo has uranium, copper, diamonds, a whole realm of natural riches. The United States fought hard in the Congo, it ousted Belgian imperialism and took over. The United States is applying this policy all over the world, preparing for the future. If we take away its access to resources, take away imperialism's economic base, we will mortally wound it. You have to remember that imperialism functions outside its own territory. The United States is not a power operating only within its own territory. It has invested capital all over the world and it plays with it, investing and then withdrawing its investments. Weakening imperialism's economic base will help to break its strength and will contribute to peace world, global peace, which is what interests us. We have to try to ensure that imperialism is not mistaken. We have so far warned it of the steps we would take to counter its blows and we have taken them, which has hurt it. We have warned the imperialists several times. The radio station here in Havana hurts them. The truth hurts them, and that radio broadcasts to all of Latin America. Peasants throughout Latin America listen to the radio. Cinema is the only media more influential than radio there. We have taught imperialism about our modest strength, and we must encourage their belief in our strength. The imperialists are trying to isolate us, but also to attack us, through acts of sabotage like those in recent days and by trying to influence the people so as to create a certain climate. What happened in Hungary in 1956 is an interesting example of mistakes made by a people's government, and there a counter-revolution paid for and prepared by the US government was unleashed. Here in Latin America there was a very similar example, though the relevant government had different characteristics from the Hungarian people's government. It happened in Bolivia. In Bolivia there was a bourgeois government, headed by Major Villarroel, that opposed the United States. It advocated nationalizing the mines and other measures that the Bolivian people wanted. That people's government ended in a terrible way. Major Villarroel was hanged from a street lamp in the public square. Why did that happen? Because the US specialists manipulated the weaknesses arising in his government, and all governments have weaknesses, no matter how progressive they are. We've had our weaknesses for some time, and all of you are in part responsible for them, in a very small way. Of course, the leaders of the government, who are obliged to be far-sighted, are much more to blame. We took the road of sectarianism which, more than simply being sectarian, is just plain stupid. We took the road of separation from the masses, of being too rigid, of strictly implementing correct measures and also absurd ones. We took the road of suppressing criticism, and not only the people's criticism, those who have a legitimate right to criticize, but also suppressing vigilant criticism by part of the party apparatus, which turned into an executive office and, as such, lost its characteristics of vigilance and inspection. That led us to making serious economic mistakes. Remember that economics lies at the base of all political movements, and we made economic mistakes. That is, we took the road imperialism wanted us to take. They want to destroy our economic base by means of the blockade, and we have been assisting them with our own actions. Why do I say that you're partly responsible? The Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs, institutions created for the people's vigilance and to represent the people's wish to defend their revolution, were instead imposed on the people as all-purpose dens of opportunism that aroused the hostility of the people. I do think I'm entitled to describe the CDRs this way. Some of them took arbitrary measures, though this didn't happen so much here in Havana. The fact is, we have totally ignored and abandoned the countryside, which is our base, the origin and, for 2 years, the source of replenishment for our guerrilla army, which triumphed over the cities, and we have left it in the hands of the CDRs. The CDRs are filled with extremists, opportunists of all kinds who never stopped to think about the damage they were causing to the revolution. Imperialism began to work on these weaknesses always present in the struggle, and as they worked they became quite successful. In some regions, it created real antagonism between the revolution and sectors of the petty bourgeoisie, who were overwhelmed by revolutionary activities. This is a lesson from which we should learn, and it also constitutes a great truth, that no matter what form they take, security bodies must be controlled by the people. Sometimes it may seem, and at times it is, absolutely necessary to take prompt, and seemingly arbitrary, measures to counter the danger we are in. Half measures cannot be taken in moments of excessive tension. Many people have been arrested without absolute proof that they were guilty. In the Sierra Maestra we shot some people without knowing if they bore full guilt, but it was a time when the revolution could not stop to fully investigate, it had the sacred obligation to win. As soon as it is possible to restore natural relations among people, we should re-establish those relations, and not continue with the relations of the strong and the weak, based on the precept of do what I say. It is not fair not to do otherwise, and most importantly, we must do it because failure to do so would be politically unwise. Just as the CDRs have become antipathetic organizations, or at least have lost a large part of the prestige and affection they used to command, the security bodies might follow suit. In fact, they have already made similar mistakes. Our great virtue is that we have never engaged in torture or other similarly terrible behavior that some peoples have fallen into in many other countries in the course of defending correct principles. We established a principle energetically defended by Fidel, that no prisoner, even if they are to face execution, must be touched in any way. There may have been exceptions and I personally know of one, but we continue to uphold and defend that principle. This is extremely important. Anything and everything that happens makes the news, including things we don't publish in the Cuban newspapers and things we'd rather not know about. We hear about them later on. When I get home my companera says, so and so took asylum in an embassy, or a soldier shot up a bus. Everything becomes known. Everybody would find out about abuses and other bad things if there were any, no matter how secretly and far from the public eye they were carried out. The people know and evaluate all such things. You have a very important role in the defense of the country, but it is less important than the development of the economy. Remember this, your role is less important. For us, it is much more important to have malanga, a root vegetable, than to have you. Even so, you have an important role and must carry it out well. Very hard battles lasting for who knows how long still lie ahead of us, and we must be ready to give our lives for the revolution in one field or another, with greater or lesser urgency, in the more or less immediate future. The battles will continue. I'm no prophet and I can't tell you what level of tension they will reach or to what degree they will consist of open combat. I hope and wish they will not reach an extreme degree. If they do, neither my actions nor yours will be very important for the final outcome. But if they don't, and none of us wants them to reach an extreme degree and will struggle to hold imperialism in its place because, as Nikita said, the elephant is strong, although the tiger is still a tiger. Your task of finding out what the enemy is planning to do, and also of passing on what the people think, takes on full importance. You can be great conduits, passing on the people's feelings to the government. The leaders of the revolution in Matanzas went through the streets with some rope, saying that INRA, National Institute of the Agrarian Reform, would provide the rope, but it was up to the people to decide who should be hanged. There were no reports, at least I haven't read one, that any such thing actually happened. Those leaders didn't do their duty correctly. That is like the example of the so-called Red Terror that people tried to impose against the White Terror, not realizing that the White Terror existed only in the minds of some extremists. We ourselves unleashed a White Terror with our absurd measures, and then we introduced a Red Terror. The absurd measures that an uncontrolled revolutionary group took in Matanzas were both saddening and strange. They might be repeated and we must all be vigilant to prevent that from happening. Everything that goes against revolutionary morality is counter-revolutionary, don't forget that. Anyone who fights against the revolution is a counter-revolutionary, but so is a person who uses their influence to buy a house, an extra car, food beyond their ration book quota and other things the people don't have, whether or not they flaunt them. that person is a counter-revolutionary and should be denounced immediately. Those who use their influence for their personal benefit or for that of their friends is a counter-revolutionary, and they should be relentlessly pursued and removed. Opportunism is an enemy of the revolution and flourishes wherever the people don't have control. For this reason it is very important to control the security bodies. In bodies where control is exercised from far above where, because of the body's work, the steps that each of its members takes cannot be controlled, we must be inflexible. Only this is justice, and we have made a revolution against injustice. Moreover, it is politically correct to do so, because those who violate revolutionary morality while speaking of revolution are not only potential traitors to the revolution but are also the worst detractors of the revolution. The people see them and know what they are doing, even when we ourselves don't know about such things, or don't want to know. Our revolution, having taken that mistaken path for some months, was destroying the most sacred thing it owns, the people's faith in it, and we must now work together with more enthusiasm and self-sacrifice than ever, to restore what we destroyed. It will be a hard task. There is not the same enthusiasm this year as last. Something has been lost and must be recovered. It will take a lot of effort, but it will be done, because the will to create beats in the hearts of the people and in the revolution is great. It was easier in the past. After faith has been betrayed or weakened, it won't be so easy to restore, and you must work hard to do this while, at the same time, be inflexible with the counter-revolution. You must be inscrutable about state matters and remain constantly vigilant. When making analyses, you should always consider that Cuba is part of Latin America, that it is directly linked to the rest of Latin America. What we have wrought here is of great historical importance, and, even if we didn't wish it, it will extend to the rest of Latin America. As it has already extended to some peoples, it will extend to others as well. The Second Declaration of Havana will be very important in the development of the revolutionary movements in Latin America. As a document, it calls on the masses to struggle, and we should retain our respect for great documents. This Second Declaration of Havana is like a Latin American Communist manifesto of the period, and is based on our reality and on a Marxist analysis of Latin American reality. I thought it would be correct for me to touch on Latin America with you this evening. Please forgive me because lack of data kept me from being more convincing and from going into the economic aspect of the struggle, which is so important. It would have been very interesting for me, at least, I don't know about you, to examine data demonstrating the extent of imperialist penetration, that brings out the relations between political movements and the economic situations of our countries and clearly shows how reaction corresponds to imperialist penetration and how penetration takes place because of a specific historical or economic background. The continent shares many features: imperialism's efforts to penetrate the bourgeoisie in some places in Latin America, the development of the struggles between different empires, and now the absolute U.S. monopoly over the economies of Latin American countries and over Latin America as a whole. The brand name Colgate, for example, is a word repeated in nearly every Latin American nation, just like Medgeral, Palmolive, and the names of thousands of other articles consumed here every day. Imperialism uses Latin America as a source of raw materials and as an area of expansion for its monopolies. But this has also unified us, creating a unity that must be held sacred and must be defended and strengthened. As a moral footnote to this conversation, you should study Latin America more. I have noted that generally in Cuba we know more about practically every other part of the world than we do about Latin America, and this is wrong. By studying Latin America, we will also learn a little about ourselves, draw closer together and understand more about our relations and our history. Studying Latin America means studying imperialist penetration, that is, studying its economy. There, you will discover the seeds of everything that is growing and happening now. Speech to the Argentines living in Havana. In this speech, Che Guevara addresses the Argentine community in Havana during the festivities held on May 25, 1962, the anniversary of Argentina's liberation from Spain. Dear compatriots from all over Latin America and those who come from the same province in Argentina as I do and who are here today celebrating one of our patriotic dates. This moment, which has been repeated many times in the course of our lives, has special meaning, a special tone and color today. Here, in another Latin American country, in new conditions in Latin America, where we are celebrating another May 25th, this time, with no hackneyed speeches and the customary fanfare, without the hollow words with which the rulers of the moment try to make themselves participants in our forefathers' glory. Here in Cuba, therefore, May 25th has special significance for us, so special that an Argentine is greeting and hosting you on behalf of the Cuban government and conveying to you its congratulations. The new conditions in Latin America, conditions that have ripened over the course of time, have consolidated this new era in which we live, this new historical moment, in which Cuba has the special glory of being the initiator in Latin America. Therefore, when speaking of the liberation movements, recalling the old feats of our wars of independence, we must remember today's Cuba, because this Cuba is part of an old effort of the masses to obtain their definitive liberation, an effort that has not yet completely succeeded even in Cuba. We must struggle to wipe out the old economic systems that oppress us, to free ourselves of all of the problems that dependence on foreign capital, mainly, dependence on U.S. monopolies, has brought us in our development, and to defend the freedom and well-being of our people that we have achieved in these years of struggle. May 25, 1810, witnessed one of the many cries that were emitted in different countries in that period. The Spanish monopoly was coming to an end, and everywhere the peoples were trying to win their freedom. A similar cry had been made in Bolivia the year before, and the struggle for freedom had also begun on the other side of Latin America. That cry of May 25, 1810, was neither the only nor the first one of its kind, but it had the essential virtue of holding firm and being consolidated, it had the virtue of triumphing at that time. Likewise, today's Cuban Revolution has been neither the only nor the first such effort. Other revolutions have taken place in this period and have tried to take the step that the Cuban Revolution has taken, but not all the required conditions existed and the governments created by those popular movements were overthrown. The most advanced, most moving case is that of Arbenz, Guatemala, which was destroyed by the U.S. monopolies. Cuba, like the heroes of May 25, 1810, has no other or special virtue. It is neither more nor less than an example of how the people can achieve victory, not an original one, not one based on proposals conceived of for the first time and not using a strategy that is unique in history. The Cuban Revolution simply made the most of the historical moment in which it developed. It applied revolutionary strategy correctly and united the masses who sought change under the leadership of a movement that, at a given moment, interpreted the aspirations of the Cuban people. The revolution followed a leader with extraordinary qualities who, like all great leaders, united the people and, in the special conditions in which we were waging our struggle in the Sierra, in the difficult conditions of guerrilla warfare, and on the plains, brought together an army of peasants that advanced on the cities and drew in the working class. An army of peasants defeated the dictatorship's army in many pitched battles, and, coming from the countryside, entered the city and then dedicated itself to destroying systematically the old established order naturally, beginning with the most powerful arm of the reaction, which was the army. The first thing every victorious revolution must do is completely reform the defeated army, replacing it with a new army and establishing class rule. We did that, and that was our virtue. This is the experience that we can show the other peoples of the world, especially the other Latin American peoples, with more strength and more suffering because we speak the same language, have gone through the same experiences and understand one another very easily. Therefore, we have an experience here naturally, not the only one. We would never consider that the Cuban experience blazes the only path for Latin America's liberation. But it is an important one, an effective demonstration that the repressive armies can be destroyed, that the people can arm their combative vanguard by teaching it how to fight and destroy the enemy army, how to harass and finally crush it. We can also show here how the masses grow and develop. The development of revolutionary consciousness is one of the most interesting phenomena. We all know that, To be successful, a revolution requires certain objective and subjective conditions. The government against which the revolution is directed has to be given a sound beating and have lost its ability to react. The objective conditions exist throughout Latin America. There are no Latin American countries where they aren't at a peak. However, the subjective conditions haven't ripened to the same extent in all countries. We have shown that, in Cuba's special conditions, the subjective conditions ripened during the armed struggle. The armed struggle was a catalyst that made those conditions more acute, carrying them to an extreme, and political awareness was born. Awareness of the need for change in a given social situation and confidence in the possibility of effecting that change, those are what we call subjective conditions. The masses in Latin America are very aware of the need for change, but they aren't always aware of the possibility of bringing about change, the possibility of seizing power. The peoples aren't always aware of their strength. The armed struggle in Cuba developed the people's faith in their own strength, turning it into confidence in victory and even enabling us to throw ourselves against the enemy's weapons, defeat its numerical superiority in terms of armed soldiers, firepower and modern weapons, attack it at a disadvantage of sometimes 1 to 10, and destroy all its focal points until victory was won. After this, the other stage also begins, the stage we're living in now, which may be more difficult, more arduous, than the stage of the war. I repeat, this is what we can show you. We have the moral duty and obligation of showing it to you so you can study and analyze but not copy it. When enough time has passed to make the Cuban Revolution a topic for historical studies and the future generations call some of those who took part in this revolution heroes of that time, then the revolution will have the virtues which I've just listed, of having shown other Latin American peoples what an armed people can do when it has chosen its revolutionary strategy well and when its revolutionary army is well led. Naturally, every Latin American country has specific conditions. Some of them have wonderful conditions for guerrilla struggle, in some, the peasants have very advanced thinking, and the war can be fought more favorably. In others, the working class, the urban population, is much more advanced, and the conditions for waging a war are more difficult. We aren't experts who have specialized in subversion, although there are experts who are specialists in combating subversion, but we do know one thing, and that is that an armed man is worth just as much as or more than another man who is armed, depending on the ideology motivating him to take up arms. Moreover, to be armed, a man must obtain a weapon, and weapons don't appear through spontaneous generation, neither are they found just around the corner. The weapons are held by the enemy's army, the oppressor's army. To achieve revolutionary liberation, you must use those weapons you have and, with them, take new weapons away from the enemy and turn your small army into a great people's army. Please excuse my military emphasis on weapons, but we're celebrating a day on which the Argentine people expressed their determination to seize independence from Spanish rule and, after holding an open meeting, after having those discussions which we remember year after year in ceremonies such as this, and after hearing the statements of the Spanish bishops, who refused to seek independence and who expressed the racial superiority of Spain. After all, that political triumph had to be implemented and the Argentine people had to take up arms. And then, after taking up arms and expelling the Spanish invaders from all their borders, even more compañeros had to ensure Argentina's independence and that of her sister Latin American nations, so the Argentine armies crossed the Andes to help liberate other peoples. When the liberating feats are remembered, we are especially proud more than of having obtained our territory's freedom and of having defended it against encroachment by the royalist forces, the role our forces, our armies, played in the liberation of Chile and Peru. Rather than an act of altruism by the revolutionary forces, it was a pressing need of military strategy to obtain a victory of continental scope, since partial victories were impossible. The only alternatives were the complete triumph or the complete defeat of revolutionary ideas, and that is also true today. Here on this small Caribbean island, surrounded by the sea and by enemies, too, the history made in Argentina is being repeated. Our revolution needs to spread its ideas, needs other people to embrace it, needs other Latin American peoples, filled with energy, to take up arms or seize power, whichever, because, when you seize power, you have to take up arms afterwards and help us in this task, which is the task of all Latin America and all humankind, the global task of struggling against the destruction wrought by our monopolist, imperialist enemy, which won't be defeated until the last of its magnates goes to jail or to the scaffold. It won't end until we bring about the total defeat of imperialism, and we draw closer to that day every time the popular forces wage and win a battle anywhere in Latin America or in the rest of the world. The Asian and African peoples are just as much our brothers, just as much brothers and sisters in our destiny as are the other Latin American peoples. The people of Algeria, who are winning their independence, and the people of Vietnam and of Laos, who are giving their lives to obtain theirs, are just as much our brothers as are the people of Venezuela, Paraguay, Peru, and Argentina. They are all part of a single struggle which imperialism calls by the same name, even though ideologies change and are acknowledged as communist or socialist, Peronist or any otherist, representing the political ideology in a given country. There are only two positions in history, either you're for the monopolies, or you're against them, and all those who are against the monopolies can be called by the same name. In this, U.S. imperialism is right. Those of us fighting for our people's liberation are united in the struggle, even if we don't know it, by our goal of wiping out imperialism. We are all allies, although we may not know this, either, although our own forces are sometimes divided by internal quarrels, and even though pointless arguments sometimes divert our attention from the prime need to oppose imperialism. But all of us who struggle honestly for the liberation of our respective countries are enemies of imperialism. There is no possible position now other than that of struggle or collaboration, and I know that none of you are collaborating with the enemy, none of you is even remotely in favor of imperialism, and all of you are decidedly for Argentina's liberation. Liberation, because Argentina is once again in chains. These chains are sometimes hard to see, chains aren't always visible to everyone, but they are shackling the country. Oil goes out on one side, U.S. companies come in on all sides of the country, and old victories are being eaten away, and all this is going on slowly, as if a subtle poison were penetrating Argentina, as it is in many other Latin American countries. However, the people are reacting energetically against this penetration, which, in general terms, is subtle but always weighs on the backs of the people. And, when the administrations try to cleanse their hands with an election, this brings on disasters such as the latest one. Then comes brazen intervention by imperialism, its puppets, and all of its aides-de-camp. This creates a familiar situation, and the popular struggles begin. If the leaders of the reaction are skillful, they may channel things toward new forms that will enable them to deceive the people once more. If the leaders of the reaction aren't skillful enough, or if the people are more alert than they are, the impetus of the masses may take them farther than they have come so far. It may enable them to take the step needed for the working class to seize power. The masses of workers and peasants in our country may learn to take a new path or continue along paths they know well and destroy a power that is already tottering, which is based on fear of bayonets, on the disunity of our forces, and on unawareness of the possibility of change and of struggle, unawareness of how great the people's strength really is and of the comparatively enormous weakness of the repressive force. If our people learn their lessons well, if they don't allow themselves to be deceived again, and if new disputes don't divert them from their main purpose, which should be that of seizing power, neither more nor less than seizing power, new conditions may arise in Argentina, the conditions represented, in its time, by May 25, the conditions of a total change. Only, in this period of colonialism and imperialism, total change will mean the step that we have taken, the step toward the declaration of a socialist revolution and the establishment of a power dedicated to the construction of socialism. When you come right down to it, socialism is an economic stage of humankind. Like it or not, we must pass through this stage. We may delay or advance it. That part of the struggle corresponds to the leaders of the two great opposing forces. If the reaction does an effective job of directing its guns, its weapon of division and its weapon of intimidation, it may keep socialism from coming to a given country for many years. But, if the people use their ideology correctly, apply their revolutionary strategy well, choose the right moment for making their attack, and do so fully and without fear, revolutionary power may come very soon in any Latin American country, specifically, Argentina. Compañeros, whether the historic experience of May 25 is repeated in these new conditions or not depends on the Argentine people and their leaders, that is, it depends on you. Therefore, you have a great responsibility, to struggle and lead the people, who have already begun using every conceivable means to express their determination to break the old chains and to free themselves of the new ones with which imperialism is threatening to shackle them. Let us, therefore, take up the hackneyed, often distorted example of May 25. Let us take up the example of the liberating revolution that issued from its borders filled with a new ideology that was not its own but which it had adopted to convey its message to the rest of Latin America, and let us think of these moments, when a type of May 25 has appeared in the Caribbean. Revolutionary proclamations are being launched from here that will reach all Latin American peoples, and the Declaration of Havana stands out as a declaration of human rights for the peoples of this era. Let us think about the indestructible unity of all of Latin America. Let us think about everything that links and unites us, not about what divides us. Let us think about all of the qualities we have in common, about our economies, which are all distorted, about the fact that each nation is shackled by the same imperialism. Let us think about being part of an army that is fighting for liberation in every part of the world that has not been liberated yet, and let us get ready to celebrate another May 25, not in this generous land, but in our own land, under new symbols, under the symbols of victory, the construction of socialism and the future. 1963. Article. This article was first published in Cuba Socialista in September 1963. It summarizes some of the main points Che made in his book Guerrilla Warfare that was first published in 1961. Guerrilla warfare, a method. Guerrilla warfare has been employed throughout history on innumerable occasions and in different circumstances to obtain different objectives. Lately it has been employed in various wars of liberation when the vanguard of a people has chosen the road of irregular armed struggle against enemies of superior military power. Asia, Africa, and Latin America have been the scenes of such actions in attempts to win power in the struggle against feudal, neocolonial or colonial exploitation. In Europe, guerrilla units have been used as supplements to native or allied regular armies. Guerrilla warfare has been employed in the Americas on several occasions. We have had, as a case in point, the experience of Augusto Cesar Sandino fighting against the Yankee Expeditionary Force on Nicaragua's Segovia River. Recently we had Cuba's Revolutionary War. In the Americas since then the problem of guerrilla war has been raised in theoretical discussions by the progressive parties of the continent with the question of whether its utilization is possible or convenient. This has become the focus of highly controversial polemics. This article will express our views on guerrilla warfare and its correct utilization. Above all, we must emphasize at the outset that this form of struggle is a means to an end. That end, essential and inevitable for any revolutionary, is the conquest of political power. In the analysis of specific situations in different countries of America, we must therefore use the concept of guerrilla warfare in the limited sense of a method of struggle in order to gain that end. Almost immediately the questions arise: is guerrilla warfare the only formula for seizing power in Latin America? Or, at any rate, will it be the predominant form? Or will it simply be one formula among many used during the struggle? And ultimately we may ask, is Cuba's example applicable to the present situation on the continent? In the course of polemics, those who want to undertake guerrilla warfare are criticized for forgetting mass struggle, implying that guerrilla warfare and mass struggle are opposed to each other. We reject this implication, for guerrilla warfare is a people's war. An attempt to carry out this type of war without the population's support is a prelude to inevitable disaster. The guerrilla is the combat vanguard of the people, situated in a specified place in a certain region, armed and willing to carry out a series of warlike actions for the one possible strategic end: the seizure of power. the guerrilla is supported by the peasant and worker masses of the region and of the whole territory in which it acts. Without these prerequisites, guerrilla warfare is not possible. We consider that the Cuban Revolution contributed three fundamental lessons to the revolutionary movement in the Americas. First, popular forces can win a war against the army. Second, it is not always necessary to wait for all conditions favorable to revolution to be present, the insurrection itself can create them. Third, in the underdeveloped parts of America, the battleground for armed struggle should, in the main, be the countryside. 1. These are the contributions to the development of the revolutionary struggle in America, and they can be applied to any of the countries on our continent where guerrilla warfare may develop. The Second Declaration of Havana points out, in our countries two circumstances are linked, underdeveloped industry and an agrarian system of feudal character. No matter how hard the living conditions of the urban workers are, the rural population lives under even worse conditions of oppression and exploitation. With few exceptions, the rural population also constitutes the absolute majority, comprising more than 70% of the Latin American populations. Not counting the landowners, who often live in the cities, this great mass earns its livelihood by working for miserable wages as peons on plantations. They till the soil under conditions of exploitation no different from those of the Middle Ages. These circumstances determine in Latin America that the poor rural population constitutes a tremendous potential revolutionary force. The armies in Latin America are set up and equipped for conventional warfare. They are the force through which the power of the exploiting classes is maintained. When they are confronted with the irregular warfare of peasants based on their home ground, they become absolutely powerless. They lose 10 men for every revolutionary fighter who falls. Demoralization among them mounts rapidly when they are beset by an invisible and invincible army which provides them no chance to display their military academy tactics and their military fanfare, of which they boast so heavily, and which they use to repress the city workers and students. The initial struggle of the small fighting units is constantly nurtured by new forces. The mass movement begins to grow bold. Bit by bit the old order breaks into 1,000 pieces, and that is when the working class and the urban masses decide the battle. What is it that from the very beginning of the fight makes these units invincible, regardless of the numbers, strengths, and resources of their enemies? It is the people's support, and they can count on an ever-increasing mass support. The peasantry, however, is a class that because of the ignorance in which it has been kept and the isolation in which it lives, requires the revolutionary and political leadership of the working class and the revolutionary intellectuals. It cannot launch the struggle and achieve victory alone. In the present historical conditions of Latin America, the national bourgeoisie cannot lead the anti-feudal and anti-imperialist struggle. Experience demonstrates that in our nations this class, even when its interests clash with those of Yankee imperialism, has been incapable of confronting imperialism, paralyzed by fear of social revolution and frightened by the clamor of the exploited masses. Completing the foresight of the preceding statements that constitute the essence of the Revolutionary Declaration of Latin America, the Second Declaration of Havana states: the subjective conditions in each country, the factors of revolutionary consciousness, organization, and leadership, can accelerate or delay revolution, depending on the state of their development. Sooner or later in each historic epoch objective conditions ripen, consciousness is acquired, organization is achieved, leadership arises, and revolution takes place. Whether this takes place peacefully or comes into the world after painful labor does not depend on the revolutionaries, it depends on the reactionary forces of the old society, who resist the birth of the new society engendered by contradictions carried in the womb of the old. Revolutions, historically, are like the doctor assisting at the birth of a new life, who will not use forceps unless they are necessary, but who will use them unhesitatingly every time labor requires them. A revolution is a labor bringing the hope of a better life to the enslaved and exploited masses. In many Latin American countries revolution is inevitable. This fact is not determined by the will of any person. It is determined by the horrifying conditions of exploitation under which the Latin American people live, the development of a revolutionary consciousness in the masses, the worldwide crisis of imperialism and the universal liberation movements of the subjugated nations. We shall begin from this basis to analyze the whole matter of guerrilla warfare in Latin America. We have already established that it is a means of struggle to attain an end. First, our concern is to analyze the end in order to determine whether the winning of power in Latin America can be achieved in ways other than armed struggle. Peaceful struggle can be carried out through mass movements that compel governments to yield in special crisis situations. Thus, the popular forces would eventually take over and establish a dictatorship of the proletariat. Theoretically, this is correct. When analyzing this in the Latin American context, we must reach the following conclusions. Generally, on this continent, objective conditions exist that propel the masses to violent action against their bourgeois and land-holding governments. In many countries there are crises of power and also some subjective conditions necessary for revolution. It is clear, of course, that in those countries where all these conditions are found, it would be criminal not to act to seize power. In other countries, where these conditions are not present, it is right that different alternatives will appear, and out of theoretical discussions tactics suitable to each country should emerge. The only thing history does not allow is that the analysts and executors of proletarian politics be mistaken. No one can solicit the role of vanguard party as if it were a diploma given by a university. To be the vanguard party means to be at the forefront of the working class through the struggle for winning power. It means to know how to guide this fight through shortcuts to victory. This is the mission of our revolutionary parties, and the analysis must be profound and exhaustive so that there will be no mistakes. At the present time we can observe in America an unstable balance between oligarchical dictatorship and popular pressure. By oligarchical we mean the reactionary alliance between the bourgeoisie and the landowning class of each country in which feudalism remains to a greater or lesser degree. These dictatorships carry on within a certain legal framework adjudicated by themselves to facilitate their work in the unrestricted period of their class domination. Yet we are passing through a stage in which pressure from the masses is very strong and is straining bourgeois legality so that its own authors must violate it in order to halt the impetus of the masses. Barefaced violation of all legislation or of laws specifically instituted to sanction ruling class deeds only increases the pressure from the popular forces. The oligarchical dictatorships then attempt to use the old legal order to alter constitutionality and further oppress the proletariat without a direct confrontation. At this point a contradiction arises. The people no longer support the old, and much less the new, coercive measures established by the dictatorship and try to smash them. We should never forget the class character, authoritarian and restrictive, that typifies the bourgeois state. Lenin refers to it in the following manner: in State and Revolution, the state is the product and the manifestation of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms. The state arises when, where, and to the extent that class antagonisms objectively cannot be reconciled. And, conversely, the existence of the state proves that class antagonisms are irreconcilable. In other words, we should not allow the word democracy to be utilized apologetically to represent the dictatorship of the exploiting classes, to lose its deeper meaning and acquire that of granting the people certain liberties, more or less adequate. To struggle only to restore a certain degree of bourgeois legality without considering the question of revolutionary power is to struggle for the return of a dictatorial order established by the dominant social classes. In other words, it is to struggle for a lighter iron ball to be fixed to the prisoner's chain. In these conditions of conflict, the oligarchy breaks its own contracts, its own mask of democracy, and attacks the people, though it will always try to use the superstructure it has created for the purpose of repression. We are faced once again with a dilemma: what must be done? Our reply is, violence is not the monopoly of the exploiters, and as such the exploited can use it too and, moreover, ought to use it when the moment arrives. José Martí said, "He who wages war in a country when he can avoid it is a criminal, just as he who fails to promote war which cannot be avoided is a criminal." Lenin said, "Social democracy has never taken a sentimental view of war. It unreservedly condemns war as a bestial means of settling conflicts in human society. But social democracy knows that as long as society is divided into classes, as long as there is exploitation of human beings by others, wars are inevitable. In order to end this exploitation, we cannot walk away from war, which is always and everywhere begun by the exploiters, by the ruling and oppressing classes. He said this in 1905. Later, in Military Program of the Proletarian Revolution, a far-reaching analysis of the nature of class struggle, he affirmed, whoever recognizes the class struggle cannot fail to recognize civil wars, which in every class society are the natural and, under certain conditions, inevitable continuation, development, and intensification of the class struggle. All the great revolutions prove this. To repudiate civil war, or to forget about it, would mean sinking into extreme opportunism and renouncing the socialist revolution. That is to say, we should not fear violence, the midwife of new societies, but violence should be unleashed at that precise moment in which the leaders have found the most favorable circumstances. What will these be? Subjectively, they depend on two factors that complement each other and which deepen during the struggle: consciousness of the necessity of change and confidence in the possibility of this revolutionary change. Both of these factors combined with the objective conditions, favorable everywhere in Latin America for the development of the struggle, and the firm will to achieve revolutionary change, as well as the new correlation of forces in the world, will determine the mode of action. Regardless of how far away the socialist countries may be, their favorable influence will be felt by the people who struggle, just as their example will give the people further strength. Fidel Castro said on July 26, 1963. The duty of the revolutionaries, especially at this moment, is to know how to recognize and how to take advantage of the changes in the correlation of forces that have taken place in the world and to understand that these changes facilitate the people's struggle. The duty of revolutionaries, of Latin American revolutionaries, is not to wait for the change in the correlation of forces to produce a miracle of social revolutions in Latin America, but to take full advantage of everything that is favorable to the revolutionary movement and to make revolution. There are some who say, let us admit that in certain specific cases revolutionary war is the best means to achieve political power, but where do we find the great leaders, the Fidel Castros, who will lead us to victory? Fidel Castro, like any other human being, is the product of history. The political and military leaders who will lead the insurrectional uprisings in the Americas, merged if possible in one person, will learn the art of war during the course of war itself. There exists neither trade nor profession that can be learned from books alone. In this case, the struggle itself is the great teacher. Of course, the task will not be easy and it is not exempt from grave dangers. During the development of armed struggle, there are two moments of extreme danger for the future of the revolution. The first of these arises in the preparatory stage, and the way it is dealt with will give the measure of determination to struggle as well as clarity of purpose of the popular forces. When the bourgeois state advances against the people's positions, obviously there must arise a process of defense against the enemy who, at this point, being superior, attacks. If the basic subjective and objective conditions are ripe, the defense must be armed so that the popular forces will not merely become recipients of the enemy's blows. Nor should the armed defense camp be allowed to be transformed into the refuge of the pursued. The guerrilla army, the defensive movement of the people, at a given moment carries within itself the capacity to attack the enemy and must develop this constantly. This capacity is what determines, with the passing of time, the catalytic character of the popular forces. That is, guerrilla warfare is not passive self-defense, it is defense with attack. From the moment we recognize it as such, it has as its final goal the conquest of political power. This moment is important. In social processes, the difference between violence and non-violence cannot be measured by the number of shots exchanged, rather it lies in concrete and fluctuating situations. We must be able to see the right moment in which the popular forces, conscious of their relative weakness and their strategic strength, must take the initiative against the enemy so the situation will not deteriorate. The equilibrium between oligarchic dictatorship and popular pressure must be changed. The dictatorship tries to function without resorting to force, so we must try to oblige it to do so, thereby unmasking its true nature as the dictatorship of the reactionary social classes. This event will deepen the struggle to such an extent that there will be no retreat from it. The success of the popular forces depends on the task of forcing the dictatorship to a decision to retreat, or to unleash the struggle, thus beginning the stage of long-range armed action. Skillful avoidance of the next dangerous moment depends on the growing power of the popular forces. Marx always recommended that once the revolutionary process has begun, the proletariat should strike blows again and again without rest. A revolution that does not constantly expand is a revolution that regresses. The combatants, if weary, begin to lose faith, and at this point some of the bourgeois maneuvers may bear fruit, for example, by holding of elections to turn a government over to another gentleman with a sweeter voice and a more angelic face than the outgoing tyrant, or the staging of a coup by reactionaries, generally led by the army, with the direct or indirect support of the progressive forces. There are others, but it is not our intention to analyze all such tactical stratagems. Let us focus on the military coup mentioned previously. What can the military contribute to democracy? What kind of loyalty can be asked of them if they are merely an instrument of domination for the reactionary classes and imperialist monopolies, and if, as a caste whose worth rests on the weapons in their hands, they aspire only to maintain their prerogatives? When, in difficult situations for the oppressors, the military establishment conspires to overthrow a dictator who in reality has already been defeated, it can be said that they do so because the dictator is unable to preserve their class prerogatives without extreme violence, a method that generally does not suit the interests of the oligarchies at that point. This statement does not mean to reject the service of military men as individual fighters who, once separated from the society they served, have in fact now rebelled against it. They should be utilized in accordance with the revolutionary line they adopt as fighters and not as representatives of a caste. A long time ago Engels, in the preface to the third edition of Civil War in France, wrote, "The workers were armed after every revolution, for this reason the disarming of the workers was the first commandment for the bourgeoisie at the helm of the state. Hence, after every revolution won by the workers there was a new struggle ending with the defeat of the workers. This play of continuous struggle, in which some change is obtained and then strategically withdrawn, has been repeated for many dozens of years in the capitalist world. Moreover, the permanent deception of the proletariat along these lines has been practiced for over a century. There is a danger also that progressive party leaders, wishing to maintain conditions more favorable for revolutionary action through the use of certain aspects of bourgeois legality, will lose sight of their goal, which is common during the action, thus forgetting the primary strategic objective, the seizure of power. These two difficult moments in the revolution, analyzed briefly here, become obvious when the leaders of Marxist-Leninist parties are capable of clearly perceiving the implications of the moments and of mobilizing the masses to the fullest, leading them on the correct path of resolving fundamental contradictions. In developing this thesis, we have assumed that eventually the idea of armed struggle, as well as guerrilla warfare as a method of struggle, will be accepted. Why do we think that in the present situation in the Americas guerrilla warfare is the best method? There are fundamental arguments that in our opinion determine the necessity of guerrilla action as the central axis of struggle in the Americas. First, accepting as true that the enemy will fight to maintain itself in power, one must think about destroying the oppressor army. To do this, a people's army is necessary. Such an army is not born spontaneously, rather it must be armed from the enemy's arsenal, and this requires a long and difficult struggle in which the popular forces and their leaders will always be exposed to attack from superior forces and will be without adequate defense and maneuverability. On the other hand, the guerrilla nucleus, established in terrain favorable for the struggle, ensures the security and continuity of the revolutionary command. The urban forces, led by the General Staff of the People's Army, can perform actions of the greatest importance. The eventual destruction of these groups, however, would not kill the soul of the revolution, its leadership would continue from its rural bastion to spark the revolutionary spirit of the masses and would continue to organize new forces for other battles. More importantly, in this region begins the construction of the future state apparatus entrusted to lead the class dictatorship efficiently during the transition period. The longer the struggle becomes, the larger and more complex the administrative problems, and in solving them, cadres will be trained for the difficult task of consolidating power and, at a later stage, economic development. Second, there is the general situation of the Latin American peasantry and the ever more explosive character of the struggle against feudal structures within the framework of an alliance between local and foreign exploiters. Returning to the Second Declaration of Havana. At the outset of the past century, the peoples of the Americas freed themselves from Spanish colonialism, but they did not free themselves from exploitation. The feudal landlords assumed the authority of the governing Spaniards, the Indians continued in their painful serfdom, the Latin American remained a slave one way or another, and the minimal hopes of the peoples died under the power of the oligarchies and the tyranny of foreign capital. This is the truth of the Americas, to one or another degree of variation. Latin America today is under a more ferocious imperialism that is more powerful and ruthless than the Spanish colonial empire. What is Yankee imperialism's attitude toward confronting the objective and historically inexorable reality of the Latin American Revolution? To prepare to fight a colonial war against the peoples of Latin America, to create an apparatus of force establishing the political pretexts and the pseudo-legal instruments underwritten by the representatives of the reactionary oligarchies in order to curb, by blood and by iron, the struggle of the Latin American peoples. This objective situation shows the dormant force of our peasants and the need to utilize it for Latin America's liberation. Third, there is the continental nature of the struggle. Could we imagine this stage of Latin American emancipation as the confrontation of two local forces struggling for power in a specific territory? Hardly. The struggle between the popular forces and the forces of repression will be to the death. This also is predicted within the paragraph cited previously. The Yankees will intervene due to conjunction of interest and because the struggle in Latin America is decisive. As a matter of fact, they are intervening already, preparing the forces of repression and the organization of a continental apparatus of repression. But from now on they will do so with all their energy, they will punish the popular forces with all the destructive weapons at their disposal. They will not allow a revolutionary power to consolidate, and, if it ever happens, they will attack again. They will not recognize such a power, and will try to divide the revolutionary forces. They will infiltrate saboteurs, create border problems, force other reactionary states to oppose it, and will impose economic sanctions attempting, in a word, to annihilate the new state. This being the panorama in Latin America, it is difficult to achieve and consolidate victory in an isolated country. The unity of the repressive forces must be confronted with the unity of the popular forces. In all countries where oppression reaches intolerable proportions, the banner of rebellion must be raised, and this banner of historical necessity will have a continental character. As Fidel has said, the Cordillera of the Andes will be the Sierra Maestra of Latin America, and the immense territory this continent encompasses will become the scene of a life-or-death struggle against imperialism. We cannot predict when this struggle will reach a continental dimension or how long it will last. But we can predict its advent and triumph because it is the inevitable result of historical, economic, and political conditions, and its direction cannot change. The task of the revolutionary forces in each country is to initiate the struggle when the conditions are present there, regardless of the conditions in other countries. The development of the struggle will bring about the general strategy. The prediction of the continental character of the struggle is the outcome of the analysis of the strength of each contender, but this does not exclude independent outbreaks. The beginning of the struggle in one area of a country is bound to cause its development throughout the region. The beginning of a revolutionary war contributes to the development of new conditions in the neighboring countries. The development of revolution has usually produced high and low tides in inverse proportion. To the revolution's high tide corresponds the counter-revolutionary low tide and vice versa, as there is a counter-revolutionary ascendancy in moments of revolutionary decline. In those moments, the situation of the popular forces becomes difficult and they should resort to the best means of defense in order to suffer the least damage. The enemy is extremely powerful and has a continental range. The relative weakness of the local bourgeoisie cannot, therefore, be analyzed with a view to making decisions within restricted boundaries. Still less can one think of an eventual alliance by these oligarchies with the people in arms. The Cuban Revolution sounded the bell that raised the alarm. The polarization of forces will become complete, exploiters on one side and exploited on the other. The mass of the petty bourgeoisie will lean to one side or the other according to their interests and the political skill with which they are handled. Neutrality will be an exception. This is how a revolutionary war will be. Let us think how a guerrilla foco can start. Nuclei with relatively few people choose places favorable for guerrilla warfare with the intention of either unleashing a counterattack or weathering the storm, and from there they start taking action. What follows, however, must be very clear. At the beginning the relative weakness of the guerrilla is such that they should work only toward becoming acquainted with the terrain and its surroundings while establishing connections with the population and fortifying the places that will eventually be converted into bases. There are three conditions for survival that a guerrilla force must embrace if it is emerging subject to the premises described here: constant mobility, constant vigilance, and constant distrust. Without these three elements of military tactics the guerrilla will find it hard to survive. We must remember that the heroism of the guerrilla fighter, at this moment, consists of the scope of the planned goal and the enormous number of sacrifices they must make in order to achieve it. These sacrifices are not made in daily combat or in face-to-face battle with the enemy, rather they will take subtler forms, more difficult for the guerrilla fighter to resist both physically and mentally. Perhaps the guerrillas will be punished heavily by the enemy, divided at times into groups, while at other times those who are captured will be tortured. They will be pursued as hunted animals in the areas where they have chosen to operate. The constant anxiety of having the enemy on their track will be with them. They must distrust everyone, for the terrorized peasants will in some cases give them away to the repressive troops in order to save themselves. Their only alternatives are life or death, at times when death is a concept 1,000 times present and victory only a myth for a revolutionary to dream about. This is the guerrilla's heroism. For this it is said that walking is a form of fighting and that avoiding combat at a given moment is another. Facing the general superiority of the enemy at a given place, one must find the tactics with which to gain relative superiority at that moment, either by being capable of concentrating more troops than the enemy or by using the terrain fully and well in order to secure advantages that unbalance the correlation of forces. In these conditions tactical victory is assured. If relative superiority is not clear, it is better not to act. As long as the guerrilla army is in the position of deciding the how and the when, no combat should be fought that will not end in victory. Within the framework of the great political military action of which they are a part, the guerrilla army will grow and be consolidated. Bases will continue to be formed, for they are essential to the success of the guerrilla army. These bases are points the enemy can enter only at the cost of heavy losses. They are the revolution's bastions. They are both refuges and the starting point for the guerrilla army's more daring and distant raids. This point is reached if difficulties of a tactical and political nature have been overcome. The guerrillas cannot forget their function as the vanguard of the people, their mandate, and as such they must create the necessary political conditions for the establishment of a revolutionary power based on the support of the masses. The peasants' aspirations or demands must be satisfied to the degree and in the form that circumstances permit so as to bring about the decisive support and solidarity of the whole population. If the guerrillas' military situation is difficult from the very first moment, the political situation is just as delicate. If a single military error can liquidate the guerrilla, a political error can hold back its development for long periods. The struggle is political military and it must be developed and understood as such. In the process of the guerrilla's growth, the fighting reaches a point where its capacity for action in a given region is so great there are too many fighters in too great a concentration. Then begins the beehive action, in which one of the commanders, a distinguished guerrilla, moves to another region and repeats the chain of development of guerrilla warfare. That commander is nevertheless subject to a central command. It is imperative to point out that one cannot hope for victory without the formation of a people's army. The guerrilla forces can be expanded to a certain magnitude, the popular forces in the cities and in other areas can inflict losses, but the military potential of the reactionaries will still remain intact. One must always keep in mind the fact that the final objective is the enemy's annihilation. All these new zones created, as well as the infiltrated zones behind enemy lines and the forces operating in the principal cities, should be unified under one command. Guerrilla war or liberation war will generally have three stages. First is the strategic defensive stage, when the small force nibbles at the enemy and runs. It is not sheltered to make a passive defense within a small circumference, but rather its defense consists of the limited attacks it can successfully make. After this comes a state of equilibrium in which the possibilities of action on both sides, the enemy and the guerrillas, are established. Finally, the last stage consists of overrunning the repressive army, leading to the capture of the big cities, large-scale decisive encounters, and ultimately the complete annihilation of the enemy. After reaching a state of equilibrium, when both sides respect each other, the guerrilla war develops and acquires new characteristics. The concept of maneuver is introduced, large columns attacking strong points, mobile warfare with the shifting of forces and relatively potent means of attack. But due to the capacity for resistance and counterattack that the enemy still has, this war of maneuver does not replace guerrilla fighting, rather, it is only one form of action taken by the guerrillas until that time when they crystallize into a people's army with an army corps. Even at this moment, the guerrilla, marching ahead of the action of the main forces, will continue the tactics of the first stage, destroying communications and sabotaging the whole defensive apparatus of the enemy. We have predicted that the war will be continental. This means that it will be a protracted war, it will have many fronts, and it will cost much blood and countless lives for a long period of time. Another phenomenon occurring in Latin America is the polarization of forces, that is, the clear division between exploiters and exploited. When the armed vanguard of the people achieves power, both the imperialists and the national exploiting class will be liquidated at one stroke. The first stage of the socialist revolution will have crystallized, and the people will be ready to heal their wounds and initiate the construction of socialism. Are there less bloody possibilities? A while ago the last dividing up of the world took place, and the United States took the lion's share of our continent. Today the imperialists of the old world are developing again, and the strength of the European common market frightens the United States itself. All this might lead to the belief that the possibility exists for us merely to observe as spectators, perhaps in alliance with the stronger national bourgeoisie, the struggle among the imperialists trying to make further advances. Yet a passive policy never brings good results in class struggle, and alliances with the bourgeoisie, although they might appear to be revolutionary, have only a transitory character. The time factor will induce us to choose another ally. The sharpening of the most important contradiction in Latin America appears to be so rapid that it disturbs the normal development of the imperialist camp's conflicts in its struggle for markets. The majority of national bourgeoisie have united with U.S. imperialism, so their fate shall be the same. Even in the cases where pacts or common contradictions are shared between the national bourgeoisie and other imperialists, this occurs within the framework of a fundamental struggle that will sooner or later embrace all the exploited and all the exploiters. The polarization of antagonistic forces among class adversaries is up to now more rapid than the development of the contradiction among exploiters over dividing the spoils. There are two camps. The alternative becomes clearer for each individual and for each specific stratum of the population. The Alliance for Progress attempts to slow that which cannot be stopped. But if the advance on the U.S. market by the European Common Market, or any other imperialist group, were more rapid than the development of the fundamental contradiction, the forces of the people would only have to penetrate into the open breach, carrying on the struggle and utilizing the new intruders while having a clear awareness of what their true intentions are. Not a single position, weapon, or secret should be given to the class enemy, under penalty of losing all. In fact, the eruption of the Latin American struggle has begun. Will its storm center be in Venezuela, Guatemala, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador? Are today's skirmishes only manifestations of an unrest that has not come to fruition? The outcome of today's struggles does not matter. It does not matter in the final count that one or two movements were temporarily defeated, because what is definite is the decision to struggle that matures every day, the consciousness of the need for revolutionary change and the certainty that it is possible. This is a prediction. We make it with the conviction that history will prove us right. Analysis of the objective and subjective conditions of Latin America and the imperialist world indicates to us the certainty of these assertions based on the Second Declaration of Havana. Underscore 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 on. Letter, 1963. Letter to Mr. Peter Marucci. Havana. May 4, 1963. Year of organization. Mr. Peter Marucci. Editor of The Telegraph. The Daily Mercury. Guelph, Canada. Companero. First of all, I must confess that bureaucracy is solidly and thoroughly entrenched in our country. It absorbs papers, incubates them, and, in time, allows them to reach the people to whom they are addressed. This is why I haven't replied to your letter before this. Cuba is a tropical, indomitable, naive, and joyous socialist country. It is socialist without losing any of its own characteristics, the socialism adding maturity to its people. It is well worth knowing. We will be happy to welcome you whenever you wish to come. Sincerely. Homeland or death. We will win. Commander Beto Che Guevara. 1964. Speech. On December 11, 1964, Che Guevara, representing the revolutionary government of Cuba, addressed the United Nations General Assembly in New York, stating the final hour of colonialism has struck. The representatives of Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Colombia, Panama, and the United States responded with vitriolic attacks, to which Che made the following reply. Response to the attacks against Cuba in the UN General Assembly. December 11, 1964. I ask your indulgence for my taking the floor for a second time. I am doing so to exercise my right of reply. Naturally, even though I'm not particularly interested in doing so, I could go on making rejoinders indefinitely. One by one, I am going to reply to the statements of the delegates who have attacked Cuba's participation, and I will do so in more or less the same spirit in which each of them made those statements. I will begin by replying to the delegate of Costa Rica, who deplored the fact that Cuba had allowed itself to be carried away by some lies in the sensationalist press, and who said that his government had taken some immediate measures of inspection when the free press of Costa Rica, which is very different from the enslaved press of Cuba, made some denunciations. It may be that the delegate of Costa Rica is right. I cannot make a definitive statement based on the articles that the imperialist press, especially that of the United States, has repeatedly made about the Cuban counter-revolutionaries. But, if Artime was the head of the Bay of Pigs invasion, which failed, he was the head of it for just a while, only until the invaders arrived at the Cuban coast and suffered their first casualties, because he went back to the United States then. Most of the members of that heroic liberating expedition were cooks or health personnel, according to the statements they made after being taken prisoner. All of the liberators of Cuba arrived in Cuba in those capacities. Artime, who now starts to be their leader again, was indignant about the accusation. Of what? Of smuggling whiskey? He said there was no contraband whiskey in their bases in Costa Rica and Nicaragua, which trained revolutionaries to free Cuba. Those statements were made to the news agencies and have gone round the world. That accusation has been made in Costa Rica many times. Costa Rican patriots have told us about the existence of those bases in the Tortugueras and neighboring areas, and the government of Costa Rica should know very well if it is so or not. I am absolutely sure that these reports are true, and I am also sure that Mr. Artime, among his many revolutionary occupations, also had time to smuggle whiskey, because, among the kind of liberators that the government of Costa Rica is protecting, even if only half-heartedly, that is a perfectly normal thing to do. I maintain and have said 1,001 times that revolutions are not exported. Revolutions are born in the hearts of the people. Revolutions are engendered by the exploitation that the governments such as those of Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panama, and Venezuela impose on their peoples. Later, the liberation movements may or may not receive help, especially moral support, but the fact remains that revolutions cannot be exported. I'm not saying this to the Assembly as a justification, I'm simply stating it as the expression of a fact that was scientifically established many years ago. Therefore, it would be wrong for us to pretend to export revolutions, especially to Costa Rica, which has a regime that has absolutely nothing in common with us and is not one of the regimes that is notorious in Latin America for its direct, indiscriminate oppression of its peoples. As for Nicaragua, I would like to tell its representative that, even though I didn't understand all of his arguments about accents, I think he was referring to Cuba, Argentina, and maybe the Soviet Union, as well. I hope that he has found no trace of a US accent in my address, because that would be a dangerous thing to have. It is true that my accent may contain traces of the Argentine way of speaking, because I was born in Argentina, that's no secret to anybody. I am both Cuban and Argentine, and I hope the illustrious gentlemen of Latin America won't be offended. I consider myself a Latin American patriot and just as much a citizen of any Latin American country as anyone else, and am prepared to give my life for the liberation of any of the Latin American countries whenever necessary, without asking anything of anybody, without making any demands, and without exploiting anybody. And this temporary representative to this assembly is not the only one who's prepared to do this. All of the Cuban people suffer every time there is an act of injustice, not only in Latin America, but anywhere in the world. Here, I will repeat what I've before said so often, citing Marty's marvelous maxim that every true human should feel on their cheek the blow dealt to the cheek of any other human. All of the Cuban people feel this way, gentlemen. If the representative of Nicaragua wants to take a glance at his map or inspect some places that are difficult to access for himself, he can go. In addition to Puerto Cabezas, I don't think he'll deny that a large part of the Bay of Pigs expeditionary set out from there to Bluefields and Monkey Point, which I think should be called Punto Mano. I don't know what strange historical reason there is for these places having English names, since they are in Nicaragua. There, he can find some Cuban counter-revolutionaries, or revolutionaries, as the representatives of Nicaragua prefer to call them. There are all kinds of them. There is also a lot of whiskey, but I don't know whether it was smuggled in or whether it was imported legally. We know that those bases exist. And, naturally, we aren't going to demand that the OAS investigate if they are there or not. We are only too familiar with the OAS's collective blindness to ask any such thing. People say we have admitted that we have nuclear weapons. There aren't any. I think the representative of Nicaragua has made a slight mistake. We have simply defended our right to have whatever weapons we can obtain for our defense, and we have refused to give any other country the right to decide what kind of weapons we will have. The representative of Panama, who has been kind enough to call me Che, as the Cuban people call me, began by speaking about the Mexican Revolution. The Cuban delegation spoke about the U.S. massacre of the Panamanian people, and the delegate of Panama began by speaking about the Mexican Revolution and then went on in that style, without making any reference at all to the U.S. massacre which caused the government of Panama to break off relations with the United States. Perhaps, in the language of sellout politics, this is called tactics. In revolutionary terminology, gentlemen, this is called utter abasement. Reference was made to the 1959 invasion. A group of adventurers headed by a bearded coffee grower who had never been in the Sierra Maestra and is now in Miami or on a base somewhere else managed to whip up the enthusiasm of a group of kids and carry out that adventure. Officials of the Cuban government worked together with the Panamanian government to put that effort down. It is true that they left from a Cuban port, and it is also true that we argued with them in a friendly way at the time. Of all the statements that we have heard here against the Cuban delegation, the one that seems completely inexcusable was the one made by the delegate of Panama. I had absolutely no intention of offending either his delegation or his government. But something else is also true. I didn't have any intention of defending the government of Panama, either. I wanted to defend the Panamanian people with a denunciation at the United Nations, since their government has neither the courage nor the self-respect to call a spade a spade. I don't want to offend the government of Panama, but neither do I want to defend it. I extend my sympathy to the fraternal Panamanian people, and I will try to defend them with my denunciation. There is one very interesting thing among the statements that the representative of Panama made. He said that, in spite of all the Cubans bragging, the U.S. naval base is still there. In his address, which is still fresh in the memories of the representatives, he had to admit that we have denounced over 11,300 acts of provocation of all kinds from the base, running from trivial ones to shots fired. I have explained that we don't want to engage in acts of provocation, because we are aware of the consequences they may bring for our people. We have raised the problem of the Guantanamo base in all international conferences and have always demanded respect for the Cuban people's right to recover that base by peaceful means. We haven't engaged in any bragging, because we don't do that. Men like ourselves, who are prepared to die and who are leading an entire nation of people who are prepared to die in the defense of their cause, don't need to brag. We didn't brag at the Bay of Pigs, we didn't brag during the October missile crisis, when our people were faced with the U.S. threat of a nuclear mushroom and everybody manned the trenches and the factories to increase production. Nobody took a single step backward, nobody complained, and thousands of people who didn't belong to the militias joined them voluntarily when U.S. imperialism was threatening to drop one or several atom bombs or to make a nuclear attack on Cuba. That is what our country is like, and a country such as that, whose leaders and people, I can hold my head high when I say this, have no fear of death and are well aware of the responsibility of their actions, will never brag. What they will do is fight to the death, if necessary, and all of the Cuban people will fight to the death alongside their government if they are attacked. The representative of Colombia stated in measured tones, and I, too, must change my tone, that there were two incorrect statements. One concerned the U.S. invasion in 1948 that was triggered by the assassination of Jorge Elier Gaitan, and the tone of voice of the representative of Colombia showed that he was very sorry about that death. He was deeply grieved. In my address, I referred to another, earlier intervention which the representative of Colombia may have forgotten, the U.S. intervention which resulted in the separation of Panama from Colombia. Later, he said that there weren't any liberation troops in Colombia, because nothing needs to be liberated there. In Colombia, where people talk so naturally about representative democracy and there are only two political parties, which have shared power on a 50-50 basis for many years, in line with an imaginary democracy, we might say that the Colombian oligarchy has reached the apex of democracy. They are divided into liberals and conservatives, and liberals 4 years for one group, followed by 4 years for the other. Nothing changes. That is what elected democracies are like. That is what the representative democracies, that the representative of Colombia, that country in which, it is said, 200,000 or 300,000 people have been killed in the civil war since Gaitan's death, defends so enthusiastically, are like. Yet he says that nothing needs to be liberated there, there is no need for revenge, there aren't any thousands of dead to be avenged, and no armies have been massacring the people since 1948. Some changes have been made, the generals have different names, the officers have different names or take their orders from a different class than the one that massacred the people throughout 4 years of struggle and that continued to massacre them intermittently for several years after that. Yet he says that nothing needs to be liberated there. Doesn't the representative of Colombia remember that there are armed forces in Marktalia which even the Colombian newspapers have called the Independent Republic of Marktalia, and that one of their leaders has been nicknamed Tirofijo in an effort to turn him into a run-of-the-mill bandit? Doesn't he know that 16,000 men of the Colombian army carried out an enormous operation there with U.S. military advisors, helicopters, and probably, though I can't state this as fact, planes from the U.S. Army, as well? It would seem that either the representative of Colombia's information is unreliable because he's been away from his country, or that his memory is somewhat deficient. Moreover, the representative of Colombia stated with great confidence that, if Cuba had remained in the orbit of the Latin American states, things would be different. I'm not exactly sure what he meant by that business of the orbit. Satellites have orbits, and Cuba is not a satellite. It is not in any orbit, it's flying free. Naturally, if it were in the same orbit as the other Latin American states, I would have given a honeyed speech several pages long in much more elegant Spanish, with many more nouns and adjectives, and I would have talked about the beauties of the inter-American system and about our firm, unyielding defense of the free world headed by the country around which the others orbit, and you all know who that is. There is no need for me to mention names. The representative of Venezuela also employed a moderate though emphatic tone. He said that the accusations of genocide were infamous and that it was really incredible that the Cuban government would bother about such things, which concerned Venezuela, when it did the same against its own people. I must say something here that is a known truth and that we have always stated publicly. Yes, we carried out executions, we executed some individuals, and we will continue to execute individuals as long as it is necessary. Our struggle is a struggle to the death. We know what a lost battle would mean, and the counter-revolutionaries must also know what it would mean if a battle were lost in Cuba now. U.S. imperialism imposed these conditions. But we don't perpetrate assassinations such as the ones that, if I'm not misinformed, members of the Digipol division of the Venezuelan police are carrying out right now. They have engaged in a series of barbaric actions, including executions. After killing students and other people, they dump the bodies, leaving them to be found. The Free Press of Venezuela was suspended several times recently because it carried information about such things. Venezuelan military planes whose pilots have U.S. advisors have strafed extensive rural areas and have killed peasants. The People's Rebellion is growing in Venezuela, and we will see its results in the future. The representative of Venezuela is outraged. I remember the outrage of the Venezuelan representatives when the Cuban delegation to the Punta del Este meeting read the secret reports that spokesmen of the United States of America were kind enough to send us indirectly, of course. At that time, I read to the participants in the Punta del Este meeting the opinion that the representatives of the United States had of the Venezuelan government. They made an extremely interesting announcement, which, forgive me for paraphrasing, but I can't quote it word for word right now, went something like this: these people will have to change, or everybody will go before a firing squad. A firing squad was how they referred to the Cuban Revolution. The members of the U.S. Embassy announced in irrefutable documents that that would be the fate of the Venezuelan oligarchy, which was accused of theft and a lot of other serious things if it didn't change its methods. The members of the Venezuelan delegation were very indignant. Naturally, they were indignant at the United States and at the Cuban representatives who decided to read the opinions that the U.S. authorities had of their government and of their people. But the only response to all this was that Mr. Moscoso, who had kindly seen to it that we got the documents, was removed from his position. I am reminding the representative of Venezuela of this because revolutions are not exported, revolutions act, and the Venezuelan revolution will act when its time comes. Those who don't have a plane waiting as there was in Cuba in which to flee to Miami or somewhere else, will have to face whatever the Venezuelan people decide. They shouldn't blame other peoples or other governments for what may happen there. If the representative of Venezuela is interested, I would recommend that he read some very interesting opinions about guerrilla warfare and how to combat it, opinions that some of the most intelligent members of COPI have written and published in the Venezuelan press. He will see that bombs and assassinations aren't effective against an armed people. It is precisely this that makes the peoples more revolutionary. As we know very well, it is not right for me to do a professed enemy the favor of teaching him anti-guerrilla strategy, but I'm doing this because I know he's so stubborn that he won't follow my advice. And then there's Mr. Stevenson. Unfortunately, he is not here. I understand very clearly why Mr. Stevenson is not here. We have listened yet again to his measured, serious statements, which are worthy of such an intellectual. Similar emphatic, measured, serious statements were made to the First Commission during Session 1149A on April 15, 1961, the day on which U.S. pirate planes bearing Cuban insignia which, as I recall, had taken off from Puerto Cabezas, Nicaragua, or perhaps from Guatemala, it has not been determined exactly, strafed several Cuban airports and reduced our air force to almost nothing. After carrying out their heroic feat without running any risk, the planes landed in the United States. Mr. Stevenson said some very interesting things in response to our denunciation. Forgive me for having spoken at such length, but I think it is worth remembering once more the measured phrases such a distinguished intellectual as Mr. Stevenson uttered just 4 or 5 days before Mr. Kennedy calmly announced to the world that he accepted full responsibility for what had happened in Cuba. The following are not exact quotes of what Mr. Stevenson said, because I didn't have time to obtain the minutes of all the meetings. The accusations made against the United States by the representative of Cuba concerning the bombings that were reported against the airports at Havana and San Antonio de los Banos are completely groundless. Mr. Stevenson rejected those accusations categorically. As the President of the United States declared, the armed forces of the United States will not intervene in Cuba under any circumstances, and the United States will do everything it can to prevent its citizens from taking part in actions against Cuba. Just over a year later, we did them the courtesy of returning the body of a pilot who had crashed on Cuban soil. Not that of Major Anderson, another one from that same period. As for the events which, it is said, took place this morning and yesterday, the United States will study the requests for political asylum in line with its customary procedures. They were going to give political asylum to the people they'd sent. Anyone who believes in freedom and seeks asylum against tyranny and oppression will always meet with understanding and a warm welcome from the American people and from the government of the United States. So said Mr. Stevenson in his long and tiresome speech. 2 days later, the hosts of Brigade 2506, which will surely go down in the annals of the history of Latin America for its heroism, landed at the Bay of Pigs. 2 days later, the heroic brigade surrendered after having suffered almost no casualties, and then began that parade which some of you must remember of men wearing the uniforms of U.S. Army counter-revolutionaries, all of them claiming to be cooks or health personnel or saying they had come on the expedition as sailors. That was when President Kennedy did the honorable thing. He didn't try to keep up a policy of lies that nobody believed but clearly stated that he took responsibility for everything that had happened in Cuba. He accepted the responsibility, but the Organization of American States didn't. Nor, as far as I can remember, did it demand that any of its members take responsibility for their actions, responsibility in terms of their own history and that of the United States, because the Organization of American States was in its orbit. It didn't have time for such things. I thank Mr. Stevenson for his history making reference to my long life as a communist and revolutionary which reached its highest point in Cuba. As always, the U.S. agencies, not only the news agencies but also the espionage ones, have confused matters. My history as a revolutionary is short, really having begun on the Granma and continued up to the present. I didn't become a member of the Communist Party until after I had arrived in Cuba, and I can tell this assembly that the Cuban Revolution follows Marxism-Leninism as its theory of action. Personal references aren't important. What is important is that Mr. Stevenson once more has said that there has been no law breaking, that the planes didn't come from here nor did the ships, of course that the pirate attacks came out of the blue and that everything came from nowhere. He spoke in the same tone of voice, with the same confidence and the same accent of a serious and resolute intellectual that he employed in 1961 when he stated emphatically that those Cuban planes had come from Cuban territory and that their pilots were political exiles before he was disproved. It is easy to understand why my distinguished colleague Mr. Stevenson has thought it wise to withdraw from this assembly. The United States claims it has the right to make spy flights because the Organization of American States has approved them. Who does the OAS think it is, that it can approve spy flights over a country's territory? What role does the United Nations play? What is the United Nations for, if our future is to depend, as the representative of Colombia has so clearly stated, on the orbit of the OAS? This is a very serious and very important question which must be raised before this assembly. Cuba, a small country, cannot grant a big country the right to violate our airspace, especially when it does so while making the amazing claim that its actions have the legal backing of the OAS, which expelled Cuba and with which Cuba has no ties of any kind. The statements made by the representative of the United States are very serious. I would like to say only two small things. I don't intend to take up all of this assembly's time with these replies and rejoinders. The representative of the United States says that Cuba blames the blockade for its economic disaster, when that disaster is the result of the government's poor administration. Before any of this had happened, when the first nationalizing laws began to be passed in Cuba, the United States began to take repressive economic actions, such as its unilateral elimination of the sugar quota that Cuba had traditionally had on the U.S. market. It also refused to refine the oil that, making use of our legitimate rights and supported by every possible law, we had purchased from the Soviet Union. I won't repeat the long history of acts of economic aggression by the United States, but I will say that, in spite of those acts of aggression and with the fraternal support of the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, we have made progress and will continue to do so. We will continue to denounce the economic blockade, but it won't stop us, come what may. We will continue to constitute a small headache when we come to this assembly or any other to call a spade, and the representatives of the United States gendarmes of repression all over the world. And, yes, the blockade has stopped shipments of medicine to Cuba. To show that this is so, our government will try to buy medicines here in the United States in the coming months and will send a telegram to Mr. Stevenson which our representative will read in the commission or in any other suitable place, so everyone will know whether or not Cuba's accusations are based on fact, which they have been so far. The last time we tried to buy $1.5 million worth of medicine which was not made in Cuba and was needed for saving lives, the U.S. government stepped in and prevented that sale. A short while ago, the president of Bolivia told our delegates with tears in his eyes that he had to break off relations with Cuba because the United States was forcing him to do so. So our delegates bade farewell to La Paz. I cannot state that what the president of Bolivia said was true, but I do know that we told him that that agreement with the enemy wouldn't do him any good, because his days were numbered. The president of Bolivia, with whom we didn't have any ties at that time and with whom we have no ties now, our relations with his administration were simply those that should be maintained with all Latin American nations, has been overthrown by a military coup. Now, a governing junta has been established there. In any case, people like that who don't go down with dignity should remember something that I think the mother of the last caliph of Granada said to her son, who was crying because he had lost the city: "You do well to cry like a woman over what you didn't defend as a man." Underscore 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 on. 1. Che Guevara's initial address to the United Nations General Assembly earlier on the same day, December 11, 1964, is published in Che Guevara Reader, pages 325-39. Letter, 1964. Letter to Mr. Roberto Las Casas. Havana. February 21, 1964. Year of the Economy. Mr. Roberto Las Casas. Rua 3 de Mayo. Belempara 1494. Brazil. Dear Compañero, I am taking this new opportunity of contact between you and our revolution to thank you and your wife for your great kindness. I wanted to send you a small souvenir of Cuba, but the lack of an appropriate past and the extinction of our Cuban traditions force me to resort to this very modest expression of modern art. I trust that your wife will appreciate the intention more than its material expression. With revolutionary greetings. Homeland or death. We will win. Commander Ecobedo Che Guevara. Page 1 of Che Guevara Sierra Notebook. Reading lists Cuba 1956-65. Part 3. The Americas United, Revolutionary Internationalism 1965-67. Introduction. Revolutionary internationalism was fundamental to Ecobedo Che Guevara's political perspective, first conceived of in terms of Latin America and later, after he had acquired more experience in the struggle, of the entire Third World. In 1965 Che led a group of Cuban internationalists to aid the liberation struggle in Africa in the aftermath of the CIA's assassination of the Congolese leader Patrice Lumumba. In the Congo Che reaffirmed the principle of armed struggle and, despite the obstacles, he was convinced that the decision to commence fighting in Latin America should not be delayed, since the continent presented the best conditions for success. In fact, conditions were already being prepared to initiate the guerrilla movement in Bolivia. In order to play this international role, Che renounced the positions he held in the Cuban government. Bolivia was seen by Che Guevara and the Cuban leadership as the key to extending the struggle on a continental scale. This involved great sacrifice and extraordinary bravery on the part of the small group of Cuban and Bolivian combatants, who, along with Che, fought with determination to kickstart the revolutionary movement, a struggle in which Che, through his example and his ethics, became an important figure in the history of the Americas. Congo Diary. The following is an excerpt from the epilogue to Che's Congo Diary, one which, like his Diary of the Revolutionary War in Cuba Sierra Maestra, he had the opportunity to revise while he was in Tanzania from December 1965 to March 1966. His diary opens with the blunt statement, "This is the story of a failure," but in it he draws crucial lessons for future struggles, especially in Latin America, from the positive and negative experiences of the Cuban internationalists in Africa. Unlike Latin America, where the process of neocolonialism has developed amid violent class struggles and where the national bourgeoisie participated in the anti-imperialist struggle before its eventual capitulation, Africa presents a picture of a process planned by imperialism. Very few countries there have obtained their independence through armed struggle. On the whole, everything has happened with the smoothness of a well-oiled machine. In effect, it is only the southern cone of Africa that remains officially colonized, and the general outcry against that system is likely to bring about its rapid demise, at least in the Portuguese colonies. The Union of South Africa presents different problems. In the African liberation struggle, the advanced stages of the process are similar to current models of a people's war. The problem is how to root it more deeply, and this is where questions arise that I am unable to answer. I would simply like to outline a few points resulting from my feeble and fragmentary experience. If the liberation struggle is to be successful in the present conditions in Africa, it is essential to update some Marxist analytical schemas. What is the primary contradiction of the epoch? If it is between the socialist and the imperialist countries, or between the imperialist countries and their working classes, the role of the so-called Third World will be significantly reduced. But there are more and more serious reasons to believe that the primary contradiction is between the exploiting and exploited nations. Here I cannot begin an attempt to demonstrate this point, and to show that it is not opposed to the characterization of the epoch as one of transition to socialism. It would lead us onto difficult side roads and require a mountain of data and arguments. I will leave this as a hypothesis that has been suggested by practice. In this case, Africa will play an active and important role in this primary contradiction. Nevertheless, if we take the Third World as a whole to be an actor in this contradiction, at this present time in history, then we can see that there are gradations between countries and continents. In summary, we can say that Latin America as a whole has reached a point at which the class struggle is intensifying and the national bourgeoisie has totally capitulated to the power of imperialism, so that in the short-term historical future, the liberation struggle will be crowned by a revolution of a socialist character. Underscore 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 on 1 Echo Beto Che Guevara, Congo Diary, Melbourne and New York, Ocean Press, 2011. Message to the Tricontinental, Create 2, 3, Many Vietnams. This excerpt from Che Guevara's message to the Tricontinental was published in a special supplement of the magazine Tricontinental, April 16, 1967, when he was already leading the guerrilla movement in Bolivia. In fact, it had been written the year before, while he was engaged in the military training in Pinar del Rio province of the Cubans who were to go to Bolivia. This call to arms for the Third World is often regarded as his political testament. Point 1. It is the hour of the furnace, and the light is all that can be seen. José Martí. The fundamental field of imperialist exploitation covers the three backward continents Latin America, Asia, and Africa. Each country has its own characteristics, but the continents, as a whole, have their own features as well. Latin America constitutes a more or less homogeneous whole, and in almost its entire territory U.S. monopoly capital holds absolute primacy. The puppet or in the best of cases weak and timid governments are unable to resist the orders of the Yankee master. The United States has reached virtually the pinnacle of its political and economic domination. There is little room left for it to advance. Any change in the situation could turn into a step backward from its dominance. Its policy is to maintain its conquests. The course of action is reduced at the present time to the brutal use of force to prevent liberation movements of any kind. Behind the slogan "We will not permit another Cuba" hides the possibility of cowardly acts of aggression they can get away with, such as the aggression against the Dominican Republic, or before that, the massacre in Panama and the clear warning that Yankee troops are ready to intervene anywhere in Latin America where a change in the established order endangers their interests. This policy enjoys almost absolute impunity. Despite its lack of credibility, the OAS is a convenient mask. The ineffectiveness of the UN borders on the ridiculous or the tragic. The armies of all the countries of Latin America are ready to intervene to crush their own people. What has been formed, in fact, is the International of Crime and Betrayal. On the other hand, the indigenous bourgeoisies have lost all capacity to oppose imperialism if they ever had any and are only dragged along behind it like a caboose. There are no other alternatives, either a socialist revolution or a caricature of revolution. In Latin America, the struggle is going on arms in hand in Guatemala, Colombia, Venezuela, and Bolivia, and the first outbreaks are already beginning in Brazil. Other centers of resistance have appeared and been extinguished. But almost all the countries of this continent are ripe for a struggle of the kind that, to be triumphant, cannot settle for anything less than the establishment of a government of a socialist nature. In this continent virtually only one language is spoken save for the exceptional case of Brazil, with whose people Spanish speakers can communicate in view of the similarity between the two languages. There is such a similarity between the classes in these countries that they have an international American type of identification, much more so than in other continents. Language, customs, religion, a common master, unite them. The degree and forms of exploitation are similar in their effects for exploiters and exploited in a good number of countries of our America. And within it rebellion is ripening at an accelerated rate. We may ask, this rebellion, how will it bear fruit? What kind of rebellion will it be? We have maintained for some time that given its similar characteristics, the struggle in Latin America will in due time acquire a continental dimension. It will be the scene of many great battles waged by humanity for its own liberation. In the framework of this struggle of continental scope, those that are currently being carried on in an active way are only episodes. But they have already provided martyrs, who will figure in the history of the Americas as having given their necessary quota of blood for this final stage in the struggle for the full freedom of humanity. There are the names of Commander Tercios Lima, the priest Camilo Torres, Commander Fabricio Ojeda, the commanders Lobaton and Luis de la Puente Usta, central figures in the revolutionary movements of Guatemala, Colombia, Venezuela, and Peru. But the active mobilization of the people creates its new leaders. Cesar Montes and Jan Sosa are raising the banner in Guatemala, Fabio Vazquez and Marulanda are doing it in Colombia, Douglas Bravo in the western part of the country and Americo Martin in El Bacalar are leading their respective fronts in Venezuela. New outbreaks of war will appear in these and other Latin American countries, as have already occurred in Bolivia. And they will continue to grow, with all the vicissitudes involved in this dangerous occupation of the modern revolutionary. Many will die, victims of their own errors, others will fall in the difficult combat to come, new fighters and new leaders will arise in the heat of the revolutionary struggle. The people will create their fighters and their leaders along the way in the selective framework of the war itself. The Yankee agents of repression will increase in number. Today there are advisors in all countries where armed struggle is going on. It seems that the Peruvian army, also advised and trained by the Yankees, carried out a successful attack on the revolutionaries of that country. But if the guerrilla centers are led with sufficient political and military skill, they will become practically unbeatable and will make new Yankee reinforcements necessary. In Peru itself, with tenacity and firmness, new figures, although not yet fully known, are reorganizing the guerrilla struggle. Little by little, the obsolete weapons that suffice to repress the small armed bands will turn into modern weapons, and the groups of advisors into U.S. combatants, until at a certain point they find themselves obliged to send growing numbers of regular troops to secure the relative stability of a power whose national puppet army is disintegrating in the face of the guerrilla struggles. This is the road of Vietnam. It is the road that the peoples must follow. It is the road that Latin America will follow, with the special feature that the armed groups might establish something such as coordinating committees to make the repressive tasks of Yankee imperialism more difficult and to help their own cause. Latin America, a continent forgotten in the recent political struggles for liberation, is beginning to make itself heard through the tricontinental in the voice of the vanguard of its peoples, the Cuban Revolution. Latin America will have a much more important task, the creation of the world's second or third Vietnam, or second and third Vietnam. We must definitely keep in mind that imperialism is a world system, the final stage of capitalism, and that it must be beaten in a great worldwide confrontation. The strategic objective of that struggle must be the destruction of imperialism. The contribution that falls to us, the exploited and backward of the world, is to eliminate the foundations sustaining imperialism, our oppressed nations, from which capital, raw materials, and cheap labor, both workers and technicians, are extracted, and to which new capital, tools of domination, arms, and all kinds of goods are exported, sinking us into absolute dependence. The fundamental element of this strategic objective, then, will be the real liberation of the peoples, a liberation that will be the result of armed struggle in the majority of cases, and that, in Latin America, will almost unfailingly turn into a socialist revolution. In focusing on the destruction of imperialism, it is necessary to identify its head, which is none other than the United States of North America. We must carry out a task of a general kind, the tactical aim of which is to draw the enemy out of their environment, compelling them to fight in places where their living habits clash with existing conditions. The adversary must not be underestimated. The U.S. soldiers have technical ability and are backed by means of such magnitude as to make them formidable. What they lack essentially is the ideological motivation, which their most hated rivals of today, the Vietnamese soldiers, have to the highest degree. We will be able to triumph over this army only to the extent that we succeed in undermining its morale. And this is done by inflicting defeats on it and causing it repeated suffering. This brief outline for victories, however, entails immense sacrifices by the people's sacrifices that must be demanded starting right now, in the light of day, and that perhaps will be less painful than those they would have to endure if we constantly avoided battle in an effort to get others to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for us. Clearly, the last country to free itself very probably will do so without an armed struggle, and its people will be spared the suffering of a long war as cruel as imperialist wars are. But it may be impossible to avoid this struggle or its effects in a conflict of worldwide character, and that country might still suffer the same or even more. We cannot predict the future, but we must never give way to the cowardly temptation to be the standard bearers of a people who yearn for freedom but renounce the struggle that goes with it, and who wait as if expecting it to come as a crumb of victory. It is absolutely correct to avoid any needless sacrifice. That is why it is so important to be clear on the real possibilities that dependent Latin America has to free itself in a peaceful way. For us the answer to this question is clear: now may or may not be the right moment to start the struggle, but we can have no illusions, nor do we have a right to believe, that freedom can be won without a fight. Moreover, the battles will not be mere street fights with stones against tear gas, or peaceful general strikes. Nor will it be the struggle of an infuriated people that destroys the repressive apparatus of the ruling oligarchies in 2 or 3 days. It will be a long, bloody struggle in which the battle fronts will be in guerrilla refuges in the cities, in the homes of the combatants, where the repression will go seeking easy victims among their families, among the massacred peasant population, in the towns or cities destroyed by the enemy's bombs. We are being pushed into this struggle. It cannot be remedied other than by preparing for it and deciding to undertake it. How close and bright would the future appear if 2, 3, many Vietnams flowered on the face of the globe, with their quota of death and their immense tragedies, with their daily heroism, with their repeated blows against imperialism, forcing it to disperse its forces under the lash of the growing hatred of the peoples of the world. And if we were all capable of uniting in order to give our blows greater strength and certainty, so that the aid of all kinds to the peoples in struggle was even more effective, how great the future would be, and how near. If we, on a small point on the map of the world, fulfill our duty and place at the disposal of the struggle whatever little we are able to give our lives, our sacrifice, it can happen that one of these days we will draw our last breath on a bit of earth not our own, yet already ours, watered with our blood. Let it be known that we have measured the scope of our actions and that we consider ourselves no more than a part of the great army of the proletariat. But we feel proud at having learned from the Cuban Revolution and from its central leader the great lesson to be drawn from its position in this part of the world, of what difference are the dangers to a human being or a people, or the sacrifices they make, when what is at stake is the destiny of humanity. Our every action is a battle cry against imperialism and a call for the unity of the peoples against the great enemy of the human race, the United States of North America. Wherever death may surprise us, let it be welcome if our battle cry has reached even one receptive ear, if another hand reaches out to take up our arms, and others come forward to join in our funeral dirge with the rattling of machine guns and with new cries of battle and victory. Underscore 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 on. One message to the Tricontinental is published in full in Eco Beto Che Guevara Reader, pages 350 to 62. 2. In April 1965, tens of thousands of U.S. troops invaded the Dominican Republic to crush a popular uprising. Bolivian Diary. These excerpts are taken from Che Guevara's final diary, his diary of the guerrilla struggle in Bolivia. 1. The notebooks found in his backpack were seized when Che was wounded in battle and captured by the Bolivian army on October 8, 1967. Che was assassinated the following day on the instructions of the CIA. The first entry of the diary is November 7, 1966, 3 days after Che arrived in Bolivia and the day he arrived at the first guerrilla base camp at a farm on the Nakawazu River. His last entry is October 7, 1967, the day before his capture. Although generally written in Che's characteristic concise style, the diary, especially the monthly summaries, is invaluable for anyone seeking to understand the recent history of Latin America. This selection includes Che's comments on events as they unfolded and some of the problems, such as the conflicts with the leaders of the Bolivian Communist Party, especially Mario Monge, its general secretary, whom Che called traitors. He is also critical of public statements made by Regis Debray, referred to as the Frenchman in the diary, and Ciro Bustos, Pilau, the Argentine, and he makes references to the disrespectful statements made by Czechoslovaks and Hungarians, who described Che as a Bakunin and irresponsible, reflecting the dispute between the pro-Moscow communist parties and those advocating armed struggle. November 28, 1966. In the afternoon, I met with the Bolivian group to discuss the Peruvian offer to send 20 men. Everyone agreed they should be sent, but after the action had begun. Analysis of the month November. Everything has gone quite well. My arrival in Bolivia was without incident. Half the troops have arrived, also without incident, although they were somewhat delayed. Ricardo's main collaborators are joining the struggle, come what may. The general outlook seems good in this remote region and everything indicates that we could be here for practically as long as necessary. The plans are, to wait for the rest of the troops, increase the number of Bolivian combatants to at least 20, and then commence operations. We still need to see how Monge 2 reacts and how Guevara's 3 people conduct themselves. December 2nd. Chino 4 arrived early, quite effusive. We spent the day chatting. The substance is, he will go to Cuba to inform them in person of the situation, and that 5 Peruvians can join us in 2 months, after we see some action. 2 will come now to stay for a while, a radio technician 5 and a doctor. 6 Chino asked for weapons and I agreed to give him a BZ, some Mausers, and grenades, and I will purchase an M1 for them. I also decided to assist them in sending 5 Peruvians, who would establish the necessary connections for sending arms to a region near Puno, on the other side of Lake Titicaca. He told me about his troubles in Peru, including a daring plan to free Calixto 7 which seems unrealistic to me. He thinks that some survivors of the guerrilla movement are active in that area, but he is not certain because no one has been able to make it there to see. The rest of the conversation was anecdotes. He said goodbye with the same enthusiasm he had when he arrived. He took some of our photos with him to La Paz. Coco 8 has been instructed to organize the contacts with Sanchez 9, whom I will see later, and to contact the head of the President's Information Office, who is Inti's 10 brother-in-law and who has offered to help. The network is still in its infancy. December 4th. Uneventful. Everyone is quiet since it is Sunday. I give a little talk about our approach to the Bolivians who will be coming and about the war. December 7th. Today, in fact, completes our first month here, but for the sake of convenience I will give the summaries at the end of each month. December 12th. I spoke to the whole group, taking them to task about the reality of war. I emphasized the importance of a united command and discipline, and I warned the Bolivians of the responsibility they would bear in violating the discipline of the party's line by adopting another one. I made the following assignments: Joaquin 1 as military second in command, Rolando 12 and Inti as political commissars, Alejandro 13 as head of operations, Pombo 14 services, Inti, finances, NATO 15 provisions and armaments, and Moro 16 medical services, for the moment. December 20th. A telegram came from Manila, Cuba indicating that Monge will be coming from the south. They set up a contact system, but I was not satisfied because it shows how truly suspicious of Monge his compañeros are. Ivan 17 has the opportunity to do some business but his poorly forged passport is preventing him. The next step is to improve the document and write to our friends in Manila to expedite it. Tanya 18 will come soon to receive instructions. I will probably send her to Buenos Aires. December 31st. The conversation with Monge began with generalities but came down to his fundamental position, summarized by 3 basic conditions. 1. He will resign from the leadership of the party, but he will at least ensure it remains neutral and he will recruit cadres for the struggle. 2. he will head the political military struggle for as long as the revolution is taking place in Bolivian territory. 3. He will handle relations with other South American parties, and try to convince them to support liberation movements. He used Douglas Bravo as an example. I responded, saying that the first point was up to him, as secretary of the party, although I considered his position to be a grave error. It was vacillating and compromising and protected those who should be condemned by history for abandoning their principles. Time will prove me right. Concerning the third point, I had no objections to his attempting this, but it was doomed to fail. To ask Codovila 19 to support Douglas Bravo was like asking him to condone an uprising in his own party. Time will be the judge here too. On the second point, there was no way I could accept his proposal. I had to be military chief and would not accept any ambiguity on this. Here the discussion got stuck and went around and around in a vicious circle. We left it that Monje would think it over and talk to his Bolivian compañeros. We moved on to the new camp and there he spoke with everyone, presenting the ultimatum that they could either stay or support the party. Everyone opted to stay, which he seemed to take quite hard. At 12 o'clock, we made a toast, pointing out the historical importance of this date. I replied, taking advantage of his words and marking this moment as the new cry of Murillo 20 of the revolution on this continent, saying that our lives meant nothing when faced with the fact of the revolution. Analysis of the month December 1966. The team of Cubans has been successfully completed, morale is good and there are only minor problems. The Bolivians are doing well, although few in number. Monje's attitude can delay the development on the one hand, but on the other, can free me from political constraints. Apart from waiting for more Bolivians, the next steps are to speak with Moises Guevara and with the Argentines Mauricio 21 and Josemai 22, Massetti 23 and the Dissident Party. January 1, 1967. In the morning, with no further discussion, Monje informed me that he was leaving and would present his resignation to the party leadership on January 8. According to him, his mission was over. He left looking like he was being led away to the gallows. My impression was that when Coco told him that I would not budge on strategic matters, he held on to this point to force the break, because his arguments are inconsistent. In the afternoon, I brought everyone together to explain Monje's position and to announce that we would unite with all those who want to make the revolution happen. I predicted difficult times ahead and days of moral anguish for the Bolivians, and that we would try to solve problems through collective discussions or through the commissars. I worked out the details of Tania's trip to Argentina to speak with Mauricio and Josemai and to bring them back. January 2. The others, Sanchez, Coco, and Tania, left in the afternoon when Fidel's speech was over. He talked about us in a way that makes us feel even more committed, if that is possible. January 6. After the class, I launched into a little tirade about the qualities required of a guerrilla force and the need for greater discipline. I explained that our mission, above all else, was to become a model nucleus, one of steel. I explained the importance of study as indispensable for the future. January 15. I stayed at the camp, drawing up some instructions for the cadres in the city. January 21. Mario Monje spoke to 3 others coming from Cuba, dissuading them from joining the guerrillas. Not only did he not resign from the party leadership, but he also sent a document to Fidel, attachment D4. I received a note from Tania about her departure and Ivan's illness, and another note from Ivan, which is attachment DV. January 22. I wrote instructions for the urban cadres, document 3. 24. January 25. Manila, Cuba sent a message reporting that everything had been received and that Call 25 will go to where Simon Reyes 26 is already waiting. Fidel said he would hear them out, but will be hard on them. Analysis of the month January 1967. As I expected, Monje's position was at first evasive and then treacherous. The party has taken up arms against us and I do not know where this will lead, but it will not stop us, and maybe, in the end, it will be to our advantage. I am almost certain of this. The most honest and militant people will be with us, although they are going through a more or less severe crisis of conscience. Up to now, Guevara has responded well. We will see how he and his people act in the future. Tanya departed, but the Argentines 27 have shown no sign of life, and neither has she. Now the real guerrilla phase begins, and we will test the troops. Time will tell what they can do and what the prospects for the Bolivian revolution are. Of everything that was envisioned, the slowest has been the incorporation of Bolivian combatants. February 14th. We decoded a long message from Havana, the main news being about the meeting with Cal, who claimed he had not been informed our undertaking was on a continental scale, and, if this was the case, they were ready to collaborate in a plan and wanted to discuss details with me. Cal himself, Simon Rodriguez 28 and Ramirez 29 will come here. The message also stated that Simon had declared his decision to help us independently of what the party decides. Besides this, there is news that the Frenchman 30 traveling with his own passport, will arrive in La Paz on the 23rd, and will stay with either Pareja 31 or Ria. 32 Part of the message has yet to be decoded. We will see how to deal with this new conciliatory offensive. Other news is that Merci 33 turned up with no money, claiming it was stolen. Misappropriation is suspected, although something more serious cannot be ruled out. Lechen 34 is going to ask for money and training. Analysis of the month February 1967. From the outside, there is no news of the two men who should have arrived to complete the group. The Frenchman should be in La Paz by now and should come to the camp any day. I have no news of the Argentines or Chino. Messages are being communicated well in both directions. The party's position remains vacillating and two-faced, to say the very least, although when I speak with the new delegation and hear the latest explanation, this will be clearer. The march has been going well enough, although it has been seriously affected by the accident that cost Benjamin 35 his life. The men are still weak and not all of the Bolivians are able to hold up. The last few days of hunger have dampened their enthusiasm, which was already obvious after the group was divided. Of the Cubans, two of those with little experience, Pacho 36 and Rubio 37 have not responded well. Alejandro has done extremely well. Of the old-timers, Marcos 38 is a constant headache and Ricardo 39 is not up to speed. The rest are doing well. The next phase will be combat, and that will be decisive. March 21st. I spent the day in talks and discussions with Chino, going over some points, and with the Frenchman, Pilau and Tanya. The Frenchman brought news we had already heard about Monge, Cal, Simon Reyes, etc. He came to stay, but I asked him to go back and organize a support network in France, stopping first in Cuba, which coincides with his desire to get married and to have a child with his compañera. I must write letters to Jean-Paul Sartre and Bertrand Russell so they can organize international support for the Bolivian liberation movement. He should also talk to a friend who will organize all channels of support, fundamentally financial, medical, and electronic, the latter in the form of an electrical engineer and equipment. Pilau, of course, is ready to receive my orders, and I propose to him that he act as a kind of a coordinator, working for now only with the groups led by Josemai, Gelman 40 and Stamponi 41, and sending me 5 men to begin training. He is to send my greetings to Maria Rosa Oliver 42 and the old man. 43 I will give him 500 pesos to send off and 1,000 to get around with. If they accept, they should begin exploratory activities in northern Argentina and send me a report. Tanya made her contacts and the people came, but, according to her, she had to drive them here in a jeep, and although she intended to stay only one day, things got complicated. Josemai could not stay the first time, and the second time no contact was made because Tanya was here. March 25th. At 18:30, with nearly all personnel present, I made an analysis of our expedition and its significance, reviewing Marcos's errors and demoting him, and then named Miguel 44 as head of the vanguard. At the same time I announced the discharge of Paco 45, Pepe 46, Chingolo 47 and Eusebio 48, telling them that they would not eat if they do not work. I suspended their tobacco ration and redistributed their personal things among other compañeros more in need. I referred to Cal's plan to come here and hold discussions at the same time as those members of the youth organization who are here with us are being expelled, saying that we are interested in action. Words are of no importance. I announced we would look for a cow and that study classes would be resumed. I informed Pedro 49 and El Medico Escobedo they have almost achieved full status as guerrilla fighters, and gave Apolinar 50 some encouragement. I criticized Walter 51 for being too soft during the trip, for his attitude in combat, and for the fear he showed of the planes. He did not react well. I went over some details with Chino and Pelado, and gave the Frenchman a long oral report on the situation. In the course of the meeting, the group adopted the name National Liberation Army of Bolivia, and a public statement about the meeting will be made. March 27. Communique number 1 was drafted, which we will try to send to journalists in Camaraí, D17.52. March 29. A day of little action but an extraordinary amount of news. The Army provides a wide range of information that, if true, could be very valuable. Radio Habana already reported the news, and the Bolivian government announced its support for Venezuela in presenting the case against Cuba before the OAS. Analysis of the month March 1967. This month was full of events, but the general panorama is characterized as follows. The phase of consolidation and purging of the guerrilla force fully completed. The phase of slow development with the incorporation of some Cuban elements, who do not seem bad, and Guevara's people, who are generally low-level, 2 deserters, 1 talking prisoner, 3 cowards, and 2 quitters. The initial phase of the struggle, characterized by a precise and spectacular blow, but marked by gross indecision before and after the fact, the withdrawal of Marcos, Braulio's 53 action. The beginning of the enemy's counteroffensive, characterized to this point by a tendency to take measures to isolate us, b. a clamor at a national and an international level, c. total ineffectiveness, so far, and d. mobilization of peasants. Evidently, we will have to hit the road before I expected and move on, leaving a group to recover, saddled with the burden of 4 possible informers. The situation is not good, but now begins a new testing phase for the guerrilla force that will be of great benefit once surpassed. April 13. The announcement by the North Americans that they are sending advisors to Bolivia corresponds to an old plan and has nothing to do with the guerrillas. Perhaps we are witnessing the first episode of a new Vietnam. April 14. Communique number 2 was written for the Bolivian people. 54. April 29. After a long delay, we completely decoded message number 35, which had a paragraph asking for me to add my signature to a call in support of Vietnam, organized by Bertrand Russell. April 30. Radio Habana broadcast a report from Chilean journalists stating that the guerrillas are so strong that they can threaten cities and that they recently captured 2 military trucks full of supplies. The magazine Siempre interviewed Barrientos who, among other things, admitted that he had Yankee military advisors and that the guerrilla movement arose due to the social conditions in Bolivia. Analysis of the month April 1967. Of the points on military strategy noted above, we can emphasize a. The measures taken to control us have not been very effective to date, and while they bother us, they allow us some movement, given the Army's weakness and lack of mobility. Besides, after the last ambush against the dogs and the trainer, we can presume they will be more careful when entering the woods. b. The clamor continues, but now from both sides. After the publication of my article in Havana 55 there can be no doubt about my presence here. It seems certain that the North Americans will intervene heavily here, having already sent helicopters and apparently the Green Berets, although they have not been seen around here. c. The Army, at least 1 or 2 companies, has improved its technique, They surprised us at Taprillas and were not demoralized at El Meson. D. The mobilization of peasants is non-existent, except as informers, which is somewhat troublesome, but they are neither quick nor efficient, and of no consequence. Chino's status has changed and he will be a combatant until the second or third front is established. Danton and Carlos 56 were victims of their own haste, almost desperation, to leave and of my lack of energy to stop them. Now communication with Cuba is cut off, Danton, and the plan of action for Argentina, Carlos, is lost. In summary, a month in which all has developed normally, considering the inevitable contingencies of a guerrilla force. Morale is good among all the combatants who have had their preliminary test as guerrilla fighters. May 1st. Juan Almeida spoke in Havana, applauding the famous Bolivian guerrillas and me. The speech was rather long but good. May 13th. All the radio stations are constantly covering news that some Cubans landing in Venezuela were intercepted. The Leone 57 government presented 2 of the men with their names and ranks. I do not know them, but everything suggests that something has gone wrong. Analysis of the month May 1967. The most important features are: 1. A total loss of contact with Manila, La Paz, and Joaquim, which reduces the number of our group to 25. 2. A complete failure to recruit peasants, although they are losing their fear of us and we are gaining their admiration. It is a slow and patient task. 3. The party, through call, offers its collaboration, apparently without reservation. 4. The clamor surrounding Debray's case has given more momentum to our movement than 10 victories in battle could have. 5. The morale of the guerrilla movement is growing stronger and, if handled well, will certainly guarantee success. 6. The army remains disorganized and its technique has not significantly improved. News of the month: the arrest and escape of Loro 58, who now should be rejoining us or heading to La Paz to make contact. The army reported the arrest of all the peasants who collaborated with us in the Macy-Curry area. Now comes the stage in which the peasants will be afraid of both sides, although in different ways. Our triumph will signify the qualitative change necessary for their leap in development. June 12. The radio broadcasts some interesting news. The newspaper Presencia announced 1 dead and 1 wounded for the army from Saturday's clash. This is great and almost certainly true, and means that we have maintained our pattern of clashes resulting in casualties. Another report announced 3 dead, among them Inti, one of the guerrilla leaders, and noted the foreign components of the guerrilla force: 17 Cubans, 14 Brazilians, 4 Argentines, and 3 Peruvians. The Cuban and the Peruvian count is true. We will have to find out where they got this information. June 13. The political upheaval in this country is fascinating. The incredible number of pacts and counter-pacts that are in the air. Rarely has the potential for a guerrilla catalyst been so clear. June 14. I turned 39 today and am inevitably approaching the age when I need to consider my future as a guerrilla, but for now I am still in one piece. June 21. Paulino 59 promised to take my message to Cochabamba. We will give him a letter for Inti's wife, a coded message for Manila, and 4 communiques. The 4th outlines the composition of our guerrilla force and clears up the rumor about Inti's death. It is the blank in the original. We will see if we can now establish contact with the city. June 25. An Argentine radio station broadcast the news of 87 victims at the mining area of Siglo XX. June 30. In the political arena, the most important development is the official announcement by Ovando 60 that I am here. Moreover, he said that the army is facing a perfectly trained guerrilla force that includes the Viet Cong commanders who have defeated the best U.S. regiments. His information is based on statements made by Debray, who apparently talked more than was necessary, although we cannot tell what implications this has, or what the circumstances were under which he talked. It is also rumored that Loro was murdered. They attribute to me a plan for insurrection in the mines, to coincide with the one in Nakawazu. Things are turning out beautifully, so very shortly, I will no longer be Fernando Sacamuela's tooth puller. A message was received from Cuba reporting on the low level of development of the guerrilla movement in Peru, where they scarcely have any men or weapons, but have spent a fortune and are talking of a supposed guerrilla force involving Paz Estansaro, a Colonel Sion, and a certain Ruben Julio, a very rich man belonging to the movement in the Panda region. This will take place in Guayara Marin. Analysis of the month June 1967. The most important features are: 1. Continued total lack of contact, which reduces us now to 24 men, with Pombo wounded and with reduced mobility. 2. Continued lack of peasant recruitment. It is a vicious circle. To recruit we need to maintain constant activity in populated territory, and to do this we need more people. 3. The legend of the guerrilla force is growing like wildfire. Now we are invincible superhumans. 4. The lack of contact extends to the party, although we have made an attempt through Paulino that could bring results. 5. Debray is still in the news, but now he is linked with my case, and I have been identified as the leader of the movement. We will see the result of this move by the government and if it is positive or negative for us. 6. The morale of the guerrilla fighters continues to be strong and their commitment to the struggle is increasing. All the Cubans are exemplary in combat and there are only 2 or 3 weak Bolivians. 7. The army continues to be useless in its military tactics, but is doing work among the peasants that we cannot ignore, transforming all members of the community into informers, either through fear or by fooling them about our goals. 8. The massacre in the mines greatly improves our outlook. If we can get our statement circulated, it will be a great clarifying factor. Our most urgent task is to re-establish contact with La Paz, to replenish our military and medical supplies, and to recruit 50 to 100 men from the city, even if the number of active combatants comes to only 10 or 25. July 1st. Barrientos held a press conference in which he acknowledged my presence, but predicted that in a few days I would be wiped out. He spoke his usual stream of nonsense, calling us rats and snakes, and repeated his intention to punish Debray. July 10th. His statements from Debray and Pelado are not good. On top of everything, they have admitted to the continental aims of the guerrilla movement, something they did not have to do. July 14th. The PRA Revolutionary Authentic Party and PSB Bolivian Social Democratic Party have withdrawn from the Revolutionary Front 61 and the peasants are warning Barrientos about an alliance with the Phalange. 62 The government is disintegrating rapidly. Such a pity that we do not have 100 more men right now. July 19th. The political news is of a tremendous crisis and no one knows how it will be resolved. For now, the agricultural unions in Cochabamba have formed a political party of Christian inspiration that is backing Barrientos, who is asking to be allowed to govern for 4 years. It is almost a plea. Vice President Siles Salinas is threatening the opposition that our rise to power would cost everyone's head and is calling for national unity, declaring the country to be in a state of war. On the one hand, they seem to be pleading, and using demagoguery, on the other, maybe they are planning a takeover. July 24th. We are trying to decode a long message from Manila. Raul Castro spoke at a graduation ceremony for officers at the Maximo Gomez School. Among other things, he refuted criticisms the Czechs made about my article on Vietnam. Our friends are calling me a new Bakunin and are sorry about blood that has been spilled and blood that would be spilled if there were 3 or 4 Vietnams. July 26th. In the evening I gave a little talk about the significance of July 26th, the rebellion against oligarchies and against revolutionary dogmas. Fidel made a brief mention of Bolivia. Analysis of the month July 1967. The most important features are: 1. Total loss of contact continues. 2. Continued sense of the lack of peasant recruitment, although there are some encouraging signs in the reception from peasants whom we have known for a while. 3. The legend of the guerrilla force is acquiring continental dimensions. Onganía 6-3 is closing the borders and Peru is taking precautions. 4. The attempt at contact through Paulino failed. 5. The morale and combat experience of the guerrilla fighters is increasing with each battle. Kamba 64 and Chapaco 65 remain the weak ones. 6. The army continues to be ineffective, but there are units that appear to be more combative. 7. The political crisis of the government is growing, but the United States is giving small loans, which are of great assistance in tempering the level of Bolivian discontent. The most urgent tasks are, to re-establish contact, to recruit combatants, and to obtain medicines. August 8. I gathered everyone together tonight to make the following speech. We are in a difficult situation. Pacho is recuperating, but I am a complete wreck, and the incident with the little mare shows that at times I am beginning to lose control. This will be corrected, but we are all in this together, and anyone who does not feel up to it should say so. This is one of those moments when great decisions have to be made. This type of struggle gives us the opportunity to become revolutionaries, the highest form of the human species, and it also allows us to emerge fully as men. Those who are unable to achieve either of those two states should say so now and abandon the struggle. All the Cubans and some of the Bolivians committed themselves to stay until the end. August 10. Fidel made a long speech in which he attacks the traditional parties, especially the Venezuelan party. It appears there was a big behind-the-scenes row. August 14. A bad day. It was dreary as we carried out our daily activities without incident, but at night the news bulletin reported in precise detail that the cave where the men were sent had been discovered, so there can be no doubt. I am now condemned to suffer from asthma indefinitely. They also seized all kinds of documents and photographs. This is the worst blow they have delivered. Someone must have talked. Who? That is the question. Analysis of the month August 1967. The most important features are: 1. We continue without contact of any kind and have no reasonable hope of establishing it in the near future. 2. We continue being unable to recruit peasants, which is logical considering how few dealings we have had with them recently. 3. There is a decline in combat morale, temporary, I hope. 4. The army has not increased its effectiveness or its aggressiveness. We are at a low point in our morale and in our revolutionary legend. The most urgent tasks are the same as last month, notably, to re-establish contact, to recruit combatants, and to obtain medicine and supplies. It must be recognized that Inti and Coco are becoming more and more outstanding as revolutionary and military cadres. September 5. We decoded the entire report that stated that OLA's Organization of Latin American Solidarity was a triumph, but the Bolivian delegation was shit. Aldo Flores of the PCB Bolivian Communist Party pretended to represent the ELN National Liberation Army, so they had to show he was lying. They have requested that one of Cal's men come to discuss matters. Lozano's 66 house was raided and he is now underground. They think that they can make an exchange for Debray. That is all. Evidently they have not received our last message. September 8. A Budapest daily is criticizing Che Guevara, a pathetic and apparently irresponsible figure, and applauds the Marxist stand of the Chilean party for taking a pragmatic position when faced with reality. How I would like to have power, for nothing more than to expose cowards and lackeys of all stripes and to rub their snouts in their own filth. September 30. Another day of tension. In the morning, Radio Balmaceda of Chile announced that highly placed sources in the army announced Che Guevara is cornered in a canyon in the jungle. The local stations are silent. This could be a betrayal and they are convinced about our presence in the area. In a while, the soldiers began moving back and forth. Analysis of the month September 1967. It should have been a month of recuperation, and almost was, but the ambush in which Miguel, Coco, and Julio 67 were killed ruined everything, and left us in a perilous position. Losing Leon 68 as well, losing Kamba is a net gain. We have had several small skirmishes, one in which we killed a horse, another in which we killed one soldier and wounded another, one where Urbano 69 had a shootout with a patrol, and the disastrous ambush at La Higuera. Now we have abandoned the mules, and I believe it will be a long time before we have animals like that again, unless I fall into another bad state of asthma. On the other hand, there may be truth to the various reports about fatalities in the other Joachim's group, so we must consider them wiped out, although it is still possible there is a small group wandering around, avoiding contact with the army, because the news of the death of 7 people at once might well be false, or at least, exaggerated. The features are the same as last month, except that now the army is demonstrating more effectiveness in action and the peasant masses are not helping us with anything and are becoming informers. The most important task is to escape and seek more favorable areas, then focus on contacts, despite the fact that our urban network in La Paz is in a shambles, where we have also been hit hard. The morale of the rest of the troops has remained fairly high, and I only have doubts about Willie 70, who might take advantage of some commotion to escape, if he is not spoken to first. October 7th. The 11-month anniversary of our establishment as a guerrilla force passed in a bucolic mood, with no complications, until 12:30, when an old woman tending her goats entered the canyon where we had camped and we had to take her prisoner. The woman gave us no reliable information about the soldiers, saying that she knew nothing because it had been a while since she had been over there. She only gave us information about trails, from which we conclude we are approximately 1 league from La Higuera, another from Jagüey, and about 2 more from Pucara. At 17:30, Inti, Anacito 71 and Pablito 72 went to the old woman's house. She has one daughter who is bedridden and the other is almost a dwarf. They gave her 50 pesos with instructions to not say a word, but we have little hope she will stick to her promise. The 17 of us set out under a sliver of a moon. The march was exhausting and we left tracks in the canyon we walked through. There were no nearby houses, but there were potato seed beds irrigated by ditches from the same creek. We stopped to rest at 2 o'clock because it was futile to continue. Chino becomes a real burden when we have to walk at night. The army issued an odd report about the presence of 250 men in Serrano to block the escape of the 37 guerrillas that are said to be surrounded. Our refuge is supposedly between the Acero and Oro rivers. The report seems to be diversionary. 73. Underscore 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 on. Documents from Bolivia. The following are communiques issued by the National Liberation Army, ELN, of Bolivia during the period of Che Guevara's participation in the guerrilla movement in Bolivia. Except for communique number 1, which was written on March 27 as Che noted in his diary, and which was published in the May 1 edition of the Cochabamba newspaper Prensa Libre, none of these documents, for a variety of reasons, was ever published. Communique number 1, to the Bolivian people. Revolutionary truth against reactionary lies. March 27, 1967. The military brutes who have usurped power, after killing workers and laying the groundwork for the total handover of our resources to U.S. imperialism, are now mocking the people with a comic farce. Even as the hour of truth arrived and the masses took up arms, responding to the armed usurpers with armed struggle, they tried to continue with their lies. On the morning of March 23, troops from the 4th Division, quartered in Camaray, about 35 strong, and led by Major Hernan Platarios, penetrated guerrilla territory along the Nacahuazo River. The entire group fell into an ambush set up by our forces. As a result of the action, we confiscated 25 weapons of all kinds, including 360mm mortars with a supply of shells and other ammunition and equipment. Enemy casualties consisted of 7 dead, including a lieutenant, 14 prisoners, 5 of them wounded in the clash and cared for by our medics to the best of our capabilities. All the prisoners were freed after explaining the aims of our movement. The list of enemy casualties is as follows. Dead: Pedro Romero, Ruben Amazaga, Juan Alvarado, Cecilio Marquez, Amador Almason, Santiago Gallardo, and an army informer and guide whose last name was Vargas. Prisoners: Major Hernan Plata-Rios, Captain Eugenio Silva, soldiers Edgar Torrico Penoso, Lito Maquiquedo Toledo, Gabriel Durand Escobar, Armando Martinez Sanchez, Felipe Bravo Siles, Juan Ramon Martinez, Leoncio Espinoza Posada, Miguel Rivero, Eleuterio Sanchez, Adalberto Martinez, Eduardo Rivera, and Guido Terceros. The last 5 were wounded. In publicly announcing the first battle of the war, we are establishing what will be our norm, revolutionary truth. Our actions have demonstrated the integrity of our words. We regret the shedding of innocent blood by those who died, but peace cannot be built with mortars and machine guns, as those clowns in braided uniforms would have us believe. They try to portray us as common murderers. But there never has been, and there will not be, a single peasant who has any cause to complain of our treatment or our manner of obtaining supplies, except those who, as traitors to their class, served as guides or informers. Hostilities have begun. In future communiques we will set forth our revolutionary positions clearly. Today we make an appeal to workers, peasants, intellectuals, to everyone who feels the time has come to confront violence with violence and rescue a country being sold off in great slabs to Yankee monopolies, and raise the standard of living of our people, who grow hungrier every day. National Liberation Army of Bolivia. Communique number 2, to the Bolivian people. Revolutionary truth against reactionary lies. April 14, 1967. On the morning of April 10, 1967, there was an ambush of an enemy patrol led by Lieutenant Luis Saavedra Arambal and made up mostly of soldiers from the Center of Instruction for Special Troops. In the encounter, the above lieutenant was killed as well as soldiers Angel Flores and Zenon Prada Mendieta, and the guide Ignacio Huasarima from the Bocaron regiment was wounded and taken prisoner, along with another 5 soldiers and a lower-level officer. 4 soldiers escaped and were able to warn Major Sanchez Castro at headquarters, so he was able to send as reinforcements 60 men from a neighboring unit. They, too, fell into another ambush, which cost the lives of Lieutenant Hugo Ayala, non-commissioned officer Raul Camejo, and soldiers Jose Villabril, Marcelo Maldonado, Jamie Sanabria, and 2 unidentified others. In this action the wounded soldiers included Armando Quiroga, Alberto Carvajal, Freddy Alove, Justo Cervantes, and Bernabe Mondijera, who were taken prisoner with the unit commander, Major Ruben Sanchez Castro, and 16 more soldiers. In line with the norms of the ELN, we tended to the wounded as best as we could and set the prisoners free after explaining our revolutionary objectives. Enemy losses amount to 10 killed, including 2 lieutenants, and 30 prisoners, including Major Sanchez Castro, 6 of whom were wounded. The spoils of war were proportional to enemy casualties and include a 60 mm mortar, machine guns, rifles, M1 carbines and submachine guns, all with ammunition. There was 1 casualty on our side that should be recorded with regret. The disparity in losses is understandable if one considers that it is we who have chosen the time and place of every combat. Moreover, the Bolivian army is sending off green soldiers, practically children, to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, back in La Paz, the chiefs invent strategies and pound their chests in fake grief at demagogic funeral services, hiding the fact that they bear the guilt for the bloodshed in Bolivia. They are now removing their masks and starting to call in U.S. advisors, just as occurred in the beginning of war in Vietnam, which has drained the blood from that heroic people and put world peace in jeopardy. We do not know how many advisors will be sent against us, although we will know how to confront them, but we warn the people of the dangers of this action by the military sellouts. We appeal to all young Bolivian army recruits with the following instructions: when the battle begins, throw your weapons to the ground and put your hands on your head. Remain still in spite of the gunfire, and never go to the front of the column when marching near combat zones. Make the officers who are inciting the conflict take those extremely dangerous positions. We will always shoot to kill the front line, and, as much as it hurts to see the blood of innocent recruits flow, this is one of the imperious requirements of war. National Liberation Army of Bolivia. Communique number 3, to the Bolivian people. Revolutionary truth against reactionary lies. May 1967. On May 8, in the guerrilla-held zone of Nacahuazú, there was an ambush of troops from a mixed company led by 2nd Lieutenant Henry Laredo. The above officer and students Roman Arroyo Flores and Luis Pérez were killed, and the following prisoners were taken: José Camacho Rojas, Bolivar Regiment; Nestor Cuentas, Bolivar Regiment; Waldo Vezaga, Non-Commissioned Officers School; Hugo Soto Lora, Non-Commissioned Officers School; Max Torres Leon, Non-Commissioned Officers School; Roger Rojas Toledo, Braun Regiment; Javier Mayan Carrella, Braun Regiment; Nestor Sanchez Cuellar, Braun Regiment. The last two were wounded after they failed to halt when intercepted. As always, prisoners were set free after our goals were explained. 7 M1 carbines and 4 Mauser rifles were captured, and our troops escaped injury. The repressive army has been issuing frequent communiques announcing guerrilla casualties, mixing truth and fantasy. Desperate because of their impotence, they lie or vent their fury on journalists, who, due to their ideological makeup, are natural adversaries of the regime, attributing to them all the problems they face. We want it to be understood that the ELN of Bolivia is the only responsible party for the armed struggle, which its people lead, and which will not stop short until final victory is achieved. We will know how to punish all the crimes that have been committed in this war, independently of the reprisals our military command judges opportune to counter acts of vandalism by the repressive forces. National Liberation Army of Bolivia. Communique number 4, to the Bolivian people. Revolutionary truth against reactionary lies. June 1967. Recently, the Bolivian army has acknowledged some of its casualties, suffered in clashes with reconnaissance missions, and claiming, as usual, that they inflicted greater losses than they achieved in fact. Although we lack some reports from some patrols, we can state with assurance that our casualties are quite minimal and we have not suffered from any of the recent actions announced by the army. Inti Peredu is a member of our Army's General Command and occupies the post of Political Commissar, and recent actions have been realized under his command. He enjoys good health and remains untouched by enemy bullets. The announcement of his death is a palpable example of the absurd lies being spread by the Army in its impotence against our forces. Regarding announcements of the supposed presence of combatants from other countries in the Americas, for secret military reasons and in light of our philosophy, that of revolutionary truth, we will not give figures. We can simply state that any citizen who accepts our minimum program, the liberation of Bolivia, is accepted into the revolutionary ranks with equal rights and duties as the Bolivian combatants, who naturally constitute the vast majority of our movement. Every person who engages in armed struggle for the liberty of our homeland deserves, and will receive, the honorable title of Bolivian, independently of where they might have been born. That is how we interpret genuine revolutionary internationalism. National Liberation Army of Bolivia. Communique number 5, to the Bolivian miners. Revolutionary truth against reactionary lies. June 1967. Compañeros. Proletarian blood is running once more in our minds. Over centuries, the blood of enslaved miners has been alternately sucked dry and then spilled, unleashing protest after protest. In recent times the pattern has been temporarily broken and the insurgent workers were the main factor in the triumph of April 9.1. This event brought hope of a new dawn, and that finally, workers would become masters of their own destiny. But the mechanisms of the imperialist world have been exposed for those who are able to see clearly, that when social revolution is posed there can be no half measures. Either power is seized or achievements are lost, along with so much sacrifice and blood. The armed militias of the mining proletariat were the only serious force at the beginning. They were then joined by militias made up of déclassés sectors and the peasants. But these groups failed to recognize their essential community of interests and instead fell into conflict, a situation that was then manipulated by anti-plebeian demagoguery. In the end, the professional army could reappear dressed in lambskin concealing its wolf's claws. That army, small and easy to discount at first, was transformed into the armed instrument wielded against the proletariat and became imperialism's most reliable accomplice. That is why imperialism gave the go-ahead for the military coup d'état. Now we are recovering from a defeat provoked by the repetition of tactical errors by the working class, but also patiently preparing the country for a profound revolution that will transform the system from its roots. False tactics must be avoided at all cost, heroic, yes, but not feudal tactics that lead the proletariat into a bloodbath that depletes its ranks and neutralizes its most combative elements. Over long months of struggle, the guerrillas have shaken the country, producing many casualties and demoralizing the Bolivian army while scarcely suffering any losses ourselves. After one encounter lasting several hours, in which they emerged victorious, this same army strutted around like a turkey over the proletarian bodies on the battlefield. The difference between victory and defeat depends on the choice of correct or erroneous tactics. Compañero minor, don't listen again to the false apostles of mass struggle who interpret this as the people marching forward, in compact formation, against the armed oppressors. Learn from reality. Heroic chests are of no avail against machine guns, and even well-built barricades cannot resist modern weapons of mass destruction. The struggle of the masses in underdeveloped countries, with a large rural base and extensive territories, must be carried out by a small and mobile vanguard, guerrillas who are well integrated among the people. This guerrilla force will gain its strength at the expense of the enemy army and catalyze the revolutionary fervor of the masses to the point where a revolutionary situation is created and state power can be overthrown in one single, well-aimed, opportune strike. Let it be understood that we are not calling for total inactivity, rather that effort not be wasted on actions where success cannot be guaranteed. Pressure, however, must be continuously wrought by the working classes against the government, because that is what class struggle is about, with no limits. Wherever they may find themselves, a worker has the obligation to struggle with all their strength against the common enemy. Compañero minor, the guerrillas of the National Liberation Army of Bolivia wait for you with open arms and invite you to join workers of the underground already fighting alongside us. Here we are reconstructing the worker-peasant alliance that was broken by anti-plebeian demagoguery. Here we are converting defeat into triumph so that the lament of proletarian widows becomes a hymn of victory. We await you. National Liberation Army of Bolivia. Instructions to Urban Cadres. January 22, 1967. On January 22, 1967, Che noted in his diary that, because of the need to create a support network for the guerrillas, he had written some instructions for cadres who would work in the cities. Unforeseen circumstances, including the loss of Tania's, Tamara bunk, cover, prevented those instructions from being distributed. As a result, they were never applied. A support network of the character we want to create should be guided by a series of norms, which are summarized below. Activity will be primarily clandestine in nature, but, it will be necessary, at times, to establish contact with certain individuals or organizations, requiring some cadres to surface. This necessitates a very strict compartmentalization, keeping each area of work quite separate from others. Cadres should strictly adhere to the general line of conduct established by our Army's General Command and transmitted through leadership bodies, while at the same time, they will have full freedom in the practical implementation of this line. To accomplish the difficult tasks assigned, as well as to ensure survival, cadres functioning underground will need to develop to a high degree the qualities of discipline, secrecy, dissimulation, self-control, and coolness under pressure. Moreover, they will need to develop methods of work that will protect them in all eventualities. All compañeros carrying out tasks of a semi-public nature will operate under the direction of a higher body that will be underground, and which will be responsible for passing on instructions and overseeing their work. As far as possible, both the leader of the network and those assigned to head up different tasks will have a single function, and contact between different areas of work will be made through the head of the network. The following are the minimum areas of responsibility for a network that has already been organized. The head of the network, under whom are individuals with the following responsibilities. 1. Supplies. 2. Transport. 3. Information. 4. Finances. 5. Urban actions. 6. Contacts with sympathizers. As the network develops, someone will need to be in charge of communications, in most cases working directly under the head of the network. The head of the network will receive instructions from the leadership of the army, and will put these into effect through those in charge of the different work areas. The head of the network should be known only by this small leadership nucleus, to avoid endangering the entire network in the event of their capture. If those in charge of work areas know each other, then their work will also be known to each other, and changes in assignment need not be communicated. In the event of the arrest of a key member of the network, the head of the network and all those known by the arrested person will take steps to change their residences or methods of contact. The person in charge of supplies will be responsible for provisioning the army. This task is an organizational one. Starting from the center, secondary support networks will be created, extending all the way to ELN territory. In some cases, this could be organized exclusively through peasants. In other cases, it will include the aid of merchants or other individuals and organizations that offer their assistance. The person in charge of transport will be responsible for transferring supplies from storage centers to points where the secondary networks will pick them up, or, in some cases, for bringing them directly to the liberated territory. These compañeros should carry out their work under a rock-solid cover. For example, they can organize small commercial enterprises that will shield them from suspicion by the repressive authorities when the scope and aims of the movement become public. The person in charge of information will centralize all military and political information received through appropriate contacts. Contact work is conducted partially in the open, gathering information from sympathizers in the army or government, which makes the task particularly dangerous. All information gathered will be transmitted to our Army's Chief of Information. The person in charge of information for the network will function under dual lines of authority, being responsible both to the head of the network and to our intelligence service. The person in charge of finances should oversee the organization's expenses. It is important for this compañero to have a clear view of the importance of this responsibility, because while it is true that cadres working under conditions of clandestinity are subject to many dangers and run the risk of an obscure and unheralded death, as a result of living in the city they suffer none of the physical hardships that the guerrilla fighter does. It is therefore possible for them to get used to a certain level of negligence in handling supplies and money that pass through their hands. There is also a risk that their revolutionary firmness will grow lax in the face of constant exposure to sources of temptation. The person in charge of finances must keep account of every last peso spent, preventing a single centavo from being dispensed without just cause. In addition, this person will be responsible for organizing the collection and administration of money from funds or dues. The person in charge of finances will function directly under the head of the network, but will also audit the latter's expenses. For all these reasons, the person responsible for finances must be extremely steady politically. The task of the compañero in charge of urban actions extends to all forms of armed action in the cities, elimination of an informer or some notorious torturer or government official, kidnapping of individuals for ransom, sabotage of centers of economic activity in the country, etc. All such actions are to be conducted under the orders of the head of the network. The compañero in charge of urban actions is not to act on their own initiative, except in cases of extreme urgency. The compañero responsible for sympathizers will have to function in public more than anyone else in the network. This person will be in contact with individuals who are not particularly firm, who clear their consciences by handing over sums of money or extending support while not fully committing themselves. Although these are people who can be worked with, it must never be forgotten that their support will be conditioned by the risks involved. Therefore, it is necessary, over time, to try to convert them into active militants, urging them to make substantial contributions to the movement, not only in money but also in medical supplies, safe houses, information, etc. In this type of network some individuals will need to work very closely with each other. For example, the person in charge of transport has an organic connection with the compañero responsible for supplies, who will be his or her immediate superior. The person in charge of sympathizers will work with the head of finances. Those responsible for actions and for information will work in direct contact with the head of the network. The networks will be subject to inspection by cadres, sent directly by our army, who will have no executive function but will simply verify whether instructions and norms are being complied with. In making contact with the army, the networks should follow the following route. The High Command will give orders to the head of the network, which will be responsible, in turn, for organizing the task in the important cities. Routes will then lead from the cities to the towns, and from there to the villages or peasant houses, which will be the point of contact with our army, the site of the physical delivery of supplies, money, or information. As our army's zone of influence grows, the points of contact will get closer and closer to the cities, and the area of our army's direct control will grow proportionately. This is a long process that will have its ups and downs, and, as in any war like this, its progress will be measured in years. The central command of the network will be based in the capital. From there other cities will be organized. For the time being, the most important cities for us are Cochabamba, Santa Cruz, Sucre, and Camaray, forming a rectangle surrounding our zone of operations. Those heading up work in these 4 cities should, as far as possible, be experienced cadres. They will be put in charge of organizations similar to those in the capital, but simplified. Supplies and transport will be headed by a single individual, finances and sympathizers by another one. A third person will coordinate urban actions. It is possible to dispense with the assignment of information, as this can be left to the head of the network. The coordination of urban actions will increasingly be linked to our army as its territory grows nearer to the city in question. At a certain point, those involved in urban actions will become semi-urban guerrillas, operating directly under the Army's general command. At the same time, it is important not to neglect the development of networks in cities that are today outside our field of action. In these places we should seek to win support among the population and prepare ourselves for future actions. Oruro and Potosi are the most important cities in this regard. Particular attention must be paid to areas along the borders. Villazon and Tarija are important for making contacts and receiving supplies from Argentina. Santa Cruz is important for Brazil, Huayquihuayqui or some other location along the border with Peru, and some point along the frontier with Chile. In organizing the supply network, it would be desirable to assign reliable militants who have previously earned a living in activities similar to what we are now asking them to do. For example, the owner of a grocery store could organize supplies or participate in this aspect of the network. The owner of a trucking company could organize transport, etc. Where this is not possible, the job of developing the apparatus must be done patiently, not rushing things. By doing so we can avoid setting up a forward position that is not sufficiently protected, causing us to lose it, while at the same time putting other ones at risk. The following shops or enterprises should be organized: grocery stores, La Paz, Cochabamba, Santa Cruz, Camaray; trucking firms, La Paz, Santa Cruz, Camaray, La Paz, Sucre, Camaray; shoemakers, La Paz, Santa Cruz, Camaray, Cochabamba; clothing shops, the same; machine shops, La Paz, Santa Cruz; and farms, Chaparral, Caranavi. The first two will enable us to store and transport supplies without attracting attention, including military equipment. The shoemaking and clothing shops could carry out the twin tasks of making purchases without attracting attention and doing our own manufacturing. The machine shop would do the same with weapons and ammunition, and the farms would serve as bases of support in the eventual relocation of our forces, and would enable those working on the farms to begin carrying out propaganda among the peasants. It should be stressed once again that all this requires political firmness and compañeros who take from the revolutionary movement only what is strictly essential to their needs, who are ready to devote all their time as well as their liberty or their lives, if it comes to that. Only in this way can we effectively forge the network necessary to accomplish our ambitious plan, the total liberation of Bolivia. Facsimiles of Che Guevara's notebooks, Cuba and Africa, 1965-66. Underscore 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 underscore